5 seconds
and how
remaining.
really
other ones that stick out to you as
and Puck, maybe even an Invoker at the stretch. So those are all, like, some of those heroes are a lot harder to counter. Like Lion just seems like it's always good unless it's against something like a Lycan, which I don't think we're going to see that being broken out this time around. Lil Gun,
right,
unfortunately,
Lil Gun, right.
Put some respect on the name, but yeah, the Nyx Assassin as well. But there are certain heroes. Ares mentioned the Treant Protector that's probably going to come out for Execration if they do leave it in the pool. Grimstroke Doom is something that Execration likes to pick themselves a lot as well. You might see a Magnus come out. We've seen, you know, Natsumi play the position 1 Magnus 2 times as well. So I'm keen to see how that works. Tiny can be a bit of a Neon staple as well. So we'll see how everything shakes out in the draft.
Yeah, we were being critical of the Axe, which is still doing pretty bad. Throughout all qualifiers, only 30% win rate, but another popular hero, Timbersaw, 31 picks, 35%. So all these offlaners that I thought were very good during the Animajor and even ESL Summer, not proving to be as capable as I thought. And so perhaps it's just a comfort thing. Meanwhile, Mars is sitting on like a 63% win rate, and so that was falling off during the Animajor. It seems there are peaks and valleys, even though we're still in the same patch that we were for like the past month and a half. People are still discovering new things. And in this draft, we are discovering
Radiant's turn to ban.
I'm stunned. You know, back when Playhard was playing for Neon, I could understand that. That was one of his specialties. You know, he was shining on it at the Singapore Major. But I haven't seen too much of CTM playing it, so it just seems a little bit off for mine. Also, the Mirana was still left in the pool, and neither team ended up picking it up. Even Execration after this Enchantress comes out, which I was like, oh, that's a little bit weird. But I suppose they were thinking, well, let's pick up the Spectre now. Let's make sure that they don't ban it out, considering we've already got the Viper, we've got the break. So they'll just get rid of it next time if we don't address it now.
Yeah, now that you have your support duo, that means like no Woodwind's gonna come out. Am I missing something with this first pick Rubik areas? What, like, is that a Southeast Asia thing?
I think, like I said, Neon overall as a team, previously when Play Hard was on that roster, I remember when I was watching them through a lot of third-party tournaments, they were playing at like 20 out of 22 games. They were loving the Rubik. I think in particular here, Viper getting picked up, the Toxin's a great ability to be able to steal. You take that, you're able to shove out some waves, you can get a lot of farm, the break is nice. You're against the Spectre, but keep in mind, like, we've seen Spectre absolutely destroy support so far throughout the qualifiers, and the fact that Neon go for their opener with the Rubik Enchantress frees up this Spectre game. Now you've got 2 supports that are really going to struggle once you get a really farmed color Spectre. And also the fact that, yes, kind of protect Wyvern and Invoker with their bans, but leaving through Nico's Vipers, or potentially even Yahweh's Viper as well, who knows how they want to play it, but had success on yesterday in their series.
Yeah, at least they'll be able to get their hands on
Radiant's turn to pick.
It's also a bit of a spirit. Be Nico eyeballing it. Still, like, and they do manage to go for their Earth Spirit, so this is something that Execration were consistently doing in their series versus SMG. They were going for Spirit, Viper. A lot of heroes that we have not been seeing, both the Rubik and the Earth Spirit in this series showing up, not necessarily in the rest of the Southeast Asian qualifiers.
And we've still got the Treant Protector that could be yet to come, I believe, in both of their wins. That did also join the Earth Spirit Viper pairing. So it's something that they've let through for RR, which is kind of surprising. And even just then, like, just to go back to the Rubik super early on, I know we're harping on about it a little bit, but it's a bit out of place. With the Spectre being able to rip apart these supports, it's not like it's a Lion. You know, you can't just get rid of that Taunt Illusion straight away when Spectre presses it on you. And you're a Rubik. You don't want to press something like, you don't want to buy a Glimmer Cape, or you don't want to buy a Ghost Scepter super early on. You need that Aether Lens, you need that Blink Dagger, you need to be able to kind of make these plays happen in these team fights. So not much is left for the defensive side of things for yourself.
10 seconds.
The more I look at this draft, I feel like they should have just picked a Grimstroke instead or something, because
5 seconds
like,
remaining.
now it's a Rubik supporting a Jug. Doesn't seem great.
They do have a really strong lane though. If this is going to be, more than likely that's an Enchantress Jug lane, and you can kill the Viper very easily. Like, level 1 Viper is incredibly weak, and chance though for the Blade Fury. Jug's lane's okay as well because you can purge off the poison attack. Of course, it's a bit of a longer cooldown, but overall, I like what Neon are going with, kind of with their draft. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult though, but Neon have to play super fast, like to do so. And this is what Neon always strive with. Well, going in this early aggression, just running teams over. Last pick is going to be. This is where the draft is really going to get set into place here, though.
Yeah, I mean, that Viper could be dying many times in lane with this. You have to think like the Blade Fury rotation, duration is 5 seconds, level 1 enchant is nearly 4 seconds, and you're a Viper, which is one of the slowest heroes in the game, and you're not wanting to buy any kind of movement speed to start with. So positioning isn't going to need to be perfect. It might be getting even harder once you get some of these Enchantress creeps, so we'll see how on point they are with BDZ in particular, being able to block up some of these Radiant camps. It could be tough for the Viper. They're going to go for the Razor to kind of, maybe think that, well, this lane might not go super amazing, but at least let's be able to control the enemy's POS 1 when it does get to the skirmishing part of the game.
And I guess that kind of also forces Doom into offlane role. It could have gone mid, it could have gone offlane, but if Razor's basically guaranteed to be the mid, then I don't think Doom wants to go. He'd rather deal with Vector instead. Both teams, I guess Neon looking for their mid laner. Execration. Oracle.
10 seconds.
Have to ban Cop. I would be so incredibly surprised if Cop
5
doesn't get
seconds
banned.
remaining.
This is a hero we don't see a lot, but like you just said, Doom, you're not going to go mid because of Razor matchup, and you're not going to put Spectre mid as well, or in the off lane. So the lanes for Execration, you're able to recognize how they're going to play it. So that Razor's mid, you need one of the better ways to deal with him in the lane because that's how Execration are going to play. This Razor has to pop off, has to be the lane dominator because you're worried about the Viper lane. Spectre, mediocre laning stage hero as well. Like my opinion even more is because this is a lot of burst potential in the early game. Enable them to run over, and they don't really have that full burst as well from Neon at the moment to bring down a Razor or Spectre. I think
seconds
Pain is just going to perfectly fit in that draft.
See, it's a little bit off meta though, but I don't think Neon's one of those teams that cares about all that much. Also, tons of pure damage as well coming out there, which can deal with that Viper super early on. Hell, even the little mini pushback from the Sonic Wave to be able to deal with a static link. Maybe, kinda, who knows.
Execration looking for their other support. Mirana has still been left inside the pool the entire time. So maybe worth consideration. I do think that they need some follow-up stone. I don't think Red Spirit Rolling will. Okay, never mind. A Phoenix into a Juggernaut.
Bad Rider! Choose your hero.
You gotta immediately pick up a Bad Rider.
Bad Rider. How do we feel about this?
I don't like either of those aspects.
No. It seems a little odd. That was the one thing that I was looking at. Okay, so it's going to be a 5 Ripik instead of the Enchantress.
Finally came up for air.
The other thing that I was sort of considering when all of this was happening is when this Enchantress was picked up, are they going to try and go for some weird little mix-up where it actually is like an off-lane Enchantress where, because Skem's been known to get a ton of farm in his time. I think yesterday on his Mirana, he was getting a ton of farm. He was actually ahead of the enemy offlaner. I think it was Death at the time. But you just couldn't do anything with it because you're a Mirana. It was all just support utility items as opposed to anything that's going to do damage. And she's very capable of doing damage if you just leave her there to rain down havoc. And when you've got, you know, the dual Fire brothers in the Doom with his Scorched Earth and the Firefly running at your face, oftentimes you do get that freedom to just be able to sit back and free cast those inputs.
Yeah, and seeing as how there's literally only one stun on the side of Execration, I do feel like CTM is just gonna have the world as his oyster. At most, it's the break from Nether Toxin that's kind of freedom. But like, other than that, I really see how they're gonna struggle. Execration's gonna struggle to keep. But at the same time, maybe they don't care about that because got Sunray heals, and that's probably why they were, oh yeah, you know, who cares about stuns? Let's just keep our Spectre and our Razor and our Viper alive constantly. The best offense is a strong defense, maybe?
Sure. I mean, there's not even any amazing Skadi builders on this lineup, right? They're going to want to go for attack speed on the Juggernaut to be able to eventually deal with the egg when it gets to the late game, and then no I feel like Enryu needs to be that secondary form of initiation that's going to be able to, you know, go in on the deep end. But I don't know. It's so close to call. Honestly, I don't want to even put my chips on the table. It's that close.
I am not looking forward to having which one of these teams, but luckily I don't have to. I get to watch it with you guys casting it. Aries and Danog, take it away.
You Tsunami, Danog, and with the draft this even, I mean, I'm kind of in the same boat as well. I'm looking at the draft and I don't know which way to go, to be honest. I mean, the last pick, either team I was a bit intrigued by. I mean, the Phoenix in particular, you brought up the fact that Juggernaut, that's one of the best carriers in particular to be able to deal with the Supernova. They don't have the greatest AoE control, even BKB piercing control as well to protect that egg. Not even to mention just the stuns they're lacking overall. Like, this means that the Razor static link very easily could be disjointed in fights, so your 4 staffs are going to get picked up for Neon. I know we saw the game yesterday where there were 3 4 stuffs picked up as the first item from both the supports and offlane. So this could just be the recognition here for Neon with their itemization. How do we feel? Because this is a Rubik 5, and I know we were questioning the Rubik a decent amount. Do you like them putting the Rubik on Januel?
Not a huge fan. I feel like this lane was just so good. If you had the Enchantress together with the Juggernaut, like,
that's what I thought.
The Viper wouldn't have had a game. So I guess doubling down on the fact that, okay, we've got this Rubik super early on. Hopefully this isn't going to be another situation where, you know, Neon have kind of, you know, sometimes the simplest Dota is the best Dota. Make it easy to execute. Gonna get scouted out as he places this Observer Ward.
One thing I do like about Radiant's lineup is this early aggression that can come from them. I mean, the Bat Rider for the Queen of Pain, but the Bat Rider definitely comes that role as the early aggression hero. Probably going to see maybe the first 10 minutes might be a little bit more passive, relying on those ancient stacks. Trouble here for Yopop. They do not have a dispel. Small dispel or a hard dispel. The Bat Rider is going to have this game without any stuns. It's so difficult. So I think Neon, big timing that comes through for them. 15, maybe even 14. The question is that
practicing my
what is your itemization going? You know, we've seen that blade push out of the lane. The
30 seconds to battle.
Getting active early. If you like the Juggernaut, you're active early on in the tier. So much. So line up where they can play. Neon just as a one. So see if they're able to.
At last, the battle begins.
Not gonna.
GG na, dahil ko mag-GG nito mga to.
Oh, yes.
Wait up!
Battle Fury! First blood! Last of my kind. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood. Blitz lane. Is this my fate?
Every extra level in the poison attack, EDZ as well is also level 3, so that is a great move from them. And this is kind of what we saw in, I believe we had day 1 and our first game as well with the Viper. As soon as he got that level 3, was able to get aggressive instant.
Yeah, and it's not just that. We talked about Vision just before. They've got this Observer Ward on the high ground that we saw BDZ place next to all of these Radiant heroes at the very start of the game. You saw that Zhao was making the rotation through up to the top to... did he end up taking that bounty rune, or was he just checking for stacks? But he wasn't in the lane, so that enabled them to rotate through, get the stun in onto Natsumi when he was already low because of the Viper, and secure themselves a return kill.
Any port in a storm.
Neon are often a team that like to...
Here we go, mid lane.
Is under attack.
Great move. Yo, wait, not going to tick out. 7 sticky napalm stacks. He's okay. Down bottom as well. We see the Viper getting tagged onto the tower. So Neon able to use that awareness with the Earth Spirit rotating mid to find the kill on Nico, but again, does cost them Yopaj.
And I like the time that he rotated as well. Normally you would think, okay, I'm going to rotate around the 4-minute mark, the 6-minute mark, secure all these runes. He went at 5 minutes, right as it turned into nighttime. So he wanted to make sure that he wasn't being scouted out until it was too late. And we get dived.
Got BDZ here as well. Oh, just a bit shy. All he needs is the kick to help out. Alright, didn't commit forward with a dive. Where's the TP? I think it actually got cancelled, so CTM. Yes, he'll get the kill, but he's going to even fall as well.
I think he had the net on the little troll that he got.
See, early on, 7 kills, 6 minutes in. Something to highlight is the fact that Neon, there are no stacks at the moment around the Ancient. So this is something that CTM has been prioritizing heavily. They like giving Enryu very kind of self-sufficient offlaner. You know, Timbob we've seen a couple times where he can then prioritize making these stacks, but there's none at the moment. And this is where a Batrider mid really thrives on taking Ancient stacks. So a bit of a worrying sign. Dump bot though, Nico. On here, there's some backup, and with the Treads bonus health, he's going to be okay.
He is going to secure these last 2 hits. I mean, we were talking before about he is got those stacks built up onto him.
Is the water no? That is so greedy. Oh no. Again, every extra level in the poison attack, such a strong spy.
And now you've even got that Viper Strike. Pierces spell immunity, so you're going to be able to chase people down, perhaps force out TPs. A lot of extra gold. You don't start with 3 TPs anymore. So could be a pretty significant factor for execration. And you can see rotating down towards the bot side is Yopaj. She's got Firefly available, not a ton of movement speed. Able to catch Nico with it. Looks like he will.
Should be a kill for them. He's not even going to try and use... Oh, okay, well, forced to use the lasso. The region just keeps his life. They're even going to haunt down here. Palos haunting forward. Region coming into play for Yopaj. Palos is committed very deep. He's got the backup of BDZ. Even Enryu's going to show up as well with the first one committed of the game. Got max out Scorcher, so should be able to chase down the Spectre. It's going to tick out in a couple of seconds here. There will be no deny. So we see Palos.
Radiant's middle tower
Another
is
kind of
under
greedy
attack.
play we're seeing out of this cause. Thought he could get away with it. Even BDZ is going to roll under the tower. Instant assassinate into the TP out. He's out of there. He's also almost level 6.
Almost level 6, and he's been part of 6 kills so far. Fantastic rotation. There's a C Dota. 13 kills in 8 minutes. They're just killing people all across the map. Well, the siege is even starting towards the top side, like we were expecting. CTM, he's playing a bit more of that, I don't want to say offlane role, but he is the definition of a greedy core in this team.
This is what we like to see.
Yeah, the downside, of course, is that we were talking about the Batrider, what he was lacking in the mid lane. He had a very good start to the game, getting a lot of denies off against this Razor, but if you're playing this role with CTM, it means that he can't get too many stacks off. I think these might be the first ones that he's actually going to be able to claim for his back to allow him to come back into the skin.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look at the Batrider's net worth. I mean, he's actually just ahead. And Natsumi will fall top though. Yoe and BDZ. That is a big one to pick up there, Yoe. Even though he's not doing too hot in the net worth, getting a big kill on Natsumi's Juggernaut is going to slow down Harry on Neon.
Man. I don't want to say things are looking bad for Neon because they are getting a lot done with this Enchantress. And we've talked about how they're lacking stuns. They're lacking, you know, a solid way to get in on top of her and deal with her when she starts, you know, pushing out all of that right-click damage. It's not like these, you know, 4-5 Enchantresses that we see that are like, I'm just going to build a Holy Locket and be super tanky with my Nature's Attendants and my magic resistance. No, no, no. This is a right-click. This is CTM wanting to deal a ton of pure damage, especially against this spec.
You like the fact that he is going for the Dragonlance though over something like a 4-staff? Because I feel like you take a look, if you force out of, you know, Supernova to reset, out of the Viper slows, the Razor static link, away from the Earth Spirit roll, like 4-staff just looks so valuable this game.
Well, that ward that he just placed was not valuable because you know that small camp has been blocked for quite a while, and he just put an Observer ward right next to it. So easy money, easy gold coming through to BDZ there. I don't find the Dragonlance, right? Because A, it enables you to be, you know, a bit more of that tanky threat. The extra 10 strength is always nice. And it also means that you've got an easier way to deal with a Supernova, and eventually you can still build into the Hurricane fight. So I think it's totally fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under
You see,
attack.
how's Palos going on the Spectre? Close to the Echo Saber. He's going to TP back, looking for a Haunt play to get out on the map here. Unfortunately, he's shy of the gold for the Rover Magi, so just a little bit off there on that timing. Would have been perfect if he had the Echo, TP back, and Haunt to join. But like he's still just going to fall back, arm up the jungle. They haven't made any real aggressive plays here for Neon. Is there anything we're kind of waiting for them?
Honestly, like, when they do make aggressive plays, it's not even under a smoke. They just look to group up all together and just go as this big ball of a team and force the enemy team to respond to it. So I think they're just waiting for a few of these key timings. Maybe Enryu picking up his BKB because he is incredibly farmed. He's already got his Midas. He's a good 1,500 gold ahead of any Dire hero. And, it's not going to be too far until he does pick up that BKB. Coincide with the Dragonlance as well on CTM.
Thank you so much.
There was a mechanism also completed for Nico, so it's going for a bit more of the utility route on the Viper. We'll see how much that mechanism is going to play into these team fights here as mid lane. Yopaj a little bit of antsy with the haste again. You got a lack of stuns. It's so hard to punish the Batrider being up in your face. They do smoke.
I think it was
dire.
It was popping anyway, right? He picked it up 2 minutes ago, so he's got a regen now. At his disposal. Got all of their ultimates now available on Execration. You can see Spectre farming away at the other side of the map, picking up the Echo Center, so they're ready for a team fight to break out.
Oh, Enryu. He's going to try and jump back towards the tower. It's not going to be able to make it to safety. The Horde down. There were no extra rotation, so Neon just going to try and cut their losses. They even dropped Supernova. Trying to get that little extra damage instance to kill off the Rubik. A lot of ultimates used. They will find Enryu. That is a massive Titus as well. You hate to see it. Efficiency coming through for the Doom. Even Devour's on cooldown as well, so that pick off. They're going to tip it down actually. Neon recognizing Open's on command. Not going to drop the lasso. On top of the Korean Wave Power, so the Omni Slash not going to come into play with the TP out. Palace is going to be able to make it. No! He'll just fall. They trade the kill on CTM, so it's a 1-for-1, but Neon are happy with that. They defend their T1 tower, and you get a big kill from Palos Spectre.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they made the rotation when the Ogreax still hadn't made its way out to CTM. His positioning was a little odd. You know, again, you're an Enchantress, but he's gone full glass cannon. Level 8 doesn't even have a point in the untouchable. He realizes that, well, they're probably going to be able to kill me anyway, just because they've got the Razor, they've got the Nether Toxin available on the Viper. So he needs to be really on point with his positioning this game. He's the captain, he's the shot caller. See if he's able to bring it home.
See what Radiant want to do as well, because they did show a lot of TPs down bot to protect that tower. Nearby, but also the Dire. Drop the Omni Slash with the help of the mechanism first. It's not going to be enough to keep them alive. Now with the Doom out too. Chase down the Earth Spirit. No way he's going to swing on over. It's not going to. Oh, nice deny. Beautiful play from them. They're still going to lose 2 heroes, and with Yopar showing up, he's going to haste once again. So much movement speed to be able to chase him down. They will purge that off. Is there any way to slow down your way? You see, same with Neon, lacking the stunts at the moment. Finds 1 kill. That deny coming out on the Earth Spirit. That is a lot of rotations down bot.
Tower can't handle this deluge.
It is, and you know, it's the style of play that Neon like to go for. None of these crappy little smokes. Let's just ball up together as a team. We realize that we have the strength at this stage of the game. 3k net worth lead, even though we're behind in kills. They've taken a bit more of the map control away as well. So Juggernaut, he's going to be able to continue farming at least until he picks up that Maelstrom. I don't feel like they're going to want to fight with it though. It's just a bit of a farm accelerator.
Oh, well, Yopaj hasn't had many stacks at the Ancients, but I tell you what, that is a gigantic stack.
Juicy. Don't think they're in a position to invade either. They're more concerned about this bottom tower. Makes sense, it's going to open up a decent amount of the map if who's going to claim that last hit.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Another factor of having that Dragon Lance on the Enchantress as well. Base attack range, 575. Dragon Lance adds 140. My AU maths aren't wrong, that is 715. And just have a quick look over at the Spectre with the dispersion max radius for the damage being returned to you. It's 700. So obviously between attacks, you're going to be wanting to start a step backwards just for that little bit of extra impetus damage, but you're also going to be avoiding a ton of this damage coming back towards you.
Opage, that stack finished his blink and almost a K change in the bank as well towards the BKB. He is in fighting shape here to try and reveal dagger. However, Radiant ultimates, they are still on cooldown, so they're not really going to be able to answer call to defend mid. In fact, they're just going to glyph it up. See how their defense starts to mount. The guy have an incredible ward on the backline between this tier 1 mid and tier 2. Just the name of the game. You see,
ooh, they stole it. That's pretty key. Being able to take away that Nether Toxin against a Spectre. It means that even though he's got this Haunt available, you can see he's level 12, but he was kind of considering it, but think twice.
Bottom tower faces a stiff win.
Like usually I'd say with this lineup they're going to suffer actually holding him in the next Nether Toxin. Is hold that thought. Neon. They're going to smoke up. They should know this smoke is happening because the sentry plays without seeing anyone. So Nico's in a great spot to top. Linking forward, Blaster doing everything committed on top of the rival. They're going to try and cancel him out of the fight. Static Link drained as well. Yoe, he's only got 28 damage here, so Execration, they have to look to count their losses. They get back. There's no stuns at the moment with the lasso on cooldown. Natsumi, nice silence, but still, the movement speed. Jug's moving so incredibly fast. Phase on cooldown at the moment, another kick slowing them down. The sticky napalm is starting to stack up. How far do they want to push on forward? Because Nico's back alive in 10 seconds. The Spectre though, it's away from the team. Palace gonna get down with the mobility. He's gonna be able to make it back to safety. And then they're trying to chase it, but they can't keep up. They've gone too far. The trap has been sprung. As CTM battling it against the world, they'll drop the Supernova to claim the kill as well. And while we do see Palos, he'll lose his life there. Januel to pick it up. So all in all, I mean, that's a 2 for 2 and not too much happening in regards to the net worth after that fight.
I mean, it's still a 5k lead, so Neon are going to be feeling reasonably okay with it. You've got the Doom, right? You've got the Midas available. They had used the Devour during all of that, so you're getting a good amount of value out of these sorts of rotations. Is this going to be a killer for the Razor?
He stole the plasma filter. Wow! What a player, the instant tip from Natsumi. And Yopaj as well. Oh, man. This is something I was going to bring up just before that fight, is that take a look at Rubik's net worth. He is the, well, at least the third highest, so the second highest, I should say, out of all the supports. And this is a position 5, but it's just showing like the Nether Toxin is such an incredible ability to steal, even though it's only level 1.
Dire's middle
You can
tower
clear out
is
creep
under
waves, you
attack.
can play like a tree protector role almost, so just playing the dead lane, shoving it out, getting any little farm you can get. We'll see later on how this is going to come into play with those items, because honestly, taking a look at Neon, like, they've got some pretty good scaling heroes.
Yeah, they got great scaling on their heroes. Also, we were talking about, you know, the standard position for Rubik build, going the Aether Lens into the Blink Dagger. He's changing it up a little bit. He's gone the Force Staff instead. I like it. It's going to be great against the Viper. Great against, of course, getting out of that Magnetize, out of the Static Link. And that's being comboed together with the eventual Hurricane Pike that we were expecting on CTM. He's starting to build into that as well. So 2 Force Staffs already. We've also seen one queued up by Yopaj. Makes total sense. He's going to get it after his BKB. So that's a huge timing coming through. When are they going to be able to use a lot of this mobility to really take control of how these fights are happening?
Might actually look to smoke up. It was just Blink and the Doom. He's got the ultimate available, Omni Slash in a couple seconds, also Sunj and Yasha on Natsumi's Juggernaut. Then while we take a look at Dire, Holy Locket, trying to see any other items. BKB still shy on the Razor, BKB shy on Nico as well, and the Spectre is a bit away from the Manta, so they are behind in regards to items, and this is something where Neon can look to punish as they're setting up on Yoe top. Pudge, can he just get in range for the Blink? Yoe, pretty speedy.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure.
Running away from his team again, but again, got that Haunt available. I'm still kind of shocked that he doesn't have the Blade Man. You know, you have all of this damage that's being pumped out to you. The team fights are dragging on, and so you're just going to get so much value out of it. It's going to enable you to take Ancients a lot faster than he currently is with his Echo Saber as well. I feel like it's a bit of a mistake, to be honest.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
I don't know where he didn't want to go with this smoke. Freaking Boom at the moment looks like they're anticipating maybe an aggressive movement from Execration to come through mid.
I don't think they want to smoke it. They're so close to having 4 stuff on this Enchantress and pretty close on the Rubik as well, but end up doing it, feeling the confidence of this
Just shy. BKB pop. Gonna be able to chuck the Doom once again on Nico. Some help in the Sun Ray, but it is not going to be enough here. They even stole the Viper Strike as well, which is level 2, so something to keep in mind for Januel. Next swap, 240 seconds.
Dire's top tower.
that again. Oh, they're actually going in.
Wants out. Great plasma field. Look at the AoE damage coming out. They're going to end up bringing down the Rubik. They'll find and renew as well. A quick double kill for Yoe, but they're looking to punish for more. Is Natsumi not playing the Juggernaut? Healing ward and even the capability of the Blade Fury. So a nice fast-paced move from Execration. They get a little bit of revenge there.
No massive Pidus either. made sure to use it. He made sure to use that Devour. So it's not the worst. You know, you used all of your cooldowns. You gave a little bit of space. Now you've got the 4-star finished up on CTM. It's only 300 gold away on this Rubik as well. Close to that Hurricane Pike. So honestly, during all of that, are they going to find
Yoey? Natsume CTM, that should be plenty of damage with the Omni Slash dropped. Great kill from them. Yoey starting to pick up some steam here on the Razor, and guess who, Scam? At heart, it is always this call. Always the man is closing in on the Hurricane Pike, 353 gold down into him. That pickoff is going to lead them into Roshan.
Yeah, they realized no horns. That's really the thing that we need to be most aware of. I guess Magnetize as well. KDZ has been playing a fantastic game. He is by far the best player right now on Execration, just with his comfort pick, being able to come through, influence so many team fights. The Axe.
Caught out again. They get back to safety. BDZ going to try and protect him for a short duration. Ellis going to TP in. Roll the Viper Strike. They're way to jump at the moment with the lasso on. They are not going to be able to go.
He's totally healthy though. Held up, he's got an urn ticking on him.
He got the answer.
More stuff. Well, Hurricane Pike on. G's going to be dishing out. You know, the first couple of those super present. It wasn't.
Gotcha.
Times where he could have been dealing. Time to farm instead. They could take him out with. Didn't need the enchant. This next TCM really.
1,000 lead.
It's able with a lot.
There you go.
Double kill! Killing spree!
Better next time.
Double kill!
That should help.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Set.
Double kill!
Roshan has fallen to the Dire. I will not forgive this. Dire structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down. Dire's courier just went belly up.
Healing power. Don't run off.
Killing spree!
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant are scanning for enemies. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Gold is a great conductor. Illusion.
Radiant's courier has been killed. They're fishing for double cannon fire. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Mine.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower is under attack. Blame my blame. Is under attack.
Come on, Sprite.
Dominating! Double kill!
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
My thanks.
He should come to TPR. Yes, sir. He's back to safety. Okay. We're just seeing though, when these BKBs, they're expiring, they are getting shredded from all the magic damage, all this AoE damage that Execration had.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like that supernova was. You mentioned that it wasn't the greatest. I mean, Nia just kept running into it. That's probably why it was a better one.
It's still.
Coming out, that might have been revealed. Yeah, they do ping it out immediately. With a few mistakes that we've seen so far from Execration. Smoking behind the Razor. They're going to back up to the safety of their high ground.
What do we got here? Omni cooldown, Lasso cooldown, Doom cooldown as well. Radiant, they've got a pretty good ward around that high ground near the secret shot. But I don't actually know if they can take this fight head on with all their abilities on cooldown.
I mean, when you think about it, you never want to be caught in an enclosed space like this. You're against a Spectre that's just going to be able to divide and conquer. You're going to have the Nether Toxin on the ground. You're going to have Magnetized. You're going to have like a couple of cliff spots where a Sunray can be perfect in combination together with a Supernova. You need to take these fights in the open field. So if I was Neon, I would back off completely. I would look to counter smoke once all of my ultimates are available and look to try and catch Execration. You know, maybe next to Roche Pit, maybe in mid lane or something like that.
We're seeing as well, like the issue Haunt coming through, like you just said, in a choke point, the divide and conquer that the Spectre has put up in the draft, that these supports just going to be food for the illusions, food for the Spectre. Another thing to mention is that Radiant, they are very much relying on Yopaj to get this jump. That blink, lasso, drag back, just cancel one hero out of the fight. But if you get the Viper Strike, you know, that can cancel the blink opportunity from Yopaj. Even better is that Horn. So I don't know how they're going to do it on Neon, but you have to get the jump before the Haunt comes through. Otherwise, it just feels like this Batrider capability, it's taken out a factor. I mean, they knew they spoke. Nearby. There's Division, Enryu, BKB. Let's see if they're just going to try and retreat away, or are they going to stand their ground? Enryu's BKB is about to expire, and they should be able to catch him out here. Nice wall stop. The legs, force stop as well. Enryu, there's no chance he makes it away here. Have to cut their losses. He's going to fall inside the jungle, but Radiant, they're still sticking around. CTM glimmered up, but they got the detection. A rolling kick away from the high ground. They lose two, and guess what? Gaben's on their side. Roche is up in 5-7. Yopaj, again, they got the Omni. That's a lot committed. Yowei's won't just sip in the Hoover. Oh my! He almost failed. One more slash would have been enough. He has to pop the ultimate for that. They stole the egg.
Ooh.
Oh, okay. That's level 3 egg too.
I see you, Zhao. We could see a big play happen around this Roche Pit. I mean, that was the dieback on BDZ, so he's not going to be available. They don't seem to care. They're having confidence in their ability to take this fight. I suppose the Doom is still dead. Doom, of course, such a strong ability to be able to use in these close encounters, but it's moving enough. Just walks in. There's the egg.
Rubik's Cube egg on the high ground. Yowei. He's pushing really aggressive. I guess he's recognizing that. Yopaj, he snatched it. Yopaj snatched the Aegis, but he's still going to lose the first life as well. Natsumi lost 186 damage, so Natsumi, he's going to impact at the moment. He'll kill Yopaj a second time, and again, Neon, they have to watch their friends fall with no assistance. Jump in, but I don't think you want to take this fight right now. He's got this Doom but they have to be so cautious. Reflects the ultimate, the bastions are there as well, but where's the damage? They're gonna buy back on the Batrider, but they'll instantly melt through and Ryu. And now with the numbers advantage, let's see if they can reset here. The Doom's about to expire. Yopaji doesn't have the last with the flame break, bounce back powers. He's A-okay. He's even got the cheese as well. So Execration, they're in fighting shape. They can run back in and get the catch, but unfortunately with BDZ not nearby, they are lacking that opportunity.
Execration are just taking these fights so much better than Neon. Like, even just then, they make sure to place that observer ward up top. They didn't care that Neon also had vision. Eventually, they were able to get rid of it because of the D ward that happened, but that just enabled them to have complete understanding of how far they could retreat. Are they going to try and go in with one person? And then you just saw the quick fingers again with that Lotus Orb, able to get off, reflects the Doom. Once again, his impact hasn't been quite what you were expecting, considering the amazing start that he had in terms of his net worth.
7,000 net worth lead for Execration. Look at that net worth graph. It is a plummet down to Dai's favor. All cylinders clicking, and like you said, they are just executing at the top, not the level compared to Neon. Are there any big timings that we're going to see come through for them short? Any items that we're waiting for?
They don't have much of anything right now on Neon.
You gotta be so careful. Start on forward. Instant BKB. They have to kite the static link. They're able to do so. Still was able to soak away 52 damage. They're going to look to reset. Full lock committed. Room still on cooldown as well from Enryu.
It's greedy.
Got forward, will force Enryu back to safety, but the horn's gonna fly. Spider legs doing a great job to kite this, but they've been able to catch out CTM. The Enchantress, no man's land, unable to get back to safety with the rest of the team.
It was a horn for an Enchantress at the end of the day. I mean, this is not what Scam was expecting when he picked this up, and when he put all that path priority into himself. He's at the bottom of the net worth right now. He's not dealing anywhere near enough damage in these team fights. Gonna continue to save his gold, make sure that he's got that buyback available in a minute's time, but that BKB is absolutely necessary for him if he wants to make any kind of impact in these teams.
Yeah, and I felt like Radiant scaling late game would have been pretty decent with how CTM was farming. 4, 8, and 6 drop to the bottom of the net worth. Yes, he's got a lot of farm considering as a support, but we're just not seeing his impact compared to what BDZ has or even RR as well. But I do want to mention, or at least ask, what do we feel like is going to be a late game matchup for Natsumi's Juggernaut? How is he going to fare against Execration?
It's going to take a lot, right? Like, are we going to see a potential Ag Scepter come out for this Doom so that you get the break onto the Spectre? That might be it. Are we going to bank on Zhao being able to steal the Nether Toxin so that you can deal with the Spectre? Like, you're still against a Phoenix. That's something that you need to be concerned about. And it feels like every single time he's getting a full channel off onto that Sunray. Gaben, though, he's smiling on Neon. He's saying, you know what, let's try and make a game of this. He makes sure to drop the leveler for them. That extra attack speed is going to be enormous, both for the Omni Slashes as well as being able to finally kill that goddamn egg.
He's also smiling on Execration. That's a DD in the bottle for Palos. Still got the cheese in the backpack and a nullifier up here. That is an incredible item. Level 25, he's got that 5% dispersion increase. Taking a look at the nullifier and what it's going to be able to do this game. You got 3 4-staffs, a glimmer on the Rubik, and it's going to be so difficult to deal with the Spectre Haunt now. And the smoke up, Gaia around their higher ground once again, playing in a position where they can pop the smoke with a vision advantage. But Radiant, they're going to go the long way down through the bottom lane.
They're just playing around these choke points. I really love it. You know, they've got the vision, they've got the heroes on the... Well, I mean, if they make this big wraparound, it could be huge, although that's not the target that they're going for. They want to find this Spectre. Got the double damage, but not a ton of mana, and not a huge amount of survivability, it has to be said. If you take away that horde potential to be able to get away to some other part of the fight, then, well, suddenly can be food.
I don't know how they're actually going to be able to get there fast enough to Execration.
Instantly Ninja Gears.
And they're coming down too. BDZ and RR both straight away moving to connect with the Spectre. cubes.
No, they're not all connected though. Yoe's still in mid lane. Nico around this high ground.
Hunting blue forward. Oh, that's a big kickoff. TNC been doing so much work throughout the fight. Haunting jumps straight onto the backline. Januel, food for the Spectre, but he's got a buyback. They don't have the outpost control though, so we won't be able to rejoin instantly. Doom's out, no low swaps about to protect him. The static line's not there as well. They need to stay on top of the Razor, but they're unable to do so. They'll kite it back, and Omni Slash is unable to do any amount of damage as well. So Natsumi has to retreat back to safety with the Blade Fury, but he's getting kited. The Viper strike slowing him down and double force into the TP out. Can he make it? No! Yoey! He used the cancel and Natsumi will fall. He's down for 90 seconds. He doesn't have a buyback, and BDZ, the Orc Chat voice lines are there as well.
Oh, perfect timing with everything is totally right. He couldn't even just TP straight away there. I was like, but they got no stuns. There's no BDZ. You can't just go there, but they had the supernova. It would have popped before the TP went off. So forced to attempt to make that kind of play. Nice double force stuff coming through, but it's just not enough. And well, they're going to finally start pressuring into the high ground. Can you imagine 41 minutes in, first time that we're going to be breaching high ground?
Rubik's egg again. Okay. Is anything could help out? I mean, Nether Toxic would be great for a high ground defense, but Rubik's Cube Supernova. Oh, that might just not be a factor now. That Horn
just the Shadow Step.
Charge, sure. Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower has
Not even Shadow Step, yeah, the dispersion. Now, you got to be super careful now, actually, right? Yeah, you're going to be using the Fate Bolts. It's like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
One thing about Execration is that they do not siege fast with the Spectre. Maybe CTM can posture.
Nice force stop.
Okay, Pike force back in. There's the Rubik's Shoot on top of the background with the lasso. The Dragon Spectre is in the fountain. The fountain! Palace, Manta, Playbreak, further back. We've seen what happens when you're stuck in the fountain. No, Palace will fall. And Ryu somehow alive. What an incredible lasso. He's got a buyback. What's up in 15 seconds as well. If this fight drags on, he might be able to rejoin them. Nico's in trouble. They're going to cut their losses as the Viper will sacrifice himself. The gods. Down for 80. They're catching more though. Natsumi shouldn't have a stun. So that's 2 down. Both have buyback though. But the lanes are so far shoved out.
I mean, again, individual brilliance. That's what needs to happen. Being able to drag the Spectre in the midst of all of that chaos back into the fountain and then flame break him back in when he tries to escape. On top of that, CTM finally able to just sit back and deal some damage. He was essentially doing the most damage on his team in that team fight. He's almost level 20 now, so he's going to get that little bit of extra team fight control once these BKBs start to run lower with the extra untouchable slow. Hell, he might even go the Ancient and try and take this Granite Golem. An extra 10%, 15% HP is going to be super effective.
Maven just not smiling down on Neon, it looks like. Unfortunately, Roshan still on respawn. Juggernaut potentially could have been able to take that, but Tier 2 tower. Ward inside the base, jumps in instantly, finds the Phoenix. They want to take care of the Supernova in the fight. They need to bring him down before the dive with the telekinesis.
No buyback.
Phoenix doesn't have a buyback.
It's very close. It's very close.
The 25 cooldown on the lasso too. All in, BDZ finds a joke and they push him back. Nice force up once again. They're fighting before they're back alive on the Viper. That's a BKB, actually the minute a horn from your way. Rolled in once again. A buyback gonna come through. Execration, they've got all 5. They've got to lose on end Ryu into the instant TP. CTM will make it, but Natsumi? His Blade Fury's on cooldown. Blood side took the roll as well. Yopaj, he needs to do whatever he can. He's unable to do anything. Oh, lose Natsumi. He's able to get the Shadow Step as well. Yopaj, nice blink away, TP out, he's okay. Natsumi doesn't have a buyback.
Oh, not again. He's having to go all in onto just trying to win these team fights. Do they have a Philosopher's Stone? No, they don't. So he's not even able to sit that one in his inventory while he's dead for a little bit of extra gold coming his way. And well, we talked about before with Neon, they weren't put in an advantageous position.
CTM? No. CTM. They got another force. They've already used it on Xiao and
The Nullifier.
Kalos. Issa Blade is out. CTM is a goner. Unable to get back in. at least he's got a buyback. They also still Sunray, so we'll see how that's going to come into play here.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle
What I was saying
this
was Roche still ain't up, so it's not the end of the world. And, well, it's going to be another 60 seconds, though. You've got some decent tower taking potential. I kind of want to see, well, I feel like Execration aren't going to want to go onto the high ground unless they're already in a super advantageous position. They're not the types that are just going to slowly chip away, so maybe the axe shot on Nico isn't the way to do it.
Gold is a great conductor.
We've seen what Doom can do in the late game. This hero can just take multiple people out of a game with pressure orb. He now has it picked up, the double Doom capability. He is going to a Lincoln's on the Viper, the Lotus Orb as well, so we'll see how that's able to come into play here for Nico. Smoke up. Showed up in a couple of seconds.
Just as it respawns. Oh, the vision from the Shivas. It's away. Jiggy though. It's going forward on Palace. And they finally have vision around this area, but no, taken away immediately.
This Roshan as well. Third one, Refresher Shard. And shown with the Aegis Cheese die, they're gonna smoke up. 5 Radiant themselves as well. Smoke on smoke for this third Roshan, who is able to get the jump. It all comes down to the vision. Nico on the front line, time and time again this game, the Viper's been the one to pop the smoke. It's gonna instantly happen. He's gonna get caught before the ultimate. He's gonna pop the BKB and Ryu instantly. He's gonna get cancelled though. Refreshes out, now down to the back line. They drop the supernova. It's unable to control anyone, but a lot of ultimates being forced. They're looking to reset. Is Yahweh? How much someone died just yet? CTM? TP out? And Ryu? He's got TP as well. Nullify is it. I don't think he'll make it. Wake up in a couple seconds, maybe? Oh, BDZ. He's on point.
Poor man, he ran across the entire map just to try and get away from this pesky Spectre. Ends up using at least the dispersion, but man, it's going to open up that Roche pit.
Such a chaotic fight. I mean, Enryu, he went into the role, so got stunned. He couldn't get that initiation. I think he doomed the Lincolns on the Viper. So he had to refresh. Yeah, but it just wasn't a factor at all.
Give this shot over to, I guess it has to be the Phoenix, right? But I don't know, there's an argument for the Spectre as well on top of this.
Who's holding it? They give it to Yahweh at the moment.
I guess just wanting him to frontline and being able to refresh the Aeon disc is the key factor for them. Oh, he's also got, I believe, the Ag Scepter coming out to him. So we could see some Tesla coil action. I mean, we were talking about before, how are they going to actually breach this high ground? Maybe the Viper Ags. No, just use the old Tesla coil.
I guess even if Razor eventually gets the Aghanim Scepter for himself, which, you know, of course, like you said,
he's got it.
Yeah, just pick it up. So now that capability to siege is increased here for Yahweh. Oh, that makes a lot more sense, yeah. Double Ags. The Eye of the Storm. Boy. Oh boy. That is... What? This is 25 time he went for. He went for the attack speed, okay.
Generation!
The strike interval at level 20 he went for. So it is some machine gun lightning strikes, that's for sure.
Any big talent timings, I should say, that we're about to see?
Nothing major, I don't think. I mean, it feels like Jugs had his level 25 for a while, and to be honest, haven't really made that much use out of it.
That last fight, the Omni Slash just got completely negated thanks to Yahweh's Use Scepter. Heading into the later stages, we could even see some form of like a Wind Waker to help out. There's like a Lasso, be a Doom, Omni Slash. We were highlighting that Stone factor, so we'll see what the next item's going to be here for Yahweh.
Yeah, and it's the super late stages of the game, so they're not lacking damage on Execration right now. They've got the Sunray, they've got the Spectre. That's all you realistically need. You know, they're able to toss out these Viper Strikes, but I feel like when Nico gets to 25, he's not going to go the Nether Toxin cooldown. He's going to go the Corrosive Skin, Slow, and Resistance, just to be able to, again, be that survivable beast on the front lines. Because when you think about it, where is the right-click damage coming from outside of the Enchantress and the Juggernaut? It's basically all magic, and you're going to have an inbuilt 50% magic resistance. I'll take that.
Without a doubt. That's just going to be so difficult to go through the Viper.
Dire
It just
are
doesn't even have
standing
a
for
BKB.
enemy.
It's like, good enough magic resistance. Mech, Lotus, Lincolns, plenty of defensive items here for them. It's like finally, Lane's getting in a position where Execration feel content poking up the high ground.
Actually got the Ag's Blessing, so he didn't even need to waste a spot on the Ags, and he's ready for a light show.
So drag back, they're gonna try first on the Viper, but the Vulture from the back line as well. Nico falling incredibly low, and they're able to bring him down.
Look at the lightning!
Back if he wants to reset, but the Brax is just getting shredded apart. You know, Disc finds the block. Are they able to reset and go back in? Turns out and Ryu refresh a pop, but the control is not there. Telekinesis. Spectre. He does have the Aegis here, but Juggernaut, he's zoning away the reinforcements. He's getting chugged down. CTM at the moment is having a free fight. When they're unable to get on top of the Enchantress, we see these Impetus go to work. Make it back up, Carlos.
Link's done,
Frame breaks. She's up in 15th here. Is he going to Shadow Step 2 straight on top of the backline? Januel up and out he goes, but it kind of beats BDZ. He's going to roll in Silence on 2. And now with the Earth Spirit, he's in no man's land. They won't have a way to stop the roll out. No block. They're still hunting. So there we go. They're able to catch up the Razor. Yowei, he's going to fall. A great fight for Neon. Stall this out, and you see an Execration on all the nice punch. Or should we back up? Flame break. Can he get it? Once again? The stun. Is it too long? I don't think it is. Oh, he makes himself stone. Sit in front of him. What's going on? This Aghanim. Oh, he's out. He's surfing to safety. It's BDZ. Yomaj is still trying to find him. They live in the survival. Shadow Step. Carlos. Okay, so all after that, the 4 set of racks claim bot from the creeps. There's still battle going on the river. Okay, with the telekinesis. They also got the range racks up top as well.
Have we highlighted that? Sorry if you mentioned it before, but the Rubik shard with the telekinesis.
Oh, I just saw that. Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah. And he's got the telekinesis land distance talent as well, so he's just gonna completely reposition all these heroes in team fights. He's like, you know what? You've got your Earth Spirit. Rubik does just as good a job. Well, maybe not, but you get what I think.
We're seeing what happens though. Neon, if you get the jump of the lasso, they're eliminating one hero to start. And this is down to, you're on a high ground, when you're on your own high ground and in your base, one Enchantress, it's so much more difficult to heavily commit deep inside to punish her. Otherwise, if you don't bring her down instantly, you're kind of getting kited further and further back. Next minute, you're behind the throne, and next minute, you're just going to get punished. So you see that time Neon jump from them, you know, the lasso, finding a couple targets, and also the big thing is, we've been bringing up constantly this game, where CTM hasn't been dishing out the damage, but that was one of the fights where we really saw it come into fruition.
I kind of feel like that was the first fight, once this Enchantress is, I'm going to say come online, just even had a Dragon Lance, that they've been able to, like, take a fight when Execration's on the run, and you saw how different it was. You know, you finally get the use out of your Enchanted Quiver. You can finally have that max range to be able to attack people with your Impetus. And, well, if he can get to level 25, it can be even more. You know, you get that extra 6.5% Impetus damage. You are able to be much more of a beast in these team fights. He's also not even had to use his BKB at all just yet, and he's going into a Moon Shard on top of that. So he just wants to rain down hell from afar.
This is some big items getting picked up for Neon. Opage has almost got enough for the Aghanims, so that is going to be incredible. Another save like we saw previously with Zhang Yuel's Aghanim Shard. Also, Enryu, he's got his Aghanims. So now you have a break on the Doom. It's going to last an extra 6 seconds. Potentially, Opage Is he going to buy out for the Ags or hold buyback? That's the...
Hell, it's even good against the Viper and the Razor, right? It seems like a lot of these fights are an issue because they can just run away with the overall lack of stuns.
Playing Nico showing. First up, oh no! That's not the start you're looking for! They've got to get back. Cannot stick around now. You messed up your initiation.
Yeah, he did it in the wrong order. He force-stuffed himself and then tried to lasso with
yep.
Papa the Lincolns.
Dire instant smoke. Off to the vision. Radiant on the backline. Palace trying to target down the Rubik. Are they able to bring him down? Moves himself. Back to safety. Supernova got used as well. They're going to commit on forward. Palace still takes care of the Rubik. And well, doesn't have a buyback as well.
Gaben, what are we thinking with this Roche? 7 seconds away. What do you think? Come on, make a prediction. Quick.
Minute 50.
Instant. Closest without going over is me, technically. We are using Price's Right rules here.
Honestly, I was hoping it was just the longest Roche one. I want a 60-minute game. It's away. Give me 60 minutes.
Yeah, we've had like a 57-minute game, right? But we ourselves have not had a 60-minute game. So I'm hyped.
Everyone else has been getting 60. I know, B-Cop and Black got that 100-minute thriller. Boys and Combo keep getting 60 minutes. He's gonna DD. An incredible wall storm. Dude's out as well. This is the Agam through to the break. He's there. The fight if he doesn't have a buyback. Aeon on this slash. Razor's gonna fall as well. 2 down instantly. Neon. What a counter initiation. They're able to protect Yopaj, and they want more blood too. Back in the mix of it all. Nico, can they cancel? Oh, that's so close. So close. But guess what? 4th Roshan. It could be for the taking here. In fact, maybe RR's for the taking. Yopaj, he's got the gem.
Even pop his Aeon disc.
Cooldown.
It's nighttime. They might not see him eventually. Oh.
Each blow sharpens my blade.
5 seconds away. Tick-tock on the Roche clock. And Yopaj, he's come into his own. Like, he had a bit of a rough, like, 20 to, let's say, 40 minutes, but multiple times now. Dragging Spectre back into the fountain, dragging targets away. Yeah, sure, there was one botched initiation just before, but other than that, he's been able to create the chaos needed to allow Enryu to get these dooms up. That Axe doom is fantastic.
Then he doesn't have to buy Ags now. Or do you give it to Natsumi? Who do you give his Ags to?
Just give it to Yopaj. I think it's totally fine.
And Refresher Shard too. So they're gonna have... Oh no. I mean, late game... Okay.
What have we here?
Triple Doom. He's got a Refresher, I believe I saw queued up for Batrider. Yep, so he's eventually gonna have double lasso. You see... I mean, it's... You need an answer to the Batrider. Often we see in the draft a hard dispel is required. And if you don't have that, there is a massive opportunity in the late game for an instant pickoff. I mean, it lasts 4 seconds. You can drag someone so far away from the team. And we are just seeing in these fights, Yopaj gets the jump. They're not haunting to cancel the blink fast enough. And just with having a numbers advantage, Neon are doing so much work with that. And now they have the net worth lead. They have the advantage from Roche.
Pretty ballsy. They're going all out. They're all in on this, it seems, because CTM, he bought out his Moonshard. He's level 25. He knows he can be a beast. You've also got Natsumi, who I believe finished up his purchase of the Ags. I'm not quite sure where it is just yet. But, did he buy it and sell it? I'm sure I saw that come up. Oh, wait, it was an Axe Blessing. Right.
Scanning for enemies.
Axe Blessing on Natsumi. So he doesn't have buyback, he has Aegis though, and he's going to continue farming this wave. It's always scary though, it's nighttime, it's spooky, and you don't know where Execration are just yet.
Yeah, the issue is as well is that bottom lane. You see Yopaj is trying to deal with it at the moment. Would you kind of prefer to see Neon almost push through bot instead to not have to worry about the super creeps that are down there?
Maybe they're thinking that luck is on their side and they're going to get better tier 5 items. We've already seen the one series kind of decided by it, with a Ballista being picked up in that TB versus Arc Warden game. What could be the one? What could be the thing that shifts something either way for either team? I think Mirror Shield could be quite nice against all this Doom, Lasso, everything going your way. Even full on Sky, hell.
I think Gods was the one to say it, where as soon as it gets 60 minutes, can we just have a pause? Like, can we look at these neutral items again and just get a bit of a recap?
Dyer's top
I'm gonna lie,
tower
like,
is
there are just,
about to
you never
take
see
the
them.
blood.
You never really see them. Although apparently in these
Radiant
qualifiers, we're seeing them
scanning for
constantly. We're gonna see them
Absolutely,
again.
he went and bought his
60
own
minutes,
moonshot as well, so he doesn't have buyback. He's
all
3,000
in,
gold
Fallen
away.
Sky. Oh, there's one of them.
I'll take that
There's one of the
as
big
tribute.
ones. Radiant, they're
Who did you get
smoking
that
out
to?
before hitting items. You gotta hit creeps to get these. Got they've
They're
got this
playing around
outpost
their
control. Vision. How's Yopaj able to get the jump? He's actually blinking back to safety, and now Natsumi is pushing on forward. He's gonna be careful because he's so clear after Yopaj. He also comes into the back line. Hammer you too. It's gonna get reflected through, so he won't have to double through. Controlling him up at the moment, but the damage is too much for them to deal with. Natsumi, the turn to stone, shooting over the middle of the fight. TTM in control of the outpost. The buybacks are gonna be able to rejoin with the TPs, but can they protect the Juggernaut? The Aegis
Doesn't have buyback, remember?
They're all in on this team fight. They brought out for the items. They need help and they need it now. Natsumi is breaking. They're taking it all, but they're still alive. And Ryu blinking. Double doom. Yopaj as well. That's gonna be a big execution. They lose all 5. And look at Yopaj instantly. He's gonna shove out mid.
Dyer's middle tower is drowning.
Oh, this game. We don't even need tier 5 items if we've got things happening like that. Good God, that's a big
Dyer's middle
buyback being
tower
used
is
there.
under attack.
Gonna commit on this?
Condition.
Full 30 on Palace as
Condition.
well.
What buybacks were used there from Radiant? So Yopaj and Januel. Oh. That Rubik shard, my god.
Yeeted him across the map, basically. Giants rig, baby.
Ha ha ha. Who do we give that
to do.
to?
What a waste.
It's a
I guess he doesn't have much. He doesn't have much strength. Sucks.
Movement speed could be nice for him.
Dyer's
yeah,
bottom tower.
Did
Did you
won't
see
last
the
long.
ballista on CTM?
Double damage.
Oh, he's got a DD2. I mean, do you like what Spectre's been doing? Because it looks like Spectre's been prioritizing killing the Rubik instead of Enchantress. I guess if you go Enchantress, then Telekinesis just protects someone. Then on CTM, that's an issue. Now your Enchantress is big damage.
Yeah, and you just have a look at the Rubik's items as well, right? He's got the 4-star, he's got the Glimmer Cape, and you've got a Nullifier on your Spectre. So it makes a lot of sense to go onto that Rubik because you've essentially, ruined
Dyer are
quick maths.
scanning for
4,000
enemy.
gold of his net worth, maybe more, 4.5k.
What neutral items have we got? All 4 on Radiant. So Ballista is on your Enchantress, Giant's Ring on the Doom, X
look at the Doom.
on Yopaj. He is huge. And
And he has
also
a good BKB, Jed.
Oh no. The second Desolator as well is on your Juggernaut. He's actually got a backpack at the moment. And then Dyer, they've only got 3. Book of the Dead, again, kind of poopy. That's on the Viper. We've got the Fallen Sky. I've seen too many clutch Fallen Sky plays win games over. One more is the Apex on the Spectre. Big items this game.
For me, personally, I feel like it should be Ex Machina on the Doom, and I feel like you should give the Giant's Ring to the Bat Rider, because he's still holding on to this spider legs, and, that's the cooldown for when you're able to actually go over terrain, right? Of course, you got Firefly on top of that, but you can always just go over terrain. It feels like it makes sense, and you want to be on top of people, constantly.
What is the last neutral item that you'd like to see from Dyer? Is there anyone that's standing out?
Is about to fall.
I'm going to go with Stygian Desolator.
Yeah, I love that. Is wow. I've never seen a call better than that in my life. So, Dyer, you cannot play away from your Spectre now. So often we see.
Hold on, sorry to interrupt. Have a look at the win prop.
Oh my! It's dead even.
20k net worth
A1.
and dead even win probability.
Top 6, lower bracket round 4, Execration, Neon, two major caliber teams, and we have a dead even game 64 minutes in from the win probability. Oh my lord, Neon have crawled their way back into this game. They were down about 15,000 net worth. Now they have a 20k net worth lead, a big win condition as well, with the Spectre buyback being forced out previously.
He basically looks like Roshan in this pit. He's just standing around patrolling his territory. Yeah, it's 20 seconds until Roche could potentially be up, so he's seeing if his brother's home.
That's actually so impactful, this game. The constructive movement. Because we see, just again, mobility.
Against a Razor.
To get the jump, exactly. Razor, Viper slow. There's so many slows on Dire. One thing that we haven't brought up is the Aghanims on RR. This could be really impactful. We have yet to see Neon, I believe, honestly, actually kill the egg. So Phoenix did go for that supernova hit count. It's up to 16 at the moment. He can drag one person in. That could just make or break it.
Yeah, and yeah, hopefully for their sake, it's not going to be another case of, I believe it was Boomy bringing the Terrorblade into the egg, and the egg died, and he was dead without buyback in our series yesterday. But like you said, they really only still have one egg hitter in that Juggernaut.
Look at CTM's net worth. Is 2k behind the Viper. He is
With a Scotty.
Yep, my god. It's 3100 health. We're closing on 30s with Master Spectre. All the talents available. Dire outside the base though. Smoke up, wood shot. See Natsumi. He's there. Able to bring him down with the initial jump. Fallen Sky, but a quick BKB, but the Doom's out as well. But dive away. He's going to go back forward. The issue with Neon, because they can close the distance. Very nice.
Stone.
The earthquake comes up and turn into Stone, but still the Doom's motion's way too much from the hand. Look up the back one, Viper's down. Turning to the it's all to Yahweh, but there was a Spectre. He doesn't have a buyback. That's it, Papi. Spectre down. 120 seconds in the tank. Yahweh's going to fall as well. Razor Viper instantly buying back. Find Rat this potentially. Yahweh, you might have to buy out for a refresher and TP bot. I think that's the only opportunity you've got. I don't see what other play they make this game. You've got Glib, Radiant have Glib as well. You've got to make a play. You can't go head to head versus 5 heroes.
The money for it though.
Nico's outside the base. Getting around. He's not aesthetically. So Nico's doing nothing. Circuit him dry. Meanwhile, Yahweh is getting caught out as well. And Ryu straight on top of him, and to the top, he's already used the refresher, they're closing him, meanwhile, the turret disposed, Natsumi, the objective base game, and he's going to be able to do it, that's it! Neon, they take game 1 in our elimination series.
Oh, just going back and forth constantly. They were nearly shoo-ins to win that game. You know, they had that timing around the area, Aghanim Scepter pushing onto that high ground, but man, Yopaj coming through clutch, and Neon able to claim that game number.
Juggernaut!
4-1.
That is... What more could we ask for? Like, what more could we ask for? The caliber of these teams, elimination series.
Juggernaut! Juggernaut!
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
The Dire get a ban. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
You know how many 60-minute games that is now?
7. 7.
You
Out
sure
of-
that statistic?
Yeah.
Here's the Radiant ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
It's not bad. Like, they were in a position. The Rubik.
Dire's turn to pick.
Enchantress.
No.
You said you wanted more of game 1.
Dire's
You
bad.
said you wanted more of game 1.
Please don't do spec. Like, I feel like you expect it. Is it banned? I'm so surprised they didn't. I'm actually so surprised they didn't.
Ten seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
9 seconds.
Radiant's turn to ban.
I love how your name's Lockie.
Well, seems that the Southeast Asian players heard your cries. They were saying, "Oh, you're jealous that B Cup and Black got a Gods and Conlo got a 75-minute game." Well, Danog, it seems like this is not an isolated incident in Southeast Asia. This is happening with surprising frequency.
7 times. 7 60-minute plus games went throughout the entire. How many weeks was the DPC? Like 6, 7 weeks?
7,
Of
yeah.
10 seconds.
Upper and lower division, there was 1. Like, this is how close it
5
gets
years
when you're at the
remaining
pointy end of
ban.
things, when you're on the road to TI, when you've got these teams playing for, like, hell, if either of these teams eventually make it, or hell, any team, you get a minimum of $100,000
Get a
making it to TI.
ban.
Minimum. Like, and that's, you know, very bottom of the scale. And I feel like with this caliber of Dota, you would be placed to do much better than that.
And the prestige also. How many of these players even
Right.
left inside the qualifier have even added TI to their name? Maybe like Fnatic and TNC players, but Execration, Neon, Galaxy Racer, and Boom. I'm pretty sure everyone right now in lower bracket, it would be their
5
first TI
seconds
attendance for a
remaining.
while. So much on the line. Not surprising at all that these games are going so long, but that's the kind of intensity that we like to see as we now begin the draft for game number 2. Aries, I think you had something notable to point out after seeing the Rubik and Enchantress being picked up first phase, and yet Execration did not respond the way you were expecting.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go again. I thought we were actually going to see the identical
run
first
back.
phase opener. Yep. I said I want more game 1. Why not do the same draft as well? But we
Radiant's
go to
turn to
Spectre.
ban.
I don't hate the Earth Spirit though, because again, this is the opening that they were able to beat
Radiant's
SMG
turn to
with.
pick.
And of course, we can't hate what BDZ did. The Earth
Dire's
Spirit
turn
last game. The
to
only
pick.
issue is
Phantom
that
Assassin.
the Spectre got banned out. So it's just, I guess, showing that they have a little bit more priority on the Earth Spirit. And if they went Spectre, then the Earth Spirit there. So
Bro,
This is
seems
an
like
early
this seems
PA.
like some scrim kind of intel. They first pick Rubik and then they PA. This is not normal, Danog.
Yeah, no, and against the Viper as well, right? You've got the Nether Toxin, you've got a break to be able to be good against the Phantom Assassin. It's not sure how I feel about it, but the Magnus is still in the pool. They might, you know, do a bit of a throwback. You can have the Enchantress throw that into the position 5 role. We were talking before about how, you know, when you've got, for example, the Nature's Prophet, it's not really something that Skem and Natsumi can play these days since Skem's movement, but we saw now Enchantress can be played 4 or 5. It's clearly in both of their wheelhouses, and maybe that's what will be necessary with this PA being picked up.
Now this is looking very much like their one draft against
5
SMG
seconds
where it was
remaining.
Viper, Earth Spirit, Treant, and then they picked Templar Assassin and Ember Spirit as their last 2 picks on Execration, and it was a safe lane Ember Spirit, mid lane Templar Assassin. Not gonna happen. Neon's one step ahead. We got Bat Rider already.
Yeah, no TA coming through this time around. It would have been nice prior to that, you know, PA doesn't do that amazing against the TA, but right, some good heads-up play coming through from Neon to make sure that doesn't happen.
This is
5
such
seconds
incredible
remaining.
drafting from either team. You see the Tree Protector getting picked up. PA's a hero that isn't really a Manta builder. Like, you really don't want to be going into that. So BKB is going to kite through you. And Tree loves holding tier 1 towers early, and we know PA is kind of more of a farming orientated position 1, so you're not going to be able to get those towers. Answered by the Bat Rider. We see the both duo support from Execration. Again, we harped on last game. You don't have a hard dispel. Bat Rider is going to tear you apart in the late game. We saw what Yopaj did. We're going to potentially see what he's already done. And the Bat Rider is also protected already because they banned the Phantom Lancer in the second phase. So Neon, incredible drafting from them too.
And Execration
Real
are
solid.
covering their bases of it potentially being an offlane Bat Rider as well, because with the Phantom Lancer being banned out of the guest, they're like, okay, we may want to put this Bat Rider side lane, so we'll ban out the
5
Templar
seconds
Assassin.
remaining.
Yeah, and of course, good matchup against the Puck as well. So
Radiant's turn to
something
bat.
that they were also considering, but how they're going to do this, because right now, Bat Rider, he wants to kind of get in on the front lines, but there's no one there that can soak up a ton of damage. Maybe it might force the Enchantress into being this position 5 role.
You can get a DK also. DK is suspiciously not banned out at all.
Yeah, it was one of those heroes that we talked about prior to game 1 that is going to be pretty hotly contested. Still no Mirana. I'm a little disappointed that my prediction for that one didn't come to fruition, but you know, it's not an amazing Mirana game. I feel
5
like
seconds
oftentimes
remaining.
where it shines is when you've got obviously the easy setup into it with something like the Dragon Tail, for example, and still, again, this is not stun gaming. You've got, you know, a Puck with the Dream Coil, which is kind of that. You've got the Earth Spirit roll, and you've got the Overgrowth, and Lasso and Telekinesis is all that's left. But they're gonna go a Luna, not care about all of that evasion that might be coming through from the PA when you can eventually transition into doing some kind of magic there.
You have to consider building a BKB now as a Phantom Assassin, as much as I'm sure she probably hates doing so, but you're against Overgrowth, Dream Coil, a likely magic damage Luna, and the Nether Toxin that we talked about from the first phase.
Almost being silenced up by this Earth Spirit. This is the first time I've seen Neon play Void Spirit in quite a while. Like, it is a Yopaj special.
Haha. We're in for a treat. We are in for a treat.
Wonder why it's really dropped off the face of the map. I remember watching like some stats that Knoxville did for the NADPC, and Void Spirit was like the constant across every single mid laner, and now it's just completely fallen by the wayside. But let's see if Yopaj has the tools to be able to, you know, maybe put it on the map a little bit more again.
What is the Void Spirit? Any of the other spirits? I think Ember was still in the pool. I'm not sure if Storm was. What's a Void Spirit offering here? Because we still don't have any frontline. You were saying it's pretty much just Enchantress. Void Spirit kind of does, but only against physical damage, and we already talked about there's a lot of magic coming from Execration.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it's his role just to try and get in onto the front lines, get that super early Axe Scepter, and try and disrupt the impact that BDZ might have. But we saw that up until the 40-minute mark, it was Execration being the ones that were the aggressors. They were the ones constantly trying to push Neon back, and well, it is going to be another CTM Enchantress as well. So I'm not quite as certain how this lane's going to go. You know, Jug, Rubik, there was the potential, of course, for those early kills with the Blade Fury. But this time around, with even with a tri-lane to begin with, I'm not sure if a PA is going to be able to dish out enough damage to be able to secure it.
Well, if Execration go down here, they're going down swinging. It's very much the same draft that they beat SMG with. See if they can replicate that success in game number 2 of Danog and Ares. Take it away.
You Tsunami, game 2. elimination match now. Execration, if they want any hope of forcing a game 3, this is the lineup that they're able to do it with. Some comfort heroes, to say the least. We've seen Yahweh already through the qualifiers absolutely pop off on the puck. And before we get too ahead of ourselves, we've got a bit of a smoke on smoke action. We're almost diverging to so close with each other. You see kind of the camaraderie come through.
I mean, this is the Filipino Dota, right? This is the Rambulan coming through. 10 Pinoy players facing up against each other. I'm not sure if there's like, you know, depending on what island you're from, if you're from Zon or that sort of thing, but
Hold up.
who knows? All right.
High ground, that is not a place you want to be. It's a full rating. Heroes dragged back into his demise. And now execution, they're trying to take the fight. And Batrider is not there at the moment. Slowly, we're going to see Enryu waddle his way, help out if a further fight continues to break out.
Now
They have left in the tank though. First blood, that should be it.
3 runes maybe for Neon. He's going to be able to walk his way towards the top side. Does a bat waddle though? Like he's more of a flyer than a waddler.
Yeah, like kind of flying sounds like you're like waddle's slow, and he was kind of moving a little bit slow, but flying, like to me, I just think of it, it's
useless.
faster in a way. So just kind of
It's
describing the slow, yeah. But we are again seeing this tri-lane, so the emphasis last game, you have to shut down the Viper through the early levels. Hits that second point in the poison attack, lane can start to become disastrous.
Totally happy to have this solo as well on Neon though. You need levels on the Batrider. That's why oftentimes we are seeing it picked as that gotcha mid lane pick when people forget about it and it's in a really good matchup. But if you're able to give him this solid start, then there is even some decent kill potential when you've got the Enchantress. You know, when CTM starts to make the rotations through, you're gonna still have that enchant. And that's gonna be double slows against something that's relatively squishy like a Luna.
I love what they're doing on CTM. We saw last game, just the recognition already. Like, these teams do not have long in between the break. But with Dire in particular, they're doing the same things to block camps. And CTM's like, all right, you're going to do that? I'm just going to go to your triangle. I'll take Centaur Conqueror, Armor Camp away, and now I've got a creep to play with.
I wonder how good they're going to be on point with the stacks coming out here, because you've got a Luna, one of the best junglers in the entire game. Are they going to make full use out of that Nico? He's in a bit of trouble here.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. The level 2 Natsui and Januel, and they can take the tower because the Centaur Conqueror. Timing now expires. They're able to get a double kill. Januel, your position 5, is able to pick up both.
He's the carry now. Well, still not top in the net worth. That first blood on Yopaj, leaving him in good stead. Yeah, things looking real solid for Neon to start things out. And it's going to even put more impetus on the fact that these stacks are going to need to build up. Dire side, jungle, it's where you want to be as a Luna.
And it doesn't really seem like the Earth Spirit is one of the better supports to be able to create those stacks for someone like a Luna. So
yeah,
I really wonder how that's going to come into play, because we saw it last game as well. Something we were bringing up is that the Enchantress wasn't putting as much emphasis on making those stacks. The Batrider maybe might be freed up a little bit more this game because of how well that bottom lane went. All eyes on the support's movements early on once again.
Yeah, for sure. And you can just see where CTM is positioning himself. He wants to make sure that these stacks aren't happening, even though Earth Spirit, he's one that wants to be brawling. He can't just be standing around here. I'm sure if he's going to even just allow the camp to spawn. No. Like test would be easy. He's going to take away the bounty rune as well. So some really, it's a different type of gameplay, right? It's a lot more harassment, a lot more annoying. And I suppose that's what you're kind of considering you've got a PA, right? Like, this is a Natsumi staple. Both teams going for what brought them to this stage.
So how do we feel about the mid lane though? Yopaj up against the puck. Is there a hero that you feel like might be a little bit more favorable in the lane?
I think it breaks even. You know, the first blood is obviously going to help him having a little bit of extra stats. He was able to get an earlier bottle, so that refill on the, I believe it was the top rune, really impactful for him. But It's always the factor of, I wonder what he's going to be building into. Like, is it going to be straight Ags? Is he going to go a Yule Scepter to be able to try and get the combinations in onto the puck? Because again, lacking a lot of stuns for this puck. It's going to be hard to kill him prior to having that silence coming through from the Ag Scepter.
Yeah, I'd be really surprised if he doesn't go Yules this game. Set up for the puck, the silence to purge it off, the overgrowth as well to get rid of it. And that's something I want to bring up, is that there are definitely some ways you can deal with the Void Spirit this game until he gets some of those defensive items. Rules, maybe BKB. But do have some aggression. Nico still doesn't have a second point up in the poison attack. Stacking up the charges with Nemo and that Sumin Jan as well. Just turn their attention until the Execration's position 5. They can't fight on top of the Nether Toxin, so it's going to cost that Sumi as he has to push back to safety. But he's actually still going to blink on forward. He's able to clean up all 3. Is it going to be a 5-minute triple kill? It's not. As BDZ just gets the roll away, but this bottom lane already for Neon with a 2,000 net worth lead.
Even getting the bottle refill onto Yopaj, getting the D-Ward. Neon, they're in their element. They're feeling themselves right now. A lot of farm being given over to these cores. Even just Gaben once more smiling upon Obi Neon. They were able to get the Harpy Storm Crafter. So enables CTM, especially into a tri-lane, to have so much damage impact super early on.
How about this top lane here?
Sorry, I just want to point out something really quickly. Have a look at the Dire Triangle. How often do you see, with a Luna lineup, you're sentry warding your own hard cam because you're just worried about the enchantments?
Ryu, right, like, yeah. Mid lane as well. One more second. Might not have enough time. Yopaj. Does he want to dive this? He's got Astral Step. He's already used one charge. Go in. So, yeah, you dive block their own hard camp.
Yeah.
Good old CTM. If he can't get his own creeps in his jungle, then he's gonna make sure he can get them anywhere across the map.
Have there been any stacks built up yet, though? I don't think there's any right now on the Dire side.
Even Radiant as well, again, for someone like Batrider. Going to be nice if he's able to have those stacks to faster travel. But how about this top lane? I know we're 6 minutes in. We see Luna's 35 last hits doing incredibly well compared to the 20 on the Batrider. We feel like there might be an early rotation from Neon to force Palos into the jungle, or they're just trying to play their own game here.
Well, I wonder how good their communication actually is with regards to, like, what kind of harassment Enryu is taking. Pause that for a second, as we've got 3 people down on this bot side. Korean not dying before the Ring of Hell gets delivered.
He's actually committed forward with the Phantom Strike. So he sensed a sign of weakness here. The ability on but a great rotation. Even Palos wants to show up. He's got an early point in the ultimate. Maxed out beam. Brings down the Phantom Assassin from downtown. Is a 1 for 2. And now Palos is on the bottom side. And honestly, is this where you want to be for the Luna? Because you were free farming top.
Yeah, and that's kind of, you mentioned the point being put into the ultimate pretty early on. If they were communicating, they would see that they don't have the Moonglaives available. So yes, you're scaring in a team fight. If you're able to make a big rotation and push him out of that lane into the jungle, he's not going to have as much farming capability, considering there's no glaives bouncing around.
Tower is under attack.
We're also still yet to see our first rotation from the Alway. Both mid laners have a lot of tempo controlling early. As soon as I say that, they're going to smoke up. They've already got 3 heroes to connect through down bot.
Bot lane, they're already done in tower.
So he has to retreat, and it looks like the Rubik is going to be the sacrificial lamb. I don't believe they'll cut off Natsumi's positioning there, so they get a kill. That pretty early tower. I don't know if Radiant can come down to defend it.
I don't think they can either, and honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that Natsumi, went back down to the bottom side of the map, considering they would have known that Luna TP'd away. So you don't really have anyone contesting you on the top side. I suppose just prioritizing.
Okay, Yopaj, she's in. Coil drop. Palos is respectable amount of health to be able to stick around. Coil's been wasted. Yoway. Telekinesis doesn't get the jaunt away. Sticks around for a little bit too long. And I was saying that Neon, I didn't think they'd be able to defend bot, but in fact, they do just that. They're going to push on for more. You don't want to dive too far. Kickback still Eclipse holding at the moment. Yopaj, he commits forward, but the beam, they're raining down on Shandy well instead. Yopaj decides to up, and now Palace is going to be careful. Natsumi jump back in. CTM. Seeing what can happen on an Enchantress if you're able to freely dish out the impetus. I know it's only level
Go back in.
but still stacked up. Have another round of the ultimate, but Yopaj, 3 points resonant pulse, that's plenty. You don't see the Void Spirit too often, but a Yap Boy Void Spirit is one we are always treated by when he plays it.
I mean, you mentioned that they don't have a ton of right-click damage now, and it's basically all magic, but I mean, you're very happy to take these big team fights, considering you've got the 4 points in the Resonant Pulse. Yopaj is huge. He had a full bottle, able to be refilled towards the start of that. He's going to be able to go back and pick up the Bounty Rune after pushing this mid lane in. And all this time, Enryo, he's just been sitting happily on the top side. 9.5 minute boots of travel coming out from him. So he's going to be able to put a lot more pressure out onto Palace. Like, you can go for a smoke dive here onto the Luna because you know that the Eclipse was used on the bot side. How are you going to turn it around? I don't think you can.
And the worry that I have right now as well is the fact that no one, with all the space and all the fights that has been going on down bot, is farming too well for Execration. I mean, I know Luna's 30 net worth, but you don't have maxed out glaives. And I was kind of thinking Luna is a flash farming hero compared to someone like a Phantom Assassin. You have to itemize for that. You need a Battle Fury. But Natsumi's already got 2 components. He's 3-1 and 6, top of the net worth. And that's not an easy lane versus the Viper. But you see they're able to recognize how can we give Natsumi a good time early. Try and start with the tri-lane. They bring the numbers down. Any rotation from Yopaj was too hot. Now with the fact that Luna, lacking levels, went for the build to kind of win the lane instead, might just give them the time for PA
That should help.
that farm.
Yeah, didn't even win the lane. That's the downside, right? Bat Rider, he's been able to sit back. He eventually did have a little bit of a rough time at the very beginning, but these team fights did not go the way Execration were thinking. Have to think, you mentioned no TI veterans in the lower side of the bracket, so you have to wonder, are some of these nerves potentially starting to get to players?
Scanned, so they know they're on the high ground. Coil got onto, but the Eclipse as well. Palace down to the southern side, kills off Ryu. Yopaj is not going to get back to safety. The Viper Strike will tip him through with the poison. Leave Zhao should make it as well.
Bowled it away.
It's a big fight though for Execration. Great scan. Scouts out that movement into the triangle. 2 big kills. And also Palace getting some experience as well. So now he's got 2 points in glaives. And we should start to see his farms skyrocket.
Yeah, for sure. Ara's build been like so far? Just pretty standard Ara build. Hit 2 points into the Leech Seed. He wants to make sure that his presence at a lot of these tri-lanes, these early engagements, is as high as possible. Really big value, doubling the effectiveness from level 1 to level 2, and then it's just all about the living armor. But still, the fact that that tier 1 tower top went down so quickly, they're not going to be feeling too happy about that on Execration.
You like that Palos is not opted for the Mask of Madness this game? Feels like that's something we see often just to, again, flash farm, but going for a little bit more of the stat-orientated build, it looks like.
I mean, you mentioned it, like, it doesn't provide any kind of stats, I suppose, and considering the start that both the PA as well as the Void Spirit have had, you just don't want to be this glass cannon. You know, you're the core. If you die, it is a huge deal. It's not like this pos for Enchantress that, well, you're pos for, right? You will eventually have some kind of an impact into it.
Either team now smoking up Radiant, trying to connect to the triangle because they were aware of the stack, but a little bit too late on that one. Neon
tower is
a bit cautious now with Phantom Assassin's positioning, but Natsumi seems like he's pretty aware right now of the ability. I say that.
See you later.
Not a spot you want to roll into, to say the least. 3 heroes in Execration. They're coming over though. Want to look to try and get a return kill. Xiaowei, Coil.
Oh, they got him
too, but in the meanwhile, Yopaj is on the prowl. It's a drag back with the remnant. Xiaowei still orbs back up. Should be okay here. So they're going to look to turn it back around as they're kiting this further and further back to their side of the map.
Again, they've got the vision, so hopefully Neon look to place down a sentry ward. They know that the smoke was there. They know that the rotation was there. You don't make a 3-man movement like that without placing down some kind of vision.
Meanwhile, with all that time, Luna top of the net worth. That is your Battle Fury completed for Natsumi, and he also has a triple stack at the Ancients. That is a incredible Battle Fury timing. Treads, Orb of Venom, so definitely not naked to say the least. He's only level 9 though, but yeah, we'll see that start to pick up there.
It happens when you're in a tri-lane, right? You're always going to be splitting the experience away with everyone else. So Luna, right now, having a little bit of that XP lead, but that's going to change around massively. Like you mentioned, with that early Battle Fury picked up, they can give him a good amount of solo experience, as I think it's a 4 stack right now of Ancients.
I wonder if they'll make it a 5th before he tries to take that one.
Yeah, and we were talking about in the draft, it's very annoying to be playing against all of this magic damage, so that BKB is queued up already.
Well down again. We just see supports running into the land where you really don't want to be.
Appreciate
to no man's territory, being brought down. Okay, Ira does have a smoke. It's going to be a bit too late. They had a really nice observer ward up top in the lane that scouted out the PA, falling back to the triangle area, and they also knew that he had the Battle Fury. So I thought maybe if they had a smoke, they could have contested it, but I just got delivered a little bit too late. They're going to find it instead. Nice timing. Roll in, kick back. Palace is a little bit too late. Regardless, that beam, not a long enough stun duration. They got the lasso. And Ryu,
the
perfect
remnant.
target.
Remnant just held him in place there inside the fire, getting hit by the tower. Fantastic play by Yopaj. Costs him both of his astral steps to get away. I mean, it feels like this game, Neon are doing the small things better. You know, Natsumi there was in the blur, farming that big ancient stack. He had 2 heroes moving around beside him, and he actually waited. He stopped. He realized, okay, I've got this experience disadvantage. I need to be a little bit greedy here. I need to make sure I'm taking all of that solo experience away. So he just stood in the blur for a good 5 seconds and said, guys, get the hell away from me. I need to be able to catch up so that I can deal with this Luna later on.
Lane flips along with the overgrowth. Double ultimates committed for the kill on Enryu. They will find it as Palace claims that one. 341 gold to the bank there of the Luna, who is officially now top of the net worth.
Pretty early Blink Dagger as well here, picked up by RR.
And
this is something that Execration have advantage of in their team fight. The coil, magnetize, eclipse, overgrowth. You take a look at Radiant though, very single target orientated. Void Spirit, pretty much the only one that's gonna have that AoE damage. So we've seen time and time again. I mean, these late game fights, I know, was 16 minutes in. When it gets to that stage, that's where team fight really starts to shine, unless you can get that pick off. So Ryder did an incredible job last game, but you've got to be careful going head to head versus Execration.
And it's going to be on Zhao once more as well, right? We saw last game, he was able to steal, I believe, 3 different supernovas. He was taking nether toxins. It was a pretty solid performance coming out from him, but this game, there's some even better spells to steal. There's dream coils, there's overgrowth.
I really feel like the next item, speaking about Zhao, where'd he go? Jaunted back there.
Just into the cause, you know?
Why not? Like, well, maybe I can trick him. Maybe I can just play my cards here to somehow get away, but not the case. What do we feel like could be the itemization here for R? Because we see he's got that blink. Could it be like a potential solar crest to just buff up Palace as much as possible? Or is it a bit more of a utility item or a defensive item, I suppose?
I feel like the Soul Crest is totally fine, right? Because you're eventually going to have to deal with this PA, and that extra armor that it's going to provide is going to be massively useful. Hell, even just having the armor when you're not using it on yourself is going to be great. And then, yeah, having not gone for that Mask of Madness build of Palace, just providing you with that little bit of extra attack speed as well. If you were to use it on your own teammate, it's going to be super.
So, another support that's items is starting to progress here is CTM. That's Treads, Dragonlance, and guess what? I mean, it's not the Ballista. The Dragonlance, sorry, the Robo can do a decent amount of work here for someone that likes to sit further on the back line. And we saw early on in the game 1 that Spectre Horn is causing issues for CTM. This time, it's going to be a little bit more different from someone like a Luna.
But you've got a lot more ways now to get on top of CTM as well, even in the early game. Like Yoei, he's going to dive in, he's going to use all that magic damage. Still, no point in the Untouchable, actually just got 1 point there at level 9. But that Witchblade, in addition to all the magic damage, should be able to take out Skem pretty quickly.
Is under attack.
Positioning even more important as they make another dive.
DDT. Didn't get the connection without the stuns. Trying to scurry away. Yopaj. I think the yours timing. Yopaj gonna get away though. Astral Step still on cooldown. Maybe denied from Roche. Oh my. Maybe they just take Roche instead. It's like, okay, you've got to get some revenge. You killed the Void Spirit. We gotta take your life for that.
Sure, you get the assist, you know, if Roche is the one that eventually takes you down, but I guess not. You've got Area rotating through as well, though. He has enough money to be able to buy the Blink Dagger, but doesn't have it yet. Trying to save up for that BKB.
Oh, great overthrow. 1-2. They'll kill off the bat, kill off CTM. They see how important this fight needs to be around the Roche pit. They're going to buy back on the Enchantress. I know the ultimates were committed there. So I don't believe Execration can actually stick around for this. And maybe Radiant, if they get some information that Roche is low, they might think about it. PA still without Destro might be a little bit too hard. They're going to smoke up though. See the angle they want to take. Very early BKB. Alos. Grouped up again on Execration.
Goes into pool.
Look at this art as well. The Earth Spirit, BKB not popped just yet. Natsumi now will do so, and the jump on forward as well. Great ward in the backline. They're going to be able to utilize that for a Phantom Strike target. And Execration have to sound the retreat. He's actually going back in. They caught out Yopaj. Failed drop. He's not down just yet. Halston, they stole the coil. Zhanyuo, what a steal. Locking him in. And Natsumi, he's unable to man fight here with the BKB on cooldown, but it doesn't matter. It's all on Yopaj. The DD still paying off drastically as they because they literally got a kill or Roche denied while they're all in there.
Yeah. Not bad though. You've got the Manta style, so he's going to be able to push out that bottom side. Eventually the illusions go away, but mid lane pushed in. Yeah. Why not? No lasso, no Enchantress. Roche already kind of weak. Would this be another Yopaj special? They do know. They use the illusory orb underneath the Radiant Observer. She's just standing there.
How big is his Aegis going to be now for Execration on the Luna? Do you feel like this is going to allow them to take towers and pressure the PA who doesn't seem to be online just yet?
Speaking of the PA, she's getting going on.
He's still on cooldown. They're going to be able to find it before a BKB TPL.
Nice BKB.
He's going to stand his ground and man fight. As Palace for the Eclipse on the backline, but the Overgrowth controlling the Phantom Assassin. He needs a target to Phantom Strike to. Back to the creeps, but the BKB's now expired. And the rotations, they're a little bit too late. Yopaj is finally going to show up, but they've lost Natsumi. A drag back with the lasso will claim a kill on the Earth Spirit, but now they don't have the numbers advantage, as CTM will fall as well. And Execration find 3 under the T1 tower, and they smell more blood. Go away, blink in, and Ryu, he's gonna get caught. 4 down.
This feels like it's just the Yopaj show. He needs to be the one trying to get as much out of this as he can, because you still don't have the value out of the Battle Fury, right? You went for that BKB because you wanted to be able to take these early team fights, and if these team fights aren't going your way, that is a lot of farming capability that you just passed away. See here, level 18 already on this Luna compared to the 16 on the Phantom Assassin, so that's going to be a big deal. Next key timing, of course, at Desolator. Have to think even with that.
Are they actually going to fight Yopaj here? Like, I don't think you're gonna be able to kill me, brother. I'm pretty beefy. You see, Nico's actually kind of switched up this game. We saw a bit more of the utility. I believe it was a mech into the Lotus as the first 2 items from Nico in game 1. He's gone the Pike into the AC that's queued up here, and we also see the talent, the attack speed. So he's looking to scale a little bit more.
About 2 or so minutes away from Neon's key timings. They're making a smoke play here. Execration side to try and take advantage of that. They're going to get the kickback onto CTM in time, and that Nether Toxin should take him down. Obviously not wanting to take the team fight just yet, because again, you're about 800 gold away from Blink Dagger on your Bat Rider. You've now got your Ag Scepter, and I feel like you still need that Desolator on Natsumi. So maybe now, when the Enchantress comes back up, you could be looking to go, but that's going to be into a Luna with Aegis. She's going to have her Eclipse back up in about 10 seconds or so. You've got everything online, and you know, it was a good use of the BKB as well previously by Natsumi to avoid the kickback into the Dream Coil stun, but I think that's only about 350 gold away from Yoei having his own accent.
He's so farmed. 18 as well, Coil's maxed out, and you're always a big fan of highlighting any cute synergies they have team and hero-wise with Coil. They've got the kick at the moment, so it's not something like a mag skewer, for an example, but it could definitely come into play. That is now 2 ultimates that are going to be able to control you through BKB. I mean, Overgrowth is 5 seconds maxed out. Coil is a ridiculous amount with the Aghanims as well. That's 8 seconds. So this BKB on Phantom Assassin, it's, I don't want to say a waste of gold, but it's definitely not going to provide you something that it usually does.
It's been punished heavily. And it's not like your supports are saves either. You know, CTM doesn't want to be in the midst of things with his nature's attendants. He's gone this glass cannon build again. Wants to be dishing out damage in his own right. Got the Desolator available. How long left on Aegis? A minute or so. So see if they look to just give up this tower and fight on forward. It's going to be rough.
Natsumi, that's a great BKB. Instantly, the puck's gonna get brought down. It's not the start that Execration are looking for. And now with Luna on the front line, Lasso drags them away, so Januel's gonna be able to keep their life, and Nico's pretty weak. They actually just have to sacrifice Pelos. We'll do that. Reset rolling BDZ. He's just trying to get any attention he can brought on himself so Pelos can get back to safety. But they're retreating underneath the observer board. Oh, look at the real one, man. But it's not enough. Pelos, can he still stand his ground? A man fight. It's pretty beefy, but it's not enough. We'll drag him back to keep the lights. As I say that, Natsumi, he might kick out and he will. The poison attack will claim the kill with the help of the double damage rune. But 4 will fall on Execration. An incredible way for them to take the fight against the Aegis advantage that Gaia had.
Get away on RR, but just the small things. Really good positioning by Neon, making sure that they're staying between their tier 2 and tier 3, taking advantage of all that extra armor that standing around that area provides you. And in the end, Yoei, he's been playing a pretty damn good game. That time around, though, he only caught the Rubik inside the Dream Coil, and that was the key difference there.
Now this one, even with the net worth. Look, it's just favoring Execration at the moment. Oh, he's thinking about going on RR. Feel like he's got the damage. No, maybe. That is a fat wave. Looks like he just wants that.
He's a core. He wants the farm.
How do we feel?
Picked up. Astral Step, recharge time chosen. So I think that's going to be the thing. Like, we were talking about it, they're lacking a frontliner. Yopaj is their frontliner. Like, he is putting a lot onto his back. There was a time when Void Spirit was just released where I was like, man, this guy's strength gain is way too high. It's been reduced since then to just 2.6, so that's nice. Now that you're not just this beast that can do everything in the game, but when you've got the item build like he has, you've still got a good amount of HP, survivability in this game, even with all of these silencers and roots that Execration have on their side.
And not just Yopaj as well, with the level 20, Natsumi's closing in on that one as well. So essentially the armor corruption. He's also going for an Aghanims as the next item here. Do you like this itemization from the position 1?
Why not? It provides you with a basic dispel, I believe. So that's going to be nice against the overgrowth, not needing to pop the BKB for that.
about Dire? The big items we're seeing potentially come out. AC's closing in. Lotus Orb as well from RR is about to be completed. Tell us only one component to the BKB. So do you feel like this might just be a couple of minutes where we'll see either team try and get these items?
Yeah, sit back and farm for the next little bit, I believe. I mean, you've still got a tier 1 tower in the mid lane, so you're feeling a bit more confident about doing it right now on Execration, especially given that you've got a Luna, it's nighttime. I think Neon are totally happy for that spot. Only 700 gold away from this Ag Scepter. It's going to be a little bit away from Void Spirit's BKB. I don't think you'll have that available by the time this next team fight breaks out, but you will have the 4-star. Actually, no, he's opting to go into the Ag Shard instead. I made a bit of a blunder during our post-game last time, thinking that it was still the old fun one, but now it's just the double flame rings. Boring, boring, boring Dota.
Still rate this Ag Shard though, because I've actually seen it pick up a decent amount. What makes the double flame break so good?
I mean, it means that you can just use it to farm a lot more effectively, right? You can just toss it into a wave with a couple of stacks of the napalm and then just get on out. It's kind of like, what was it? It was AUI that referred to stuff like ghost push, basically.
Regeneration!
Like illusions, or you can use things that allow you to immediately get out of the lane and have a team fight impact, but also change the status of the map.
And with how slow this game is transitioning at the moment as well, we're actually going to see smoke up. Radiant feel like
CTM was
in a
important.
position.
He could be baked though.
Showing mid. The lasso, it's actually on the Viper. But bring it
Three-man coil though.
Nick is actually still alive now, but the coil going to combine that's the arguments. So they're wasting the BKB duration of the Phantom Assassin and Palace. He's able to stand his ground and right click. The drag backward inside the river with the overgrowth controlling 3. But bringing them both down and they're in trouble. EDZ, one more right click, he'll fall. But still, Neon, you see the BKB piercing stuns. It's kiting them too heavily, in particular, the Phantom Assassin in these fights.
Yeah, and they've got the range to be able to just, Trio Protector doesn't want to be right in the middle of the team fight. You've got the Dragon Lance on the Luna, so she could just walk away from where the Dream Coil is, even being able to deal a decent amount of damage, having gone that Aghanim Shard. Natsumi, thankfully for Neon fans, was able to get away on basically 100 HP. Still, another team fight going the way of Execration with Rosharp, that Ag Shard. Who they could give it over to?
Middle tower is drowning.
Your way? Just another way to, yeah, maybe just another way to be able to break these Dream Coils?
Yeah, they honestly don't have the greatest shards on their team. With Luna already having one, then it's the Treants. I don't even know.
I guess it's the stun, I believe. Oh, Root instead of the stun, my bad.
Has fallen to the Dire.
Is Nick? Okay, Nico's actually gonna take it.
I don't hate it.
Don't hate it, but I feel like the shard just really gives you power push. That's it.
Yeah, but when you've got a Luna, you tower push already, so it just turns like, maybe one tower into two, or maybe, a tier 3 tower into a tier 3 tower and racks.
Yeah, and I guess if Radiant don't have buybacks, then could easily be game. We see what can happen when Luna walks up your high ground with tier 3 down, just leaves bouncing back and forth, and it's so hard to then get the jump with the just being too disorientated. But Aya, take a fight here as they're gonna smoke up. CTM's the target.
Oh no. To be fair, it was a very quick.
Yeah,
just 1 second.
It is. Love the CTM. Well, what he said there. It's just lag sec, even though he knows he's dead. It's just like nothing else to say there.
Glass cannon though. It's gone the magic resistance, but I don't think that's going to be saving him. He has enough for buyback. 3 gold away from buyback, so yeah, basically has it.
What do Radiant need to do now, knowing that the Enchantress is going to die? Do you just want to see them try and get to top and maybe even someone to wrap around mid to cut the wave? Do they have to reset maybe for a potential high ground defense? What do you want to see them do here?
Just trying to see, like, did your opponent just TP back to base? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, his TP's on cooldown, 77 seconds.
Yeah, I thought he might be like in the process of TPing somewhere, but I can't see anywhere on the map that being lit up by a TP scroll, because he's got the BKB. You know, you could potentially have that turnaround with the Enchantress having the buyback available if they were to use a decent amount to be able to take him out, but it's always so scary fighting into all of this. And the Puck even now has the Aeon disc, so that chain lockdown, the silences, it's probably not going to be enough, and you can't even go on the Puck with the Batrider lasso anymore. You know, like, he's going to be able to get away.
Who is the target you want to jump on now? Because, I mean, maybe honestly you actually target Palos when they walk up higher ground, lasso, drag him back under the tier 4 tower. I cannot imagine he's going to survive, although he's goddamn tanky, 3,000 health. It feels like if you're able to kill him super deep and after the respawn, maybe you can kill him a second time, or do you just want to go on another core instead?
I mean, I feel like you might kill him. You can kill him once, but the second time he's going to be able to get that Eclipse off. You know, to be able to kill him the first time, he'll use all of your CC.
He'll take it. No, there's no way I make it away.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Nice move from Execration. I mean, it is a pick off on a support, but they should be able to transition that to a T2 tower. And I do want to see, maybe Neon can get a jump before Execration are ready to ground push. This is something that
Is under attack.
on them in that game.
Middle tower just healed over.
A prize.
If it,
You just saw the Ag shot already, though. You know, that tower had minus 7-8 armor, I believe, completely melted to the Lunar, and it means they're able to get out. Time for Natsumi? No.
oh, that was a really cool scan from Execration, but he want this wave? Do I want it? No, he's TP's out. But it's either team, you see the high level plays and just the awareness coming through.
I think it might come down to luck, honestly. Like, do you get some PA crits happening this game? And that's going to be putting even more importance onto this Viper. You know, if you're able to get that Nether Toxin down outside of the VKB, you can't crit anymore. Like, you just can't. The coup de grace is effectively useless.
Not again.
And,
Not again. Oh, poor CTM. Stage is just space. They're wanting to waste the ages. There's no tier 2 mid, so I don't believe they lose an objective. Or they feel like this time they can walk up high ground because their lanes are in a much better position than what it was previously. And Neon, they're not in a spot where they can jump up for Execration. They set up with this push.
Nether Toxin though on Jao, which is nice. He needs to make sure that that's connected in onto the Lunar so that those glaives aren't bouncing around your base.
That should just be a full set now. E3 down. Yes, melee range soon to fall as well. They're going to jump in. Great counter initiation with the core. They're not going to be able to drag it back too far. One, two with the ages. And they kill him a second time though. Rolling. It eats the remnant. And they're not going to drag back towards the BKB. Natsumi's still looking to jump in. He knows the falls on cooldown, so he won't be controlled through the magic immunity. There's still the overgrowth as well. Page. She's gonna jump back in. Can they go here from Neon? CTM back alive. He's outside the base. Again, CTM, his position's gonna be careful that the glaives will rip him apart with the glaives. The shard from Palace is enough. And our objective base game. They're looking for the tier 3 down bot. Neon, hero down. They don't have buybacks.
Very close on the Enchantress.
Rubik's gonna fall as well. He doesn't have a buyback either. Execration.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Smell a sense of weakness here. They're gonna hit tier 4 towers. Rubik's gonna buy back. Enchantress does as well. Nice awareness from Natsumi. Drags the Crete wave into the TP. So they will survive to live another day.
It's looking like a game 3, Aries. I mean, last game did, 90% win probability, but this is 2 lanes of racks. This is a very different situation. You're always going to have lanes pressuring into you. You've even got the double siege creep waves coming now at the 35-minute mark. Bot lane naturally going to shove in. Someone's going to need to deal with it. It's Neon. This is the all or nothing play. Everyone smokes up. They're going to try and find a pickoff. It has to be Palos. It has to be, but he's got the Satanic.
Scout this out. We see the Firefly jump in. Nico once again. Firefly just the target of the lasso. Natsumi on the backline. Can nicely, brings down the Train Protector, but the Coral drops and the BKB might be wasted here. Look at the Coral duration. They're controlling, great use of the USM, tipping the beams. Natsumi's down, and he doesn't have a buyback. It's execration. They can push on forward. They still don't have the numbers advantage, but they have the robots in the Luna. As Palace is too farmed for them to deal with.
It seems like just too much. That was the tipping point. They needed to kill the Luna in that fight. And, well, even now beyond that, I believe she has an E-Blade coming out to her. So just in case the PA is able to get in on top of her, she's not going to care. She's just going to sit back, either E-Blade herself, E-Blade the PA, potentially turn around with all that magic damage you've got on your side. This should be game.
Actually going to try and burst him up. BKB still available, along with 3,900 health here for the Luna. So trying to go through this health pool is going to be very difficult, including the Satanic that's also available in the arsenal from Palos. The BKBs, a couple will be committed. I have to look to reset, but the creeps are going to work. T4's unhealable damage here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of game where you might say, you know, GG, end down mid. Maybe not the GG, but this is C Dota. The CGG is real, and Neon, they're not going to give this one up. No, luck could be on their side.
We saw what could happen last game.
Look at his quick fight. I don't know if you're going to be able to farm enough to be able to pick that one up. Yeah, but it feels like it's your only hope at this point. Maybe. Does anyone have buyback on Neon? That's what I want to know. Yopaj does. I feel like he needs to get out there on the map somehow with a smoke and farm up some of these tier 4 items. You know, maybe a spell prism, maybe something like that could give them that little bit of edge that they need, because right now it's just a slippery slope that's angling more and more towards execration.
Yeah, you'll take any little advantage you can get here for Neon. And when you're down this much, I mean, again, we saw what they could do last game. They were down, I believe, a full set and a range racks. It's about 15,000. This game, it's looking more of a challenging feat for them to come back in. But if anyone's able to do it, saw previously, it's maybe Ira gonna wait for that next Roshan, which could give some space for Natsumi. I mean, still the Rapier.
Blessings upon a loyal
It's going to take a
warrior.
little bit too long by the time Roche is up. Maybe they get lucky. Who knows? Could be a super long Roche spawn and they don't kill Natsumi for a couple minutes. We're grasping at things here, but you kind of have to.
He's nearly level 25 though, so he's doing a decent job at farming. He's been able to somehow manage his way into the jungle. Lord Gaber does not give him the RNG for some of these neutral drops. Maybe this camp will do it. Of course not. He giveth, he taketh away.
Natsumi's got to be really careful with farming this creep wave. Ooh. Oh my. And this game we've also seen he hold that as RR.
A prize.
It's going to pop pretty shortly underneath the observer ward.
Instantly thinks away. Chances.
Well, they see Yolway under a ward. He's a bit disconnected from the team.
He's got A on disc though. He should be okay. Oh!
Quick jaunt. My lord, so close. Yotage's got an E-Blade queued up. Do you like this? Because it feels like Execration had
Invisibility.
an immense amount of magical damage.
Yes, but I don't think it's for that. I think it's just burst. They need to take out a target. You can see he's got the Dagons after that queued up. So they just need to absolutely wipe someone out before these key things can come through. You know, maybe it's a silence. Maybe they're trying to get a little bit cute with wanting to save their BKB a little bit longer. And just instantly take out the Luna if you can.
Well, sorry, smoke. Done. See how they can angle direction for this fight. And then navigate through mid.
Natsumi's 25. It's got, yeah, look at this. They're going full luck. Not triple stun from Dagger. They just need the extra chance that they're going to get that 40%.
He's gonna get caught with a coil! Oh, Punk! It's on to 3! He just picked up the refreshing order. He can have a second round, but the overgrowth is locking them all in place. Hells, he's able to go to work with the glaives bouncing back and forth. The BKB's expired, and so will the Phantom Assassin's life. The buyback look to rejoin them. He's unable to close the distance fast enough. Neon, they need a reset. But CTM won't be as successful. Gonna try and split away from the team. Asante is there. Natsumi's back in. Keep in mind, the BKB still on cooldown. Let's see if the coup de grace chance can come into play. Yopaj is even full. The bash is there. Is it enough for them though to bring him down? Yopaj has got no buyback. They still kill it to Puck. It's up to Palos now. Can you fight the Luna? I don't think you can. But again, gonna delay this. Januel so hard to catch. Should be able to get the jaunt away. He's got orb up in a couple of seconds here. I believe they will not catch him. Ooh. So slow. Of course, maybe into TP. He's been used. There's the E-Blade. That was the gem as well.
Middle tower is under
So
attack.
4 down on Neon. Instantly you see Natsumi trying to shove out top. It's the only lane they have to be worried about here. How's his gold looking as well? 3,700 unfortunately because he did buy back.
Yeah, I mean, he needed to do that. He got away at the end. There's no dieback being used, but that Roche is up with the extra refresher shard. Who would you even give this over to? Maybe the Tree and Protector, because I feel like the Acceptor came in clutch that fight on the PA, making sure that he was still able to do some damage during that overgrowth, but not with 2. There's only so much you can have. He had a Satanic, I believe, queued up.
Bounty.
Need to change things up and go into that, or is it not? He's just going full Divine Rapier. Not if this courier dies though with the relic.
I could eat one of those.
You can't.
No.
You can't put it onto that high ground after they've just taken Roche. You know that they've been playing in that area. Just send it through the trees. This is a TI2 throwback. HY, stay in the trees.
No. I felt like that was their only hope. We'll see.
Radiant's
We'll
top
see what they
tower
can
is
do,
on the
but
rocks. Radiant structures
the
are
last full
fortified.
set, more than likely,
think they
going
can
to
hold.
have. I mean, I was going to say maybe they're going to have to go up against Megas without a doubt, but I don't even think Execration care. They can just stick around and get D4s after this tower dies. They're even just letting Nick go siege out of all heroes. It's got that Hurricane Pike, attack range as well with the talent, Minute of Horn, Aegis. I just feel like Luna's unkillable right now.
Alice has been lassoed back into Fountain one time too many. So he's just like, you know what? I'm not even going to be part of this. Maybe now that they've taken out the tier 4 tower and the glaives can bounce.
We saw Nether Toxin. Did pretty nice here. A hero coil. Who's called to the backline? It's the Bat Rider. Out of all heroes, you needed that lasso flicker. Maybe you're going to be able to come into play here. One more right click. It's enough. We'll bring him down. It does make space though. The Age is going to get claimed. But we saw what the Bat Rider could do for them in the game 1 to bring it back. And without this lasso potential, going to end up losing a full set of racks. Now they have to go up against the Mega Creep.
I was always against them.
Yeah,
Against
very
Megas.
soon though.
2 minutes left.
Radiant's top
They are going to try and hold out for 2 minutes. 1, Matt Rider will be alive. 2, Korea will respawn with that Sacred Relic. I don't know if they can do it against a Luna.
TM. Not in a great spot here. Need to get back to safety. They need every hero they can get for this defense. And while they're throwing
just ulting the
exposed,
Fountain.
they're going to jump in. One more attempt to hold this second game. Otherwise, we're going to a potential
Hold the
game
clips.
3. At the backline, Natsumi. He's going to do as much as he can. He's targeting RR. Already one overgrowth has been used. So he's done the Tree Protector, but with the BKB on cooldown, the Phantom Assassin will fall. Fire back on CTM. They have the core quits. As this is what we want. We're wanting a game 3. We're gonna get it.
Gonna get it. This seems a lot more like C Dota as well. About the same number of kills as last game, but 20 minutes shorter. So Execration this time around able to take advantage of that advantage that they had in the, mid game or so.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's ban now.
Continue evolving. I feel like both these teams have been doing some
Radiant's
Scrim
turn to
type
bat.
drafts against each other. I don't think first pick Rubik is much of a thing. I don't think Phantom Assassin into a Viper is much.
The Dire
I
get
don't
a
really know if
ban.
Execration can whip out this Earth Spirit against everyone. Will they continue getting away with it? They got away with it against SMG. Their tournament lives. Will Neon be wise to it? We got a strategy against it. These are questions that will hopefully be answered soon. Are we in the draft or not?
I think we're just into the draft now, and the thing has changed around is that Neon, they have first pick,
5
and Execration are
seconds
playing on
remaining. Here's
Radiant.
the
So some
Radiant
things have
ban.
changed up a little bit this time around, and well, one of the other things that's changed is that Earth Spirit is gone. BDZ, he will not be playing as Earth Spirit this time around.
Yeah, so the change here is that in game 1 and game 2, it was Execration that had first pick. In game 1, Execration took first pick. In game 2, Neon
10
took Radiant.
seconds.
And now Neon are taking first. Again, this is, I think, a
5
situation that
seconds
is
remaining.
these two teams, these 10 players know each other quite well, and now it's a completely different set of bans. At least from Neon, Execration remaining consistent with the
Dire's
Broodmother ban.
turn to
Now,
pick.
will they ban out the Nyx Assassin? They do. And now Neon have their choice of the pick of the
Radiant's
litter. They
turn
can
to
go
pick.
for the Viper. Viper.
Viper or Viper, you know, it's a toss-up.
It's a pretty
What are you
easy
going to go
guess.
for? Yeah. I do much prefer these bans coming out, though, right? In game 1 and 2, it was the Winter Wyvern and the Invoker. I can understand the Wyvern. Invoker, no. Like, both of these teams play it perfectly
5
fine.
seconds
I don't
remaining.
think that can completely take over a game. And if you're going to pick it in the first phase, you can very easily counter it. So, much more confident with the Axe. Earth Spirit coming out, Axe isn't something that Neon have played up until this point, or if they have maybe one time, but it is something that Execration have experimented with a little bit, so much preferring this so far.
How about the Wyvern? That was the other consistent first pick, first ban against Execration.
Radiant's turn to
It's
pick.
available if they want it.
Late game secured just with one pick.
Oh yeah, so I actually looked up the stats. So I was saying anecdotally, I feel like Doom is actually one of the best late game carries. It was actually kind of backed up by
Dire's
statistics.
turn to
In games going over 50 minutes, Doom has probably the highest win rate of any hero with like more than 2 picks this patch, and he has like a 75% win rate. And so he is quite strong, and now we're seeing the Mirana that you were talking about. Like I said, the meta continues to evolve game 3 situation.
10 seconds.
I'm just glad that we get to do something a little different this time around. You know, having
Dire's
well, like
ban
7 of the
now.
same heroes that we saw from game 1 was a little repetitive. A bit different here,
Radiant's
going
turn
into
to
the
ban.
Wraith King, huh?
I like the Doom getting picked up because it is something that Nico has shown a lot of prowess on previously for Execration. I was also intrigued coming into it. We've seen
Get a ban.
Neon's answer to the Viper in both game 1 and game 2. I wanted to see what Execration were
Here's the
going to
Radiant
go with
ban.
in a completely different route. The thing is, though, is that I'm a big fan of having a point target stun in the offlane with the Mirana. See the Sand King, the DK. Then I know Sand King and Denog and I were casting lower division. That was a big fan for some of these teams. Now that EK with the flex
10
potential is having a lot
seconds.
more of that potential to be picked up. So
5 seconds
we'll
remaining.
see how Execration are going to try and draft with maybe a hero for Yolway to get that jump into set up for the arrow now.
Feel confident that they won't give it to a mid Doom. It's still a possibility.
It's a possibility. I could honestly see a Grimstroke coming out as one of their next picks. Something like Grim DK would be a really nice way to have solid frontline, solid lockdown, good team fight, good farming capabilities.
Dire get a
Good
ban.
against a lot of the heroes that are currently in the meta right now.
Trying to
Here's
see
the Radiant ban.
how they want to try and ban to protect well. Then
Yeah.
Wraith King is one of the
Grim
better
was
ways.
necessary.
Yep. Go to the Grim.
Grim
Some
had
of
to
the,
go.
the better matchups as well versus the Wraith King. Arrowblade, Oka taken care of too.
This is much more reasonable. If you want to get rid of the Invoker, get rid of it in the second phase. It's not something that's uncounterable if you pick it first up.
5 seconds
Execration are
remaining.
choosing to respond to that. I mean, the fact that they don't have a Grimstroke severely limits the Doom's effectiveness, but he's still an A tier hero. He just becomes S when he's got the Grim playing alongside him. Not even just for the Soulbind. Hell, just Inkswell on top of all of your increased movement speed from the Scorched Earth, from your phase boots, from Dooms get additional movement speed items on top of that.
Radiant's turn to pick.
It's just way too much to deal with.
How do we feel about this Wraith King? It's a hero that I don't think has shown up very much in Southeast Asia during the TI-10 qualifiers. Natsumi favorite during the DPC, like doing all large Sand Kings stuff and doing weird pairings with it. But the hero has kind of fallen off in popularity as Execration.
This is just much more of a normal draft, you know? None of this crazy stuff coming out of left field. I like the Lion. I was thinking that they were, I know it's only a +4, but they were lacking something that was going to be able to deal with this Mirana, right? You've got the Wraith Fire Blast, which is going to move very slowly, doesn't allow you that instant lockdown. Spawn with a Lifestealer, huh? I mean, it's decent against high HP targets, I suppose, but...
Banned out Razor, though.
Yeah.
Want to send the Viper mid or just have Razor in the game, period. It's available.
Seconds.
Does look like a.
I would just...
5 seconds remaining.
Would you hate to see Viper on your page though, Ares? Like,
I don't want to see
it just
that
doesn't
at
feel
all.
like
Yeah,
his
no,
hero.
no. It's 100% Henry. I really do not want to see your page put up much.
Oh god, it's happening. It's happening. The worst
Now-
case scenario.
They do quite the hero though to go versus the lifesteal. The lane's gonna play pretty well. You've got the amp as well. Doom doesn't have high amount of armor. Now increase your Roshan taking potential with that Slaughter. It's a bit more on the
5
physical
seconds
route though,
remaining.
so we have to keep in mind this Wyvern looks beautiful this game. We've got a curse to set up for the arrow. We now have the also capability to keep someone alive with the embrace. So double down on lanes, which we've seen a lot of priority on so far in this series. All eyes on how they want to ban, because Execration, they need an Infest carrier, some Spirit-esque hero for Yolway mid.
And they also, you saw how quickly that Razor ban came out. I felt like it was kind of a, holy crap, they didn't pick the Razor, let's make sure we get rid of it right now. But, I mean, this is Neon we're talking
5
about.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
this could be a Slaughter not in an off-lane role. It could be something super
Radiant's
unconventional.
turn to bat.
You never know. Like,
It's
if there was
Slaughter
any
versus
team to
Doom.
do it,
Dire's turn to
yeah, I was thinking like a 5 Slaughter, just for something completely out of left
Well, I
field.
mean, if anything else, it's probably going to be John Well on the Viper, and so support Viper, and they're going to look for a now. And
Yeah.
Execration are going both ways. They ban out a Razor in case it was a mid lane Viper. They ban out an Ancient
Radiant's
Apparition
turn to pick.
to support Viper.
Lena.
This doesn't tell me
Show too
anything.
much, yeah. Yep, perfect.
This tells me nothing.
That was kind of the issue, is that they didn't have this 24th pick. So going for someone that's incredibly flexible, they needed burst potential, they needed kind of a stun as well. And like we highlighted, you don't want to show where your lanes are going to be, what heroes you're playing. I don't hate the lane.
If it's not a
5
mid Lena, though,
seconds
I feel like
remaining.
Slaughter is kind of useless, because taking advantage of Corrosive Haze besides Wraith King, it's like the only physical damage that you have. Lena these days, we
Yeah.
see with these Daedalus pickups, they become incredibly competent right-clickers, but only if they're given mid lane fun.
And it's not like it's even like, it's not even a good Yule Scepter game. You kind of need it just for the mana regeneration, but I feel like you don't even need that setup. You can just go super early into the right-click style build. BKB is going to be kind of pointless against a Doom and a Wyvern.
I'm trying to think of what hero they can go here for Yolway. Like Ember's standing out. I'm not a huge fan of Storm into Lena, because if you do go Yules, you offer a lot more catch. I think Ember's a little bit more difficult to get that initial jump on before Lion gets Blink. They just have to get away now to get on the Lena, get on the Lion instantly, even the Viper as well if you can bring down. I'm trying to think of some heroes
What
that
about
feel
a
that.
Death Prophet or something like that? Does decently in laning stage. You're going to have high HP targets to be able to Spirit
choose your
Siphon.
hero.
And a Lesh instead. Something else that's going to... Oh, I'm keen to see how, like... The thing that I really like about Execration's cause is that they play a lot for each other. And I feel like we're going to see many times where Palace is going to be infesting Yolway just to make sure they get that extra little burst of HP coming through in the middle of these team fights and allowing that to take it through. And, I mean, I know we've been with you, Ares, this entire time, and Tsunami, of course, joining us, but we've got Cinderin as well joining us on BDZ's Mirana. with the set that he's got.
Oh, he
here for us.
I saw that.
has the Sind mount. Okay, be sure to tell Pythian to give me a showcase view on that one, because I'm very curious to see it in game. And my favorite pairing, not even beyond the Mirana, Wyvern and Leshrac have been my favorite two, or rather Leshrac is my favorite Wyvern pairing, because I don't think there are many other cores that can deal damage while Cold Embrace. Pretty much just like Death Prophet with Exorcism and Leshrac with Edict and Pulse Note. So with all of this physical damage on Neon, I feel like they're not going to be able to have the resources necessary to penetrate the Cold Embrace, and look at that beautiful count.
Oh.
Work of art.
Like, you were calling for the Death Prophet with this last pick, and I feel like the Leshrac can kind of fulfill that role with taking towers, because they didn't have the greatest way previously with the Lifestealer, but I'm a bit worried that they might not jump Opage. So if Lina gets ultra fat with Corrosive Haze to amp you with MKB potentially, then it could be a scary prospect. But it's a Nico Doom, which is something that I'm always a big fan on as well. So again, it's another draft where I'm kind of 50-50 here.
This is a Doom that has a lot of value, because really the only thing he needs to worry about is dooming the Lina. No one else really cares, and Lina hates having to be doomed if she's going to be the right-clicking souls. At least we've got different heroes all across the board. Viper may be the only mainstay, but it's going to be a different Viper. It's a support Viper. Seeing how it all goes down, elimination on the line, winner moves forward, loser is out of contention for the International 10.
Prepare for
Go ahead and take it
battle.
away, Dano Aries.
Then we've seen previously in both games, it's been Execration who've been the one have an early advantage in these games. Do we feel like that's going to be the same case here in this third game?
Well, OB Neon are trying to make sure that that doesn't happen. Full 5-man smoke. They realize the importance of being able to take this key advantage. They're going to walk into this ward, though, CTM. They place it down. It's completely scouted out, so... More gold going over the way of Yoe. I wonder if he's going to give the Sentry Ward over and maybe allow him to just get that little bit of extra experience, or if it could just be looking to go over to BDZ. It's going to be very important for him to pick up that level 2 as quickly as possible, considering you are against the POS 5 Viper.
Before we see that ward actually get E-warded, it's a pretty cool ward. Is that new? One of the Dire Observer? I don't think I've seen that before.
Yeah, it's the Battle Pass one.
Ah, okay. Makes sense. All-seeing eye dogs.
And we're clear
Like-
for running.
And some, I feel like that's one thing that we don't have too much of, like some really cool ward cosmetic.
I'm still using like some sort of fish one, I think. I don't know. But with that, I actually like even the small things. Like BDZ made sure to shoot that arrow first onto the high ground. It did end up scouting out the Wraith King, so they were thinking, maybe this is mind games. Maybe they're just like, oh, that's the reason why it might be warded, not because we had our Observer ward down first. So maybe that'll save that ward on the top side.
Oh, it's another Viper game and another tri-lane. Even though Viper is as a 5, Execration bringing the aggressive tri-lane with Palos, BDZ, and RR. I do want to ask, yes, South America are one of the better regions to play this Viper as a position 5. Do we see Southeast Asia do it at all?
I mean, you don't want to say they do it at all, but it's certainly not to the same level of effectiveness. It just seems like an SA staple. It's going to be good at bullying out this Mirana, but ooh, actually they get the stun onto CTM.
More than likely your first blood. You get both Corrosives here too. Junior and Lion losing their choreo and losing their life as well on CTM.
Start you wanted, at least Natsumi was farming away, getting that solo experience in lane, but that's not the trade that you want to give up for it.
We got a
Yeah, I
second
mean,
in that tri-lane. How do we feel like this mid matchup's going to fare? The Leshrac versus the Lina. Both heroes that deal an incredible amount of magical damage early.
Yes, but the thing is, it severely, with this Lesh pick, hinders the Yopage's ability to make these rotations early on and secure Neon's early game, because you leave that lane, and if the wave is anywhere near, like, mid-wave pushed, or even, you know, heaven forbid, closer towards your tower, you can take a lot of damage to your tier 1, and you know that this is Natsumi who is going to be wanting to farm. I don't think this is the sort of game where you go into something like an armor.
And then down bot, we have this solo matchup. Enryu, Nico. Feels like it's a pretty good lane for Enryu. I mean, any melee matchup, Doom, his armor's a lot better now with that recent change. He's got 5 base armor, so we'll see how that's going to come into play here. Zhao, oh, he eats the arrow. Another one on the mark here for BDZ. Looks like Genuel is going to be able to make it back underneath the tier 1 tower.
Radiant's courier just drowned in a pool of blood.
Gets the return kill on the courier, very nicely done. Still level 1 though on BDZ, so he has to be careful with how far forward he's extending himself here. I think the story of this game is how much faith OB Neon are putting into their newest recruit Enryu, because taking out this Wyvern at the start of team fights is going to be, I don't want to say their win condition, but it's going to heavily tilt things in their favor if they're able to remove that factor from the equation, considering all the right-click damage that they have. Natsumi, Slardar, you've got the Lina as well, who's more likely being into the right-click build. Still going to go the Yule Scepter, but still, you'd need to transition into being that right-clicking core if you've got all of this minus armor, and if you want to stay relevant into the later stages of the game.
That arrow. The marquee early, BDZ, if he can continue some of these arrows hitting the mark, then it could be a good sign for what we're going to see as this game moves on forward. But how do we feel like this tri-lane is faring up? Is there a team that is getting the advantage at the moment?
I mean, I feel like you're reasonably happy with this on side, just because, I mean, Mirana is one of those heroes that needs a lot more levels to be able to do what she does. Whereas, you know, with the Viper, all you really need is the 1 point in the Nether Toxin, and you can bully people out quite easily. You can even, you know, shove out creep waves. You can see he's getting a nice pull happening here. So as long as this creep wave continues to stay around this dire tier 1 tower, I think Natsumi is going to be totally fine with how this is panning out.
He's 24 lost at the moment. Bracer, along with the chainmail, recognizing that he's going to need these stats to keep himself in the aggressive lane that we have. It'll be a lot of action at the moment, and already we're seeing a lot of the stacks as well in the jungle. Heroes like Fleshtrack, Lina, there's a double at the Ancients for Radiant, double at the Hard as well, and I believe for Dire, just have double at the Medium by the Outpost here. So not as much emphasis for Yopaj, but another thing is the fact that they actually blocked out the small camp here against Lina. This is something that we saw a lot of emphasis on in previous games against the Enchantress, just to take away her effect. Yopaj on the Lina, this is a hero that very much thrives on shoving up the lane, blowing back, arming up the jungle, especially that small. So nice awareness from Execration.
Anything, I mean, it's so hard to do it, right? Because you've been in this tri-lane and you don't have a ton of levels.
Nico, she's gonna fall into this solo matchup. It is not going well. 24 to 13. It's level 6 now as well. And coming back into this lane, it's actually so difficult. You've got minus 10 armor. It's mid, Opage. We're incredibly low. And very nice. Oh, CTM. What a timing on the TP. They line up for the double.
And that's the sort of play that can completely turn things around. I was thinking, because of the lower levels as a result of this tri-lane, that, you know, you wouldn't be able to make this rotation towards the mid lane on CTM to try and kill Yoei, who had just TP back to the lane. So if you kill him off, that's a lot of his time not being used. They did a good job of being able to block up this small camp, and would have brought Yopaj back into this game, because still, right now, he's sitting towards the bottom of the network.
Yeah, should fall mid. Slow thanks to the burn, extra level in it, sets up for the arrow. Now that's the rotation as well. They've got a catapult wave, but Yopaj is just going to turn. Drops the Laguna. Always incredibly difficult to bring down thanks to the one charges, but will still fall nonetheless. Another rotation from the support, Jean Yuel getting involved to kill the Mirana.
That is kind of busted though, that the Diabolic Edict continues after you're dead. Like, so this tower is basically half HP already, less than half HP, because of that siege creep. So good recognition of that by OB Neon to be able to rotate through and make sure that you're not losing a ton of your map control this early.
That could have been completely different as well. The fact they had double bounty for Yopaj to be able to refill up before, you know, that Lion TP in just to keep his life. It was the 3-minute bounty was still there, and the 6-minute bounty was just coming up. So Yopaj was actually able to still stay in the lane. And if he wasn't there, that's potentially killing a support into the tower. Just a beautiful movement from Execration, bringing the supports with that catapult timing. 2 points in the Edict. It could have been disastrous early for Neon. Withstand.
He's here on the bottom side. He's had to walk all the way down here to make sure he's not giving away his TP scroll. That's one thing Neon really like to do. They like to place these deep observer wards either behind or right in front of T1 towers so that they know when they can make their more aggressive rotations. And with this one here, that's why they're not just getting right up in there, hitting the tier 1 tower. The siege creep's going to die because of it, but better the siege creep die than you.
Seem like at the moment the tri-lane, of course, has crumbled with all the emphasis that we've seen on mid, and now some of the emphasis put on bot as well. Nico is going to go for this Midas build, but Neon, they've got their sights on the stacks. Triangle is Yopaj with that haste. Yeah, he wants to just try and maybe see if we get a kill, maybe even as well.
Yeah, he took the 3 big creeps of all those 3 different stacks there, so nicely done. Even gets an observer ward. Well, I'm going his way. Zhao's going to pick up the gold, and looking nice. He's got a fluffy hat coming out to him as well. You know that that's the real meta.
It's sinking, just like yours.
This is when they use his first Doom. More difficult on a hero like Natsumi. Well, in fact, they don't need it because Yahweh. He's got plenty of damage and also plenty of mana left in the tank to manifest on the turn. Conic Break, not enough. Burst potential coming through thanks to Laguna Blade, but there's the Doom. Onto the Lina, but where are the stuns? Moving incredibly fast. Thanks to the Fury Soul, 2 points along with the Wind Lace. So Lina makes it back to safety. We'll end up losing CTM though.
CTM kind of interesting because he had a tango left. He could have gotten underneath the tower. Maybe if they dived in super far, maybe gone for a turnaround. But with that Doom still having the lingering effects of it, not feeling confident and not wanting to even put Yopaj in any kind of risk of going down.
That's an incredible play from Neon actually. Like if you lose Natsumi twice there, they would have then taken the T1 tower top. It made it much more difficult for him to farm in the jungle. And now you see where the cores are playing just opposite sides of the map. Zhao will fall top, just trying to soak up whatever experience he can at the moment. But an incredible TP. Wraith King goes bot, takes that tier 1 tower. Now he's got more camps to play with, and naturally the Wraith King is someone who wants to be playing around this bottom side of the map, around the triangle camps as well because of the Ancient. So love the play from Neon.
Yeah, and good warning as well, right? They're setting up this observer vision to make sure that all of the different Wraith King skeletons are going to continuously push forward. They're always going to start running down towards the lane, but if there's neutral creeps to hit, they'll divert to get that, and it just speeds up your farming efficiency by an incredible amount. You'll still end up losing the top tower, but I feel like if you're trading against a Leshrac, you're more than happy.
Without a doubt. You also see that Ryu's about to have a blink completed, is top of the net worth. There's going to be a bit of a timing here for Neon with this blink where they can get active, knowing that, I mean, Doom's going Midas, so looking to scale a lot more into this late game. All eyes on how Neon want to try and utilize this blink here, because they've got a lot of pick-off capabilities. You can run a duo with either the Slardar Lion, Slardar Lina, even kind of the Viper as well. There's a lot of pairings they can have right now on the side of Dire.
I mean, he's feeling real confident. He walked right underneath that outpost so they could see where he was, walked into the lane next to the tier 2 tower. He is far away from the rest of his team, and he does not have ultimate.
And in fact, he just got the arrow. That's a big kill to pick up. His first death of the game, and the Wraith King was starting to get a bit out of hand if he was able to continue with that steroid thanks to the Skellies, but now it gives Lifestealer a little bit of time to catch up. I believe this is the armlet completed here for Palos.
Yeah, he's the one that needs to be farming super early on, joining a lot of these fights. Of course, with BDZ Mirana, he's already got the Spirit Vessel halfway towards the Spirit Vessel.
Oh, life still gets revived. What's the parent?
Early blink tag coming out.
Still sticking around though.
His team on his back.
Uh-oh. Stays too long. He's out on Nico. Maybe CTM can get another
save him,
Ravage.
CTM.
Yeah, I don't think so at all. Oh, they even get the curse. So even CTM is going to end up falling here. Nice rotation from Execration. You lose Palos, but you get some revenge as Nico picks up a double.
Little mistakes. I mean, CTM, unnecessary death. Natsumi before probably shouldn't have died. You know, they hadn't shown themselves on the map in quite a while. You'd given them all the information you could possibly need in the world, and I mean, you had an observer ward, right? And Arrow is a pretty slow-moving stun. He could have sidestepped that. Maybe it would have given his team enough time to rotate down and save him, but going to be the case. Taking this ancient stack. BDZ is going to scout it out, though.
Am I going to build EDZ though?
Shadows take us.
Beneath that observe ward, maybe Nico bot.
Moonlight Shadow used while people were in vision of creep waves and observer wards, so always having to be quite careful about that. CTM is going to walk on forward a little
For
bit.
the hunt.
I know that he was coming there because of that more recent observer ward placed by BDZ, but this is the way that Execration like to play. In the first, like, 12 to 17 minutes, they put all of their vision in aggressive spots, especially against teams that like to make these 5-man rotations like Neon.
Leo Page was going to try and drop the LSA after the duels. Seeing these games start to slow down though, as soon as I say that. Neon, they're going to smoke up and head to the top side here. Try and catch up Palos' lifesteal.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's just all about enabling your cores to continue on farming. You've got a Doom with a Midas, so you need to make sure that he, is able to take maximum advantage of that. You can never die with both the Devour and Midas on cooldowns.
And Ryu found the Wyvern. Bit of an easier target with the Mirana's capability to escape. Great curse, locks in all 4. RR, 2 curses in a row on CTM is... Why is he using them on me? But kills, you're happy with that. It also is a smoke for nothing down bot though. You go. Trouble. It's got the team starting to swing down to help out. He's gonna even have to drop the Doom as well, Januel, a little bit too late.
He's gonna continue?
Now that the sprint's expired, so Slider is gonna run himself back to safety. But Neon, they don't have any more rotations. It's just Yao that can try and protect Slider through the Doom, and he's gonna be able to do so at a high extent. So find a 1-for-1. You're happy with that. The Doom used for a position 5 death.
Value. That is such great value right there, and even with that kill, he's going to bring himself closer to finishing up the 4-staff. Fantastic against the Doom, just getting away from the Leshrac as well.
How do we feel like either team is wanting this game to go? Like, is one team happy with this slow status quo that we have at the moment?
Well, I mean, you have to think Neon, right? Because they have the relic picked up, not quite finished into the Radiance just yet, but that's a farming item. It's good against the likes of it's okay against the Lifestealer, but I mean, realistically, that is what you're
going to jump in, Yahweh. Defensively, they're going to have to try and turn to deal with RR, and the Laguna Blade will cut him down. So wanting a little bit of revenge, unfortunately, there's no more backup.
Radiant's middle tower can't
there, the Wyvern was about 2 seconds off having that Winter's Curse available. Could have seen a 3rd good one in a row. They do still save their tier 1 tower though. The use of all of that lane shove, making sure that the siege creep wasn't a factor. BKB on Yopaj, okay, kind of forcing them to use the Doom into him. Make sure that they're limiting his impact.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
We actually... That's how we got the tower still. There was a couple of heroes nearby. They're just, no, I'm not going to deny it. What's this Wyvern set to? Is that another one of the new ones from the...
That
Sure is. Yeah.
That is a
I use the wings. I keep the old helmet is still good for me.
awesome looking Wyvern. My dude just powerful as anything. Ryu?
And Ryu is going to show on this bot side. It's under the cover of the smoke and the Moonlight Shadow, but He's hiding. He's hiding.
So
The spidey senses.
now this
I'm
is
liking
time.
this Ags purchase as well, by the way, for Slaughter. He's still a fair way away, but it's going to be nice. Slaughter.
What do you feel like is why do you like the arguments here on Slaughter?
I mean, you just need to be able to stay on top of the Leshrac as much as possible, right? And it's going to allow you to do that with all of the status resist, magic resist that's provided from it.
I don't know if it gives magic resist. I think regen armor and
Yeah, the status though.
That's also another big timing is the radiance pickup from Natsumi. So we might actually see Neon a little bit more active here. He's also got an extra point in the reincarnation.
That'd be nice. Means that maybe he could farm a little bit more aggressively with the only the 2 minutes on the reincarnation as opposed to the 3.5.
This
How
radiance.
lucky they're going to get with some of these neutrals as well. I mean, they've been a bit more jungle-centric, as you do on the Dire side, which means that they've been able to pick up a few more of those tier 2 items. No, they're going to be praying for that Paladin Sword, of course, already having the lifesteal and building into the Sage next. And you've even got your full skeleton army with no bullets available. Actually, just pop, sorry.
Dire structures are
That siege creep, even on 7 HP.
Radiant's bottom tower
A lot of work
faces a
towards this
stiff
boss side.
win.
Zhao just placed behind him.
Dire's
The
middle
Force-Staff at the
tower
ready.
is under attack.
Radiant's
Too fast enough though. The tower's falling pretty low. Jimmy's got backup. How do they start the fight here? Leading forward once, Nico, Clank, and Ryu. Great Rapado with his crush. The curse instantly. And they want him to. It sets up for the arrow and the split onto Oak CTM. That's going to be another lineup in the incredible Earth Splash as they'll lose the reincarnation. And it's a chance right now for Neon. The Infest is out for the bonus health. Nico, he's still got the Doom as well. They don't even need it for this team fight. He's going to be able to find the Wraith King to the northern side. And Yopaj, there's the Doom. It'll come into play to cancel the TP. 4 down and no casualties for the Radiant lineup.
I mean, it's just these tiny things changing things around. The Force-Staff was used, actually pushed him down into the trees, not able to get away just in time. It was a good 2 or 3 man slithering crush coming through, but just the follow-up, it allows you to set up so easily for that Leshrac stun, especially if it's onto these 2 heroes that still can take a lot of magic damage in the Slaughter and the Wraith King. Saw there, like Tsunami was highlighting it before. They tried to put all the burst in onto Yoe. Doesn't matter. You've got your Pulse Nova still going, you've got your Edict still going, Cold Embrace is leveled up to maximum, he's got the Holy Locket, and the Infest Bomb as well, able to keep him perfectly healthy. So, again, Wyvern has to die, and I feel like you can't just turn around and expect to kill the Leshrac in a fight like that when you don't have full information and understanding of the team's rotations.
And it doesn't feel like Wyvern's going to die through the Slaughter jump. I think they need another blink, and I mean, you see Natsumi has it queued up after the Sunge, but this is going to give Execration a decent window here where the Wyvern should be very difficult to bring down.
He's going to go blink himself just to make sure that he can stay completely away from all of these team fights. That's his job. It's basically when these BKBs start to come out for Neon, he needs to be able to blink in, use the Winter's Curse after the BKB's been used to essentially nullify it, or if the Leshrac, maybe the Doom, are getting jumped on and a lot of spells pumped into them, just use your Cold Embrace, jump in to save them without any risk of yourself dying.
Faces a stiff win.
You'll get their tier 2 though.
Execration might look to try and start control the top side here. Nico, you just complete the BKB, top of the net worth on the Doom, even though that laning stage didn't go as well what you would be hoping Nico here. So he's gonna have a lot of impact in this elimination game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
How they're going to deal with this overwhelming threat that seems to have come. I mean, the Leshrac hasn't had the most amazing game by any stretch, but you've still been able to pick up your Eternal Shroud in combination together with your Scepter, and you've got the supporting cast to enable you. I think Yoe's game is going to be just fine, even though he's sitting 5th on the net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lucius
I
Palace.
feel like
Skadi.
He's about halfway there. Yeah, I feel like Enryu, they're going to feel a lot more confident with making these aggressive movements when the BKB is up on Enryu. They're going to make the movement anyway, but I feel like it's more of a forced response as opposed to something that they actually want to do.
Dire are scanning for
Radiance off. That's me, not wanting to reveal anything about his positioning. Luckily enough,
They
gets a
roche.
GD.
It might be
No.
a bit greedy. Oh, they give it to Yopaj actually.
They saw. It was underneath the observer ward as well, so they knew that they were in the area. Good quick response coming up from Paulus there.
We have Lena as well building into this machine gun sort of build. Yule's BKB, the boots to travel into the Dragonlance next is also gone for that damage talent as well, so we'll see. Game can continue on for Yopaj, could be a little bit too much damage for Execration to deal with unless they can jump catch her on the back line.
Still though, the Cold Embrace is just going to nullify everything. I'm going to keep saying it until the cows come home. RR needs to die if Neon have any kind of chance of winning a lot of these team fights. Or he needs to be in a terrible position. But I feel like he's shown that that's not going to be the case for him. Roche would help though. Lines drawn though on the minimap. Smoke up just from 2, I believe. Nico and Yoe the only ones caught underneath it.
Radiant's top tower is
He's
under
actually
attack.
going.
They're on this observer board.
Thought it was happening already. He backpacked his infused raindrops, wanting to go for the snatch.
Bring down Radiant's top tower.
Slow on this one down. I mean, we've had some crazy game 1 and game 2s. Now,
Radiant's top tower
elimination
is on
match
the
again. They're just gonna play this one a little bit more slow here. 21 kills, about to be 24 minutes into it.
You can feel the nerves, right? Like normally if this was a pub game, you would be sitting back on your Slardar comfortably farming up the rest of your BKB. He's not that far away. He's only about 1,500 gold away or so. But just the threat of losing the Aegis and that being the reason that you don't make it to TI is so scary for these players.
Stakes are so high. I mean, one mistake
Double
could
damage.
turn this game around just completely. I mean, it's a 2,000 lead, but it really doesn't feel like it's that much in it at the moment. And my eyes are on if Natsumi, if he can get this extra level in the reincarnation before our fight breaks out. I mean, he's about 17 and a quarter at the moment. And Execration, we did see them attempt to smoke previously. In fact, it's Neon moving up aggressive right now top. Natsumi, they found the target. You were highlighting the Wyvern, but there's no follow-up. And Ryu is not nearby. So we're unable to deal with the Wyvern to start. Nico, great BKB. Assassinates CTM. He's too far away from the team. They're going to try and play around the high ground. They're going to be careful. Going up to the left track, that's so difficult because you've got the Wyvern and the Infest bonus health as well. And they buy back on CTM. So Execration, they're happy with that. You get the kill, you force the buyback, they'll reset. They will look to force Roshan.
Is
These
under
things are coming out though. And they'll even scout with the arrow.
The arrow. I believe it was just the one BKB popped. They didn't use it on the Slardar, they didn't use it on the Lena. It was used on Doom. So be a little bit careful for that. Not that they have a crap load of lockdown already. It's kind of slow lockdown, right? Until at least CTM has his Blink Dagger, but he's still a mile away.
And we just back to the farm game. Slow it down. How is the live stealer going? And how do we feel like Palace is going to fare as well as this one towards the late stage? Hold that thought.
Found the Wyvern. Do they have the instant lockdown?
It's not there though. Finger of Death, they'll try it. Earthspike is there. It's only one because of the rage protection from Palos. He's able to get the curse off. He might still tick off to the Wyvern strike. Not in hill. But Enryu on the right click, gonna get to safety. He's so low. Double leap beaties. He will find him. We'll kill off the Slardar, so we're 1 for 1. We're gonna buy back on the Wyvern. We're gonna try and heavily commit for the fight. Yopaj, Laguna, Blade, Palace. He's so far away from the rest of the team. Infest, great use of that. 3 Fire Blasts and he's okay.
A couple of times now where the Wyvern has actually been caught out in an inopportune position, but it's the rest of the team not there to be able to punish it.
We're not on the same page here for Neon, it looks like. This is T2 Tower. It's gonna end up falling. Palace has got the Skadi. Leshrac has almost got the Sunj and Kaya. Echo as well.
Gives them the Roche control.
Yep, that it does. With Outposts, it's gonna make it very, very easy now for them to control this top side.
You mentioned before about the importance of having like the level 18 on Natsumi before they took that encounter. I get it, you know, you want to make sure that you've got the reincarnation being only on the 40-second cooldown, but I feel like it only really has its maximum effectiveness when you've got it and you have buyback, because you're up against a Leshrac, you're up against a Lifestealer. Oh, actually they get that's a huge kill. Enormous. That is going to open up Roche for them. You know that the Wyvern can't take this team fight, and they're instantly just going to book it for them. I was not watching that. What is he doing around that area without buyback?
Yeah, the Lifestealer is there with him as well, but it's just... I'm not sure what he was trying to do position-wise. Maybe D-Ward, but...
You gotta let the Mirana do that, you know? You've got leaps, you've got buyback.
Coming over. Arrows out. Just misses Natsumi. Great jump. But now there's no Wyvern to be able to protect your way. They need the effects. Repellers, he's running head fast on top of the backline. Win is protected. BKB out of the Doom, so they don't have to worry about that. They need to worry about the Lash. And she's down out of the count. So is the Doom as well. Aegis is going to get picked up.
Oh, got it.
Steals it. But I don't know if it's going to matter. They'll kill him off the once, and they should be able to do it a second time as well. The Rage is available. LSA timing a little bit too late, but he can't TP out because he has to go up against the Bashes.
Oh, the
leap. He doesn't have any more though. EDZ is the one leap enough. It is. Okay, Palace snags the Aegis and gets away with his life. A strong fight for Neon.
Strong fight for Neon. Still very important the fact that you were able to take that away from the Leshrac, in one of the best users of the Aegis in the entire game. They don't get it for themselves, but they save absolute disaster by taking out that, immediately pushing the advantage.
Yeah, you just emphasis that they have. That hero is down. They
damage, attack speed, fiery soul per stack strat. It's kind of like facing up against a Wind Ranger, you know, that's focus firing you. You're still gonna die within the Cold Embrace. Maybe not now with this whole Holy Locket bullshit, but you know, it's still a very scary prospect to be going up against if you're already low.
Wonder if any of those neutral items could come into play as this game goes later on as well here for Yopaj. You know, we've seen already 60-minute game one blister. It's a big factor there to help out with that CTM Enchantress. I know we're only 30 minutes in, of course. Who knows if we're ever going to make it to that stage, but yeah, it's always a nice thing to highlight. Maybe these tier 4 neutral items could help out in 7 minutes.
533 movement speed now, by the way, on our Lina.
Oh. so scary. I just, you've got War Stomp on Boom, but what's that? 2 seconds plus the point, so 2.6 with the Infernal Blade as well. I'm just, I don't know if that's enough. You need more of a follow-up.
Poor CTM, he's still level 11. That is not ideal. You know, you want those 2 points at least into your ultimate. This could be a huge fight.
Where's the fall? And Ryu's gonna be able to provide it. Nico, quick counter initiation now with the Cold Embrace. They keep Aura alive. And they're beating down on top of the starter. He's gonna end up falling just before
Finally
the
get it.
No, Nico as well. Doom is out, but it's still gonna cost him his life. He's the last couple of right clicks up turn. Palace stunned up. Natsumi, he's hot pursuit. He's down his target. He's trying to lock on top of it, but they don't have the control. So instead they'll just turn. Left track. No man's land stuck out on top of the river. BDZ Palace, they just have to retreat. Pop their losses, they will. But it cost them the left track as Yoway's down and out of the count. 70 seconds on the deck.
Boy, again, like, I was like, how is Wyvern not dying? He's sitting on like 100 HP for so long. Even all that damage coming through from the leader wasn't enough to do it, but eventually the stragglers arrive. CTM, he's going to go towards this top side of the map, make sure that, like, he can't impact this tower push. He needs to get that level 2 on his ultimate so that he can have a bit more of a presence in these team fights at more regularity.
Tower is under attack.
Tier 2, slither of health. Now, still, I mean, it's a net worth lead for Execration, but see how strong Neon are feeling right now these past couple of minutes.
This is top 4 we're talking about here. Top 4 in the C qualifiers that they're playing for. Going up against either Boom or Galaxy Racer, who will be next series, I believe, that's being cast on this channel, and then the winner of both of these series will be playing the 3rd game of the day. So it's a lot of Dota. I mean, can you imagine playing one of these series, let alone 2 of them? Like, these players, I don't want to say would be mentally done, but this is exhausting, right? You could grind out 10 pubs a day and not be as tired as you would be after just one of these series.
Yeah, emotional toll that a series like this will have on the players, but it's so incredibly worth it. You can't even put it on what a tournament like the International can give one of these players $40 million potentially. 2 qualification spots for Southeast Asia is the smoke up. And that Shadow actually is first. Not really an easy target to jump on though. AC picked up 2,800 health, 23 Wraith King, 3 Incarnation.
Yep, they were trying to make a bit of a play for the backlines, but they have no vision. And I mean, let's see who's carrying the vision. It's mostly on the Wyvern, and we've seen time and time again, he cannot be going first into these, you know, enemy bottlenecks when you don't know where the enemy team is. So he's having to play super defensively. I would want to give over that Observer Ward to the Mirana, just so that you can potentially get something super deep up. Got the buyback, got much more escape potential than a Wyvern does, and the team fight doesn't crumble if a Mirana dies. It does if the Wyvern does.
Are there any items that we're about to see picked up? In fact, Yopaj just gets the MKB. What about Radiant though? Plus AC, okay.
Double damage.
It's gonna be nice.
Well,
having that extra minus armor. And it's, again, it's just going to be so important to initially delete whichever one of these heroes.
He's really disconnected from the team. They don't have CTM as well, but again, going on the Wraith King, scary prospects. So they start and they stop as soon as they jumped in.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going for that maximum farm efficiency anymore, right? He's gone to 16 strength, doesn't care about all these skeletons spawning because, you know, you're against a Leshrac, you're against a Doom, you're against a Wyvern Splinter Blast. They're going to be able to get off these spells to deal with your skellies. Much rather just put it all into your own survivor.
Even game here as head to the later stages. Roshan feels like that's what either team are waiting for, potentially up in a minute 13. Yumi, again, you see how far forward he's positioning. Okay, this time he's really split from the team. They're up top by the outpost, whereas he's down bottom farming. To try and get connect.
Nighttime.
Regenerate.
Gotta get to the safety of your team. Your punch would be even better if they were able to get onto him, but no. don't get that chance. You've also got this wave kind of pushing in on the bot side. 35 minutes, so the double siege creeps are starting to spawn. So I wonder if Neon, with their, I would say they've got slightly superior split push, given that they've got the Wraith King, they've got the skeletons that can just march on down the lane. That ghost push, if you will. Ballsy though. Just walks into Wraith Fire Blast him and walks away.
It's the mental game right there. Who knows? Maybe next time, instead of just a Wraith Fire Blast, it's an Earth Spike with Una, Finger of Death. He's just keeping them on their toes, is Natsumi. Well, he's going to be kept on his toes here. They showed up top, so they're well aware there's no backup. First life taken away instantly, and they still have to Doom as well. Oh, what a blink. Natsumi's out of there.
Oh, they caught it!
Ryu, he ate the arrow! No, you know what, keep the support alive, and Ryu's so important now with the backup as well, because Yopaj will tear apart his support. BKB has to be committed, and even better 3-man LSA. Radiant, the damage has been dealt, and the crit wave is pushing. You just highlighted the double catapult wave. They take it tier 2, that's all they want.
They're considering the fact that Roche might be up. Have to be careful here, Natsumi. 25 just yet. Oh, the brace was used.
He's going to buy back. Take a look at how important this fight is. Buyback from startup, recognizing this could change the game. We take this victory into Roche. Could give us a chance to make it to TIs. Natsumi is going to lose the reincarnation, but Yopaj is freely hitting on the high gun. Natsumi's still going to be careful. Needs to back up to take the kill. Without timing, and he just got back. Rooms out. We'll deal with Nico. But at least he's still able to use the ultimate before he dies. It's all power stone tearing apart the Neon lineup. So deal with startup. That's a buyback. Down for 100 seconds.
Long ass Roche respawn though. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get anything out of it. Without this Doom on the front lines, you're having to play a lot more scared, and you can see here, he's going to show on the top side. Could this prompt a response coming out from the Neon guys? I know it's a 3v4 situation, but I've seen they feel pretty good, even when they're down enough.
Dire's bottom tower is under it.
He's got the Blink Dagger.
Natsumi?
I think he's trying to bait with this illusion. Yeah.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Waiting. Pygon Palace.
Dire's bottom tower
That is
couldn't withstand
Flicker. The flicker for the lash. That's insane, actually. DD bottled over on Palos.
Oh my. They're actually going to fight with these Palos. He's still down. He's going to get popped. We will protect him. He's actually stuck on top.
This is an axe shard lash, remember. You want to make sure they're fighting around all these choke points, completely, removing an area of initiation out of Neon's arsenal. 5 seconds on that Roche timer.
So unfortunate that it's a long Roche one, because it's a little bit faster than you would have been able to use that dieback on the Slardar, but unfortunately
Just
for them,
25.
Mortal Strike cooldown, 2-second cooldown for your Wraith King. Highest level in the game. See how
Roche
Natsumi
is up.
Agonim's Shard, Cheese, and Ages is available from the second Roche and Execration. The first to scout this out. They've also got an incredible ward around the northern side of this Roche pit. So that high ground advantage. And how do you walk into the pit? Constant split burst is going to make it so difficult. He's even got the radius as well with the talent.
Got to get it onto the backline somehow. Do they even have a smoke or anything like that on Neon? I don't think they do.
Light out, go away. Ward. The wards are going to come through. Still, the left track. Splitters are covering the pit heat arrow.
He's on the front.
Wraith King on the backline. Nico is
Divine and Conquer
on top of the arena. It's a big target. But he doesn't give it to him. Look at the weird turn. Figure of Death down. Now with the reincarnation, they're going to try and look the turn and fight this. A buyback coming through. Not going to have his ultimate for the second life. But Enrique, he's caught out. The Splitters, they're layering the ground. Neon, they just can't get in the mix of it. Ayul's controlling up Genuel as well. They're going to lose 3 Furies here to the TP. Maybe. Oh, the nick of time stun. As 3 will fall. Now you can take the second Roche of the game here.
Yeah, they're completely giving up on the Roche now on Neon. Natsumi TPing down to the bottom side, trying to push it out, create some distractions around the map. He's got a Bloodthorn. That's how much this Wyvern is causing them issues in this game. He needs to make sure they're getting the silence, and they're just wiping him out instantly with the combination coming out there from Yopaj. He's tired of getting doomed. He's going into that Lincoln's.
You do see though, like even if it gets doomed, there was the same occasion that fight. There was no one to jump and actually stop the Lina from right-clicking. So Yopaj's like, alright, you do me, but I do so much damage. As long as I have Fury Soul Stacks, I stand my ground and try and right-click you down.
Dyer's top tower
They've got to get this up.
to take the
Maybe
blow.
not. They might be able to shove it out. It wouldn't be a top 4 decider unless it came down to the wire like this. Neon on the ropes. Execration, they can taste it. They can taste moving on to the next round, the semi-finals, if you will. Still feels like a mile away.
How... Are you a fan of the Aghanim Shard on the Doom? Look a different target you would have preferred, or did you like this for Nico?
What else is there? I mean, open wounds on Lifestealer can be kind of nice. The slow, just for being able to kite around, particularly the Wraith King, is going to be good. Wyvern is okay. Mirana's is horrible. I never want to see Mirana get it until it's literally cannot go to anyone else. And even then, I would probably sell it, or I give it to Mirana.
I guess with that Ag Shard on the Doom now, I've been harping on kind of the stun lock and anyone following up with the Doom ulti. So now having just a little bit of extra stun, and you kind of have that old level death as well in there, working for the shard. So we'll see how that extra 0.6 seconds of stun is going to come into play, depending on the level.
Tithe to the impurities.
I mean, they're just holed up inside their base. They realize they can't go anywhere right now on Neon. How's the buyback status looking like? Wraith King doesn't have it. Lina doesn't have it. Slaughter doesn't have it. Lion doesn't have it. Plus 5 Viper does. So, you know, big victory there.
Do it the methodical way. Bottom T2 tower. Last remaining outer tower here. Obi Neon. Themselves are looking to try and get outside the base, maybe a little bit of outpost control, some waves as well. And you still have the top of the net worth here on the Wraith King, and Lina shortly behind as well. High ground now under siege.
Get that puddle down, Slaughter. Coming from the backlines.
Oh, gets rid of the Bloodthorn instantly. Yopaj has to be careful of his positioning.
Nico is standing right next to RR, making sure he can save it if there's any kind of attempt to get it onto the back lines.
What are we looking like
Repel them.
gem-wise too? Him's the only one with a gem.
Scanning for enemies.
Bit of extra... Oh, Sumi?
Radiant
I
are
think they saw
scanning
Leshrac
for
actually
enemies.
TP out, instantly trying to connect back up with the team. Both sides scans connect.
They'll know. Like, if they were looking on the minimap, they would have seen their creep wave disappear somehow, even though he's under the cover of the Moonlight Shadow. But still, I think they're just wanting to be patient. It's only a minute and a half away from this Aegis being reclaimed. So, Tier 3 tower, yes, it's basically gone, but I feel like you don't want to be fighting into that double life. Satanic coming out next for Palos. Quite nice for him. It's gotten to the stage where, like... Ugh. Going to need to sell one of these other items soon. Of course, the Aegis are going to be reclaimed, but sell your phase boots, pick up something even better.
What do you feel like one of those items could be here that he's looking for?
Dyer's bottom tower
Yeah, quick look.
is about to flounder.
I mean, it could be great if you could get onto the backline somehow with like a swift blink. But I feel like a big part of their potential is standing near your way, so that in case he gets gone on, he's still got that infest power.
Feels like, I guess, if you want to jump on the back, just infest in a brother like Nico. Maybe you can be that carrier instead, and instead like Blade, almost.
I wonder if he would even consider going the Ag's Blessing, just because it, you know, reduces the infest cooldown to 20 seconds, increases the cast range by a lot, so that you can be a bit more of that backline menace.
Regeneration.
You're gonna get to the stage where is 8-1 and 9, 492 last hits. He is just, I think, out of control, and you're running out of slots. It's eventually going to get to the stage where I may as well buy Blessing, may as well buy Shard. Why not?
Page is reclaimed. They use the Moonlight Shadow, probably just to retreat, you would hope. Fake back going on here.
Yopaj might walk underneath the Observer Ward that Radiant have in the Tinker position.
It's right there though.
Scoped up, straight into Nico. They find the touch with Wilson. That's exactly what they need. With the help of Palace's damage, they'll kill off the Lina. Now she does have a buyback to rejoin them. Let's see what this is going to be able to provide them. It's a rating, getting control, actually turns. They won't have a winter wipe and take the fight. Can they do with the reincarnation with the timing? No, nice BKB, Natsumi. He eats the arrow. And over the Bloodthorn down. Palace moves over instantly with the clash and Ryu to control him. No life stealer and now no damage. As Yopaj shredding apart. Yo, wait, look at the machine gun go to work. Threw down on execration, but it does cost them a couple of buybacks there, as Lina has to rejoin them to take that fight.
Oh boy, this is it. Like, it could go either way, every single one of these team fights. Yes, it's a great initiation coming through, being able to focus him down, but give him space, and he is able to absolutely rip you apart. Cheats was used there as well, and it only bought the Leshrac about 2 seconds of extra life.
Now they're actually thinking of walking up the high ground here.
Top
They
tower
push really fast.
He's going TP top.
is under attack.
He's 35 seconds away from TPing. They'll get spooked because of this buyback, but buyback that was forced because the Doom wasn't there, wasn't able to actually join in and be part of that team fight.
Look at the net worth as well. Poor Henryu. My lord, he had such a laning stage, but this Slaughter just fell off a cliff. Like, the Mirana is actually keeping up in the net worth. We're just, unfortunately, you know, Tsunami brought up the factor of the late game Doom win percentage that he has at the moment in Dota, and the scaling potential that you have at the moment over Enryu is through the roof. Now, keep in mind that he's still going to provide some value with the Corrosive Haze. I wonder, and I think you need that shard though, because it feels like he's not getting many heroes caught with the Haze, so it really feels like his value right now is just get the ulti out and let the other heroes go to work.
Radiant are
He's
scanning
getting some
for
decent
enemies.
crushes off, but yeah, like you can only hit so many people at a time, and we've had Yopaj be a little bit indecisive about what he wants to go. I was about to say he should probably sell that Yule Scepter. You know, you don't have buyback, you need to have something that's going to be a bit more impactful, and at this stage of the game I don't think Yule Scepter is that one. He's gone the Shadow Blade into the Silver Edge, so he wants to have a little bit of that extra survivability. Not going to be great against Nico, who's got the gem already. I was kind of thinking maybe just an Aeon Disc, like,
yeah,
sure, it ruins your right-click damage potential, but it feels like you need that extra form of escape coming out from the very beginning of the fight.
And you got to keep in mind, like, he just bought back as well, so that Aeon Disc offers another layer of protection. He's got Lincoln's, but is that going to be enough here? Also, Refresher on Doom. That's a scary prospect. Double Doom opportunities here.
Double Doom. So mid laners, no buyback. Wyvern, no buyback. So advantage Neon for now, with a relatively long Roche spawn again. They've been just wanting to keep us in suspense.
Wanting another 60-minute game. We up to 8 or 7 now here for the close.
7 so far.
7.
That's still a lot. That's a lot of late game Dota.
Crazy amount, yeah. No, we were watching. Those games go way too late.
Imagine if T1 was playing as well. Probably late game players in the world.
Their late game capability, the execution, just like them, Execration and Neon are doing so well to be able to execute in these past couple of late game that we've seen so far. And still looking to head that way as hit the 50-minute mark, and only 3,000 net worth lead for Radiant. Once again, it feels like it's all on this Roche fight. Something that we've seen through the entirety of the series. Previously, that Leshrac split earth was way too much for Neon to handle, just layering the ground and making it so difficult for you to position.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a bit lucky with this rune here. The illusion rune going to be able to push out that bottom side of the map, make Execration perhaps second guess themselves.
Is he able to jump? Smoke pops up the backline. They haven't found the leaner though, so they're gonna have to try and do the funnel. He's just running to the opposite direction with the BKBs. They've hopped the raid fire blast. Boom still has that second round the ultimate to utilize here. They caught up the leaner. Nico, he's cancelled the blink with the radiance. The Lotus Orb is out. They're gonna be able to protect Yopaj, and now Natsumi still pushing him further and further away. Incarnation's being popped. He's still got the BKB for the second life as well.
Arrow.
Holding the high gun, arrows on the mark, and we move back to join him. Lose the flashback to the high gun, finger of death. What occurs? Flick it down. He's gonna make it back up. That's a dieback. Natsumi falls as well. What occurs? He's able to rejoin them. They need a reset. Neon, cut your losses and get out of the area. As Zhao try to stalk and get away, but the trickster cloak is not enough.
Time for Roche to be back up and running, but you've still got a Doom available. This is the power of that late game Doom potential as he picks up the gem. Gonna walk on back in. Both, no, just the refresher. Damn, it feels like this game has been going on for a lot longer than it has.
There is some crazy win condition opportunities now for Execration. Only Lion has buyback here. CTM. Got a blink, got a force, the 8th lens as well, but we saw Natsumi had to buy back there, and Ryu had to buy back, Januel had to buy back, and now you're going up against the Aegis on Palos, Cheese as well. I'm trying to see who's got that. Jeez. Backpacked on the Life Stealer and the Refresher Shard. Who other than the Doom to hold?
You're forgetting about the most important item of all, the Wind Waker on DTC. Done his job of pushing in the top lane somewhat, and of course we've got a level 27 Yoe, so those Dynamite explosions are just going to melt these barracks. I don't know about that one.
They want to fight before Enry. I think you have to give up this top set of racks, especially how do you commit Split Earth like that? Maybe you go for a mass smoke wraparound as blood points out. Damage.
No Wind Waker.
Oh no, it's so hard to commit. You got caught Embrace save, potentially an Infest save, Wind Waker save now. So difficult. Neon all back alive, and with bot pushed in with the catapult wave, they're gonna have to reset and choose a different angle.
They can do this. Yeah, just get the TD, go forward, you know. It's just really one wave that you have to concern yourself with. Natsumi's level 28, so has a little bit of that extra skeleton attack damage. Not going to be impactful so far. He has finished up that nullifier though. He bought back previously. He's backpacked his Radiance.
Radiance, no boots.
I mean, you're just going to switch out the Blink Dagger after you blink.
As well, but using in the first life with the reincarnation. Sports away. Does have the refresher. He actually popped the refresher orb, just still has the shard available. So 2 more rounds of Dooms. If for Nico. Set of racks claim bot, and the last set is mid. Eventually be going up against Megas if Execration stick around. Once again, the onslaught with the Split Earth, just making it so difficult. Get the jump.
Henry's going for the back line. Who can he catch? Finally get this Wyvern.
How do they start? Jump in, Natsumi. So that's a reincarnation with the Dooms out. They've been able to catch out the leader, but they got more forward stuff. Need to get back to safety with the War Storm.
They got Wyvern.
He's going to control. The 2 with the reincarnation. Natsumi instantly with the BKB popping. They're going to fall. Yopaj, he doesn't have a buyback. Nico will still fall on the backline, and Ryu, BKB, TP out. Okay, Wyvern, I'm able to rejoin them here, but without Yopaj. How can they hold?
I think they can.
See, Alos, Mega Creeps Gaming, 1 game away from eliminating Neon. No way. BKB, Natsumi, forced up once again, Henry. They're locking on Natsumi, they're gonna be careful what occurs. It takes better than the crush. It's on to 3, straight onto the throne. They follow up with all the damage. Natsumi, he'll kill off the Viper. No buyback. CTM's down as well. Before he can get the finger of death, he's gonna buy back to safety, but the ranking's getting targeted. Ranking's down. Execution. They might have just done it, and they have. The cheese and drop. 55-minute game. They'll eliminate Neon.
Oh man, what a long road to get there. But turns out more recent international experience brought them across the line, because looking back at season 1, hell, even season 2 of the DPC, that is not the composed execration that we were used to seeing. And Neon, they got so close. I think they finished like 14th in the DPC rankings, just behind Nigma, and maybe No Ping as well. But beyond that,
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Damage.
Are Radiant using echolocation?
The spyglass at hand. Roshan dead. The story of the perfect one. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this. Radiant's bottom tower is staggering.
Like a drunk sailor.
Double kill!
Dominating! Triple kill! Dire's middle tower is under attack.
To the impurity.
Fortified structures can't be breached.
I could. Dire's middle tower is drowning. Dire's middle tower just got knocked down.
Double damage.
Merci beaucoup.
Money changes hands. Breathe it in.
Dire are scanning for enemies. Dire's top tower needs some friends. Same as you, Tide Hunter. Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind. Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Spoils. Thanks.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over.
Precious bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Almighty money.
Brilliant beauty.
Dire's top tower is under
To the
attack.
impurities.
Dire's top tower is about to take the flood.
Money changes hands.
Holy shit!
Close to imbalance.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a stiff wind.
I like how this one bounty.
Precious immortality. Like Unka will.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this deluge.
Radiant think fortification can save them.
Any port in a storm.
Run! 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 Run!
We're underway.
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
A foregone conclusion.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has rung its last bell.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is
Radiant's
about
bottom
to
tower
take the
has fallen.
plunge.
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
service to imbalance. Let us fight!
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Returns from whence it came.
Holy shit!
Double kill!
And do something extra for the effect.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is on the rocks.
Radiant better raise a defense for their bottom barracks.
Radiant's bottom barracks have fallen.
Radiant's top tower just got sent to the bottom.
Really tight, Hunter.
Almighty Mother.
Radiant's middle tower can't handle this game. Radiant's middle tower just keeled over. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's top tower is under attack. They're trying to bring down Radiant's top tower. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's middle tower is under pressure. Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Regeneration! A minor setback.
Fire is out.
Dead.
Radiant's middle barracks getting what they deserve.
Radiant's middle barracks are taking water.
Dire's top tower is under
Radiant's
attack.
middle barracks have fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Radiant fortified their structures. Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Radiant's top tower is on the rocks. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower won't last long. Dire's bottom tower couldn't withstand this tide.
Tide turns against Radiant's top barracks.
I was always against them. I can't wait to see Radiant's top barracks fall.
Radiant's top barracks have fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's turn to pick.
Got a pretty big carry like game, I'd say, can kind of join those fights earlier on with the metamorphosis. So I like the switch up already. I think this might be pretty good up against
5 seconds
GXR.
remaining.
Or then maybe it's not so much the Spectre. How do you feel about them first phasing their core, their carry in general, John? Seems not really that traditional unless it's like maybe a mid laner at most. I'm not seeing safe lane carries first phase all too.
I think Boom's just kind of forcing that situation because there's an overlap with In Your Dream and Dream Assault's hero pool, so they kind of have to prioritize that before the bans start coming in and start focusing on In Your Dream bans for Boom, so you don't need to worry about those counter picks as much. This does leave the Terrorblade slightly vulnerable. I think Galaxy Racer starting off with Mirana DK is pretty darn strong. It's pretty good in lane. Dragon Tail into arrows, really potent. The Mirana can kind of machine gun down the egg as well. If you need help with that, even the Dragon Knight, once he gets his dragon form up, does have the range to play around with that. And they've got decent push from GXR. Like, Boom has the push with Metamorphosis now, which is something they were lacking in Game 1 as well. Their tower push was just not amazing. But I think that you kind of worry about it. Like in Game 1, they started with Spectre. Galaxy Racer had the Necros counter. There are still a lot of good options here to burst down that Terrorblade.
Yeah, they ban out the Drow. They ban out the Darkseer, which would have been a good offlane op. Still Morphling availability. We don't know where this DK is going. In fact, I don't even know where Galaxy Racer favored it. It's just, I feel like consistently banned out. Apparently, Mizu did play it once against Team Mystery. But aside from that, they've only gotten their hands on the... Not really sure where it goes.
Yeah, I think it's more of a Miracle role. Yeah, it's definitely more of a Miracle hero. They want Alacrity and something more active. This opens up the possibility for, say, an Alacrity Invoker. That's really one of his specials from all the way back. You get that Sunstrike combo with the Dragon Tail Arrow combination. You have a great buff, whatever cost one you pick up here for In Your Dream. I think that's something Boom's going to have to watch out for in these bans.
It's kind of the Unka would... I guess Makota.
10 seconds.
Boom will continue targeting answers to their first two heroes. Now they take out the Juggernaut, which I get her. Lina is still in the pool. It would be good against both the TB and the Phoenix.
Very true. They definitely could go down that route. I wouldn't blame them for it. I do kind of like John's kind of recommendation as well for that Invoker, but never mind that. We've got a Puck here now for the side of GXR, so Puck does seem pretty nice on this speed. Lock in the TD, lock in the Phoenix. Still a very powerful hero as well. Just it never feels like Puck is out of him. Never. There's a line. I guess you got the counter.
Radiant's turn to pick.
But all of the nerfs that came into CMD never really took out of liability. I guess now these days we only see Puck in mid. It used to be somewhat flexed. Now it's Racers will guess upcoming carry pick with a Grimstroke.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it kind of lines up well for Galaxy Racer. They've got great Inkswell combos with the DK, the Puck jumping in, even Mirana to a certain extent. Soulbind is pretty okay. It's not the best in this situation. Double Dragon Tails, all you really have to play with. What I am looking forward to is whether or not we see that Dark Portrait. A Dark Portrait with the Terrorblade is going to be really potent coming through here, and we know GXR tends to give that farm priority to their supports if they have something like that Grimstroke. So you have to kind of worry about that now from Boom. I mean, the line's a great response, but I don't think you can burst those illusions instantly. They're like hard illusions, if I recall right. So you're going to have to put in the effort to clear them out anyway. and it's just something to consider in scaling.
Here's the Radiant Band.
No, the Dark Portrait
Oh yeah, that one's
from
yeah, you
Grimstroke,
can
yeah.
manage right now. Which is surprising against 2 leashes already, the Dream Coil and the Soulbind. Great hero.
It's pretty interesting. I know Makoto enjoys the hero. I do think it could be problematic. I guess you do have the chains now for the puck, so you can kind of lock her down if you need to, which you definitely will. But I mean, the Dream Core is going to be very annoying. The leash is going to be very annoying. There's already 2 silences. There's 4 types of stun. So it's going to be hard to be mobile on this end of this game. In laning phase as well, I guess it does pretty well against the puck, but I don't think the puck suffers too much from the Ember pick, so I think it might just be a bit of a comfort pick here for Makoto. Maybe just feeling like he just wants to really play a hero he really knows, and he has played it a lot, so I guess he should be feeling very confident on it.
They ban out a Morphling next. Right now, Morphling's amazing. They chain the Ember by replicating it to him. Shotgun versus Terrorblade. I don't really know if it's an in your dream hero. Throughout his DPC, I didn't really see him play it too much. It was mainly Mizu. That was like when they were still figuring out the offlaner, I guess.
Yeah, it's been a while. It is one of his old specials from a long way back, so I wouldn't be surprised if GXR actually do pick it up. Boom. And see, they kind of ignored it, and Galaxy Race were focusing on those FBZ heroes. They need something on Boom's side to kind of tie in with the Phoenix, to kind of lack that big control to really get an effective egg. I suppose there's an option here for, say, an FBZ Tide if they want to go into it. We haven't seen too much Tide, but we've seen it in really impactful games. They come out, they go with the Legion Commander instead. They've got the Duel, they've got the Finger to play with. They do have ways of kind of playing around a bit faster from that offlane, at least with that pick.
End up going for a Lifestealer. Is actually, I'm seeing surprisingly high success of Lifestealer versus Terrorblade. In my mind, every single time I'm like, oh, TB gets a Scotty and it's like life's over for Lifestealer, but I'm seeing more of these like Maelstrom pickups from Lifestealers, and they're able to go later game than I expect them to do. That being said though, I'm still kind of favoring all the control that Boom have. They have 2 chains, they have Lion, and I guess it's a good egg hitter from Lifestealer, but aside from that, heading to the egg seems kind of...
I would agree. I mean, you have the Inkswell there for the added movement speed with the shard, so you can kind of rush in with that, and you do have the Infest with the DK or the Puck, so that can also be quite effective. Try and close the gap here for the Lifestealer. I think if In Your Dream can close those gaps against the TB, and he won't have too many issues kind of bursting him down, but it is going to be a difficult game. I don't think it's going to be that easy for this LS pick for In Your Dream. Pretty confident pick though. I'm very intrigued by it, but it makes me feel like we are probably going to go to a game 3 with the way these drafts have turned out.
Leaning that way too, John.
I'll play devil's advocate. I think Galaxy Racer has a draft they can play fairly quickly with. They don't have the longest cooldown to wait for, so they can play that aggressive style we saw from game 1. If they maintain that sort of pacing here, there might not be enough room for your Terrorblade to really get big, and your Ember as well. So as long as they play around that pacing on GXR, I think they should be able to kind of clean sweep this if they hit timings.
I think Legion's criminally underrated, so I'm curious to see what she's going to be able to get up to. You feel shortchanged if you don't get a 3-game series, so let's see how it all goes down. Game number 2, MLP. John, take it away.
Thank you, Tsunami. We are back, of course, for game number 2 between Boom Esports and GXR. Boom, 1 game away from being knocked out, so they need to pull off this game 2 victory. Try and force tour number 3, but GXR, on the other hand, pretty nice situation for him, John. 1 game away from getting to the next round of the lower bracket. And I know you were kind of leaning towards the GXR draft, and yes, you said you were playing devil's advocate. I know you like to make these little excuses before you do your predictions, but why do you like GXR's draft? John, I'm going to put you on the spot. I'm going to put some pressure on you.
I think it's just how Lifestealers play nowadays. There's so much potential for saving infests. We've seen that really turn around fights. As Tsunami said, the Terrorblade versus Lifestealer matchup isn't as bad as you'd expect. Like, it is awkward because your bonus damage is physical on the Lifestealer, so all that armor on the Terrorblade kind of slows that down. But once you get, say, your Maelstrom up into Mjolnir, maybe get an MKB as well, there is a lot of physical right click to go through, and you don't have much downtime on the lifesteal compared to Terrorblade. Like, we tend to see refresh and Aghanim having to be committed for the Terror Wave and Metamorphosis backup. And once you expend those towards the late game, it's like Lifestealer only really has to worry about rage usage, and that's not particularly too long of cooldown, especially once you get the rage duration talent in the end. If it does go ultra late, I think there's just more opportunities for a Lifestealer to be a menace compared to the Terrorblade, where you really have to time yourself around Metamorphosis, and once you kind of lose that momentum with that spell, if you don't manage to use it in a big fight, you can't easily commit for the buyback and turn things around.
Fair enough. We'll start off with the bot lane here. Dreamer's Soul going to be on that Terrorblade along with Kezcute on the Phoenix. Up against Joe Cam on that Pos for Mirana, and you've got Mizu on the DK. And John, that's one lane we've seen quite a lot of in the qualifiers, is this DK Mirana lane. Having that dual stun be very, very effective. And we've seen it against Phoenix very often, in fact. Generally, the Phoenix does end up being first blood to this combination. But I do feel like GXR have a very scary combo on this off lane. Your Dreamer's Soul or Kezcute, it's going to be a very dangerous time for it.
And it doesn't feel great, especially since that's a good amount of magic damage from the Mirana. You will have to watch that spacing. Really interesting build here, going for the reflection first on that Terrorblade, so maybe looking for more aggressive potential. No early Metamorphosis to shove out the wave, and just a bit different coming out from Dreamosol. Not sure what he really wants to achieve it at, but it has done a good job in zoning out Jokam.
Just following the lore in the anime, John. Nothing too special here from Dreamosol. CS, it's pretty even, but just one ahead. Do you expect any kind of advantage for either hero here in this mid lane?
It really boils down to hits. Who hits level 6 first? You already see Hyde kind of coming in, trying to contest the water rune, but quicker fingers out from the Lactial to Mizu.
I called it, John. Kezcute's gone down to the Phoenix. Mizu and Jokam do take him out, and I can almost guarantee it was that double stun combination. Why is it always the Phoenix? Every time.
It's so easy to get. Long cooldown spells in lane. Fire Spirit's only up on Kezcute. You can't even dive out if he's in danger. It's just a softer target to go for. You'd still want to line up for Dreamosol if you get some good magic damage off. That is a possibility, but he is playing it rather safe, sticking by his creep wave, so not as open being jumped in. As soon as you get levels on Kezcute, especially his level 3 spike, those Fire Spirits will start to hurt Mizu, so you kind of have to maximize that DK Mirana combo as early as possible here.
Should have a look at the top lane as well, of course. Hyde going to be there against Polison, and you've got In Your Dream and FBZ going at it. Pretty even between the two. LC is actually one of the better kind of cores to have against the Lifestealer. With that moment of courage, you can kind of just out-harass In Your Dream, especially at the earlier levels, but as the levels go up In Your Dream, he should have a much better time. I don't necessarily seeing them being able to really kill him on this Lifestealer per se in this laning phase, but they can at least make it a difficult time.
Yeah, they're trying to harass him out. You are getting more last hits onto FBZ. You're not quite getting the free farm you'd want here for IYD, which is going to slow down his pace. Hyde's just been doing a great job in being disruptive with these pulls from Paulson, just putting FBZ in the position where he can clear out the wave, still get his EXP, get his farm, and that's all you really kind of want to look for. Fast levels on that Legion Commander, maybe some stacks in the jungle to help you get your blink timing down the line, and you're pretty much set. So a slower lane there doesn't hurt either side. Might benefit Boom slightly more, but as a Lifestealer, you kind of don't care as well. Though Paulson's chasing deep here.
A bit of a chase onto Hyde. Got the Stroke of Fate. Does get the kill and tips her out. Paulson getting very confident with himself in the Scrim Stroke. Nothing really special happening either, John. He just chased him with the Inkswell. Ends up getting the kill.
Yeah, I love seeing that. You don't tend to see supports commit all the way for these deep chases, but with a Lifestealer, you can leave him alone. There's no kill threat from the LT when that support's gone, so you've got all the room in the world to just keep trading hits with that support, and you kind of win out early on. The magic damage coming through from the Runestrokes a bit too much, and you're kind of happy. 2-0 already for GXR, less than 1k lead. Other lanes going rather evenly for the most part. Not a huge CS advantage for either side, but the kills are definitely helping the heroes on GXR hit their EXP spikes and some early item spikes as well.
Top lane, Olsen gonna be in a spot of danger. He'll throw the Inkswell out onto In Your Dream and be a nice kind of defensive Inkswell on In Your Dream so he can get himself out on that Grimstroke. Let's not play. Well, In Your Dream though, he's taking a fair bit of damage out from Hyde and FBZ. Kind of goes back to the LC. Hero happy to trade hits with the Lifestealers mid lane. Alacrity. Let's drop Makoto. Take him down the Ember. A bit of damage to the tower, but it won't really matter. He's out of there. What does it? Jocab, Starfall is there, but it's only level 1. He's got an arrow in 3 seconds. Landed somehow. Makoto still running, arrow off the mark. Nice little sidestep. The stroke of fate. Not going to land either. And we found the arrow. It did end up hitting Hyde in the face, and he'll be fine as well.
Yeah.
It's just down to that level 6 timing that mid. Mikato grabs it right before Alacrity can, so he didn't have a counterplay with Dream Coil. Mikato realizes that advantage and pushes it, so just heads up play for Mikato. Alacrity caught a bit off guard, has to be careful about the burst damage coming through from the Ember now, but of course with his own level 6 up, he could look for a rotation. Leaving that mid lane, Dream Coil at the ready, could look for movement down towards bot.
So I'll just into that tree line now, keeping himself away. Actually, top lane. In Your Dream taking a substantial amount of damage there from FBZ and Hyde. There's a lot happening across the map in both side lanes. There's heroes in the bot lane as well. They did end up getting scanned down by Boom Esports, so Green Missile is very well aware. They've been around. Leave the area. Execute now. Icarus dives out on the Phoenix. Olsen trying to catch him out with the silence, but doesn't quite get it off in time.
Bottom tower faces a stiff
We're
wind.
going to be able to get that bottom tier 1 tower though, and that's really all you want anyway if you're GXR. That was an interesting TP though. Kesko, he TP back to the tier 1 tower, and now he's been stunned up. The Inkswell comes out. He cannot Icarus dive away from there. He is going to drop. I believe he may have misclicked the minimap.
Yeah, that was a bit optimistic right into the lane. Instant silence out from Paul. It's an easy setup. Really quick push from GXR. Kind of reminiscent of game 1 with Urlesh. Just pushing that advantage for the DK. We're not going to see the same commitment from Boom. It's not like you want to drag Dream himself up top at this point to really trade towers just yet. And they'd rather he farm up. So it's going to be slower in the tower trade. FBZ is doing a good job of just applying constant pressure top though. In Your Dream doesn't really have anywhere else to go just yet. So he's forced to sit here by himself, always at risk of the chain stuns coming through and the threat of a duel. But without any sort of mid-rotation from Boom themselves as well, means that it's just kind of even, just slower farm for the Lifestealer. The one advantage for Boom is that I guess your Terrorblade's getting a bit more from that bot jungle area.
Coil, they've got the big one. They leash him down long enough. Silence about to wear off, but the Inkswell does land. Arrow to follow up. Do you have enough damage though, Makoto? He's still alive. He'll remnant away to the left. He'll go up to the high ground as well. They have caught the Phoenix instead. But is it gonna matter? Lorana leaping forward, but she won't have the damage. Makoto gonna be able to survive. Get Ken's but they'll throw Jokan's life away for that. Pretty decent trade here for Boom. Izu, he won't mind. He'll get started in the mid tier 1 tower anyway. Wants to get that pressure going. Still got Hyde around. Got a reset there for Makoto thanks to Kescute. Won't be able to continue this mid tier 1 push.
But you see the movements lining up from GXR immediately when Dragon forms back up. Mizu's already mid, looking for that next objective. Just very well timed movement from GXR to get these early advantages out as they can. Lots of commitment from Boom to save that mid tower. They understand how important it is to secure their own jungle for their Terrorblade, and to do that, they need control from mid. So they're holding on to it. Does give the top lane a very free time with no Ember rotations out. There's no threat to In Your Dream, so he's allowed to just sit here and farm. Same thing for FBZ. Both of these cores just having a grand old time farming very close to each other, but our Lifestealer is sort of lagging a bit behind, at least doing better than Dreamosol is. Like, he's just playing the jungle, his pacing isn't as quick, and it's always back down to the fact that Metamorphosis is your big farm accelerator, so it's not going to be as up as a Lifestealer, so it's going to go in bursts. Well, for Boom side, they're finally looking to commit up top. Mikado makes his way up there. Good look to make that little play happen.
Paulson, only hidden, not being really scouted out by Hyde. We're going to try and wrap around and get this kill. Slide of Fist, it does connect on Paulson, but he's getting real deep into that tree line and gonna go for the TP up. Not be able to catch him in time. GXR, they'll probably be more than happy to let this top tier 1 tower go, especially because they can pressure the mid tier 1. It's much more worthwhile getting the mid tier 1 tower over the top tier 1.
Under attack.
They're going to commit to it. That'll give GXR enough information, I believe, to start the pressure up.
Dire
We go, Mizu. So rotating with the Dragon Form now. You've got the siege creep. Meanwhile, top lane, a bit of a defense coming out. GXR, they're moving forward and the coil's out. They have got FBZ. He will try to survive and fight. Broom is in back. He's doing a lot of damage. The Infest gonna save the day. He himself down the Kodo. Does finish off the kill. The Slider Fist will be enough, and they will remnant out. BZ, very close to dying. Survive for another day. John, in the meantime, at mid tier 1, it did end up dropping.
That's a much better trade for GXR. Sure, you lose your puck, but you're starting to deny out this area where the Terrorblade's farming. It's easier for you to just take complete control of the bot jungle, and Mizu's doing a good job of just clearing it out. They could look to reset and defend top once more from GXR, but they don't have Dream Coil. There's an egg available on Boom. They've got your entire team minus the Terrorblade up here to get this objective. It's going to be a bit too late to move in now. Just kind of settle for the jungle farm and accept our trade comes true. Good gold injection for Boom. Opens up the forward top jungle for a little bit of farm. Not really the best decision for Dream himself to keep farming though. He's still emphasizing the bot lane, sticking to that bot jungle. No one's really stopping him. So in the end, Boom is sort of satisfied with this. Like, your Terrorblade's not being pressured, not being chased down by the puck or the Mirana DK. And in that sense, you're still building up towards your win condition here.
Fine, keep up.
Perfect.
Oh, easy. Spot of the jungle is top lane. FBZ is being caught out by the arrow. He's going to try and make a run. Stay down. No, Mizu's got him. Hyde make his way up to help out. Now he's going to get out before he gets scouted. Looks like he is going to be fine. Still a very nice kill for GXR, and the FBZ, he does tend to get caught out in that position quite a bit. I suppose it is still buying a lot of space for the other cores.
And all the emphasis is really on getting Dreamocell up, and to a certain extent Mikado. There is a smoke coming through from Boom, just on executing Mikado. You still have the egg waiting, so they could look to make a play. TP's going up top, FBZ's got his Blink Duel ready.
Jump on though. Mizu, he's a bit of a tanky target. Okan's around to help out as well, and FBZ, he's not going to be able to make the jump in to reveal the Blink. Now GXR to just back out of there for now. Can't forget, in your Dream, he's still kind of neck and neck in terms of farm with Dreamocell. It's a very even game between these position 1s. You just got to kind of wonder who really... Oh, hello, a Dagon. And against the TB though, it makes sense.
It does. You just don't see it too often, but it looks like Alacrity's going to look for that opportunity to use it soon. Moonlight expended. Also Alacrity up front.
Lane. There, they want the puck. The Moonlight Shadow is out, but the Tech Duel has been dropped. The Magic Duel out now. Just lock him in place and take him down with the finger. And the Slider Fist from Makoto. Very nice setup for the side of Boom Esports. Very unfortunate. GXR. That was the Dagon being revealed for our puck. Now it changed down. Makoto, he's down another. Get out of it, who jumps in your Dream. He's there with the Infest. He's going to drop Makoto. He should be able to just rip it out of this, but he's going to try and make it a bit more of a mission for In Your Dream. As the Crest, well, Mizu, he's trying to get the stun off. He'll avoid Makoto, though. 1-for-1 trade it was. He'll have to accept it and just get out.
A lot better for Boom, taking out that puck. Really unfortunate for the side of GXR. They didn't expect a mid lane sentry randomly behind between where the tier 2 and tier 1 are. They just caught off guard, get stunned up, follow up ward to ensure they get the kills. And they kind of underestimate the information game of Boom. They know what's going to happen with a Mirana on the opposing side.
Very close. That stun off onto Makoto, but Makoto very quick with the Remnant out. That's one of the things we talked about in the draft as well, right? Like Makoto, he's meant to be having a tough time against the draft of GXR, but for now, he hasn't died once. I can't remember even seeing him being caught out, to be honest.
Dire have the spyglass.
He's caught out. And on hide, Mizu gonna blink right into him. X is there, Earth Spike. Some more time as Hyde will try for the TP, but the coil was out of time as well. Alacrity, the vision, Mizu with the Inkswell and the day gone out. Just for good measure.
It's a small little kill, not the biggest. This is going to delay that blink timing from a line just a bit. In the end, Boom is still farming really nice on Dream Assault, so all the attention's taken away from Terrorblade. Triangle, it's not warded up offensively by GXR. Can't really track that, and we blink forward.
Yeah, nice blink in. FBZ, he found a jewel. No Cam farming very far forward. It's a leap away, but it was already too late. FBZ, he'd got him.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
So, Boom. It's just such an even game between these two. There is still a 2k net worth lead for the side of GXR. You look at Dream Assault's farm, it is escalating at a rapid pace. Excuse me. It's going to be quite problematic for GXR if this keeps up.
He's got the Dragon Lance up, Yasha up, going to the S and Y. Not too far off until that additional stat resist, additional HP is online for him. That's going to help him stand and fight, maybe start to commit and join in for some of these Metamorphosis fights. I like how In Your Dream's itemizing though. He gets the Sange, he's got the armlet on, the Life Sealer, he's immediately rushing to Satanic. He just wants to have that self-dispel on hand to pop his rage, and from there you just run around, stand in the middle, you don't care about anything at all, except for, I guess, the egg popping if you're in a bad spot. But overall, that should give our Life Sealer a lot of room to really fight. And even the build-up here on Mizu, rushing the BKB right after the blink, just allowing for more offensive movements once these items are up. It's just a matter of patience for GXR. They want to play faster, sure. We've gotten a lineup that probably plays better early. They still need some of these items to be up first.
Chains out from Makoto. He's caught 2 there, but not too long. Just level 2 chains there on the Ember. I want to go down south. They saw Hyde for a second on that line, and there's your Moonlight Shadow. They really want that lion dead. He gets the vision. He does get the Earth Spike, but it won't matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Boom. They were moving in to try and help out, but we'll have to let him go. They'll mind it too much. Lion dying just means you really can't go in for a smoke or a team fight, but we'll be back up in 14 seconds anyway. Big of a deal.
And if you're GXR right now, this is really hurting you. You're not finding the big kills you need, you're not jumping the Ember with the immediate Dragon Tail stun, you're not catching out the Terrorblade while he's in jungle. So these kills aren't really amounting to much. Like, you commit Moonlight, it's a fairly long cooldown at this point at 140 seconds. And then after that, you're just kind of sitting around where Boom worked the map a lot better. Mikato can jump across lanes to get that farm a lot safer by virtue of being an Ember. And they still have no clue where Dream Assault's playing. He is under a ward now. He did show up top. No one's really in position to punish him for being up there.
Also, getting reflected on. Meta popped immediately. Dream Assault not playing any games. Sort of kill to farming for him. A bit more of a farm game than game 1 was, which is perfectly fine considering the cause you do have up. Kind of wonder at what point both teams just kind of group up as 5 and run at each other, but it does feel like it's probably going to be another 5 minutes before we start seeing those big team fights.
Yeah, they're just taking it slow. I think even looking at the item buildup on a Alton right there, he's rushing the Ags. They understand that they want to take it a bit slow. They want to go towards the late game. So you might as well start saving up for the Dark Portrait to be on hand.
Dire's top
start
tower
to pulling that Terrorblade when he does show up. GXR are smoked up though. That was not spotted by Ward.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And his smoke broken immediately. They're going to pop the Dragon Form, move in onto FPC. They've got the ulti and a very nice call out. Alacrity, he found two on behind. After there, he cannot survive it. Mikoto, he's trying to fight back, but he cannot finish off no cap. They'll drop the egg as well, but they should be able to burst the egg down in time. Just fine from the side of GXR, and they will. However, they've lost Paulson, but that won't matter because they're on to Mikoto now. Thunder out to try and help out, but the stuns are there. They'll get the Ember down to third. 4-for-1 trade for GXR.
Radiant's middle
Lost the map, John. They're just moving at a different level right now.
Radiant's
They
middle
finally
tower is
find that
under
rotation. I think they really needed the smoke committal. A lot of the earlier fights we were seeing was just purely Moonlight Shadow, and the Sentry game coming out from Boom was just a bit too strong. So with the added protection of that smoke, they finally find the approach angle they need. Managed to catch out the big targets they want early on. Killing off Hyde before you can really get impact on that line opened up the possibilities there for GXR to counterfight. And you're just seeing the effect of the Life Stealer, right? Like, he infests the DK. DK doesn't die, he regens back up, they run back in, they get the control, they get the damage off. Without access to that burst damage on Boom, without the committal from Dreamwhistle to truly join these fights, you're not going to have enough to rip through these high HP, high armor heroes early on.
Dramatic scenario here for Boom Esports. 5k net worth lead now for GXR. I highly doubt they go in for a Roshan or anything like that, but they could certainly try if they wish. It is just going to be a little bit too early for that Roshan, as you haven't got the draft to get the damage output out in time. But just back off, keep securing that farm. Although they are 5k ahead, Your Dream is currently just about 2k behind. In fact, I say 2k, just about 1k behind the Terrorblade. I'd like to kind of close that gap if you are this Life Stealer. Try and ensure that you can contest him throughout that late game. So it does kind of go back to the fact that you are going to have that ink portrait from Paulson really hurting you once you get that that Terrorblade illusion in that Metamorphosis. It'll be a lot of fun to watch.
Be pretty painful once it's up. I believe we're only lacking one part here, or two parts, so it's still about 1.5k off. But slow and steady is the pacing here for GXR. They've got a little bit more control on the map. I have to say, Boom's wards, again, their sentries have been on point. Their obs wards have been on point as well. They're watching a Roche pit just in case. They've got good coverage of their triangle. They're keeping watch in that top lane as well, in case someone rotates out while they're shoving it out. So it's just really all about keeping Dreamwhistle safe as to where he'd be. But GXR, every time Moonlight Shadow is off cooldown, they just use it and go hunting again.
There you go. Moonlight Shadow to the mid lane. There is a sentry there to kind of protect the side of Boom. But he's also committed though, and this is going to make it a little bit harder as they do move in from the backside. Makoto, he hasn't seen them yet. He doesn't know, but a quick action out with the Remnant. So they do find Hyde. They might even go onto Kezcute. The Phoenix trapped up in that green coil. Are they going to be able to help him out? The TP will be enough from Dreamwhistle. The question is there. Makoto looking to come back in. Does get the chains out on our puff. Be able to orb away. Olafson just out the Brimstroke, a very nice jewel. Is it going to be enough? Yes, certainly will. It looks like GXR is not going to fight into that high ground now. They want to back up, or maybe not. It's a fake back. They're going back in. Mizu onto Makoto. He's so darn low. The Dreamwhistle, he'll stand his ground like an absolute Giga Chad. Protect his friends, and they will be all right. They get themselves out. GXR looking for a way back in. They get Alacrity. Trying to sneak through the backside. He ends up getting punished by Hyde. It was a really rough start to that team fight, but again, it does pan out for them.
You can't afford to lose Alton that early. They need the Grimstroke up to get the Soul Bind off, which is another piece of control for catching that Ember out. We need the Phantom's Embrace for the silence. We need the Ink Swell to save. If they run up with those options, it's awkward. But they smoke up. We know that Metamorphosis doesn't have much left.
So you don't want to lose this guy right now. He has the Sunder. Prestige attack going to come in. Reflection is there. Soulbind will also be committed, but Dreamer Soul again. He's just man-fighting this. He's not afraid. He wants to just go for the fight, but he is going to pay for it. He does go down. Tied FBZ. They all need to run.
Dire's middle tower
Get
is
the hell
under
out of
attack.
there. A very big kill for the side of GXR. Boom. That's the one target. That's the one hero they do not want to lose like that.
Just overly confident from Boom. They did not have Metamorphosis up. They didn't have the BKB popped as well from Dream Assault there, so he was heavily punished for it. And it's back to that saving Infest. Needs to drop slow, Infest, come back out. You're perfectly fine as a strength hero. And they just get a better trade. I think you lost your putt earlier on, sure. You lost your Grimstroke, not a big deal. You get the Terrorblade. He was the one here that you've put all your farm on, and if they manage to do that again, it could be a bit awkward for Boom. Now, there's not enough damage to really clear that top tower. Dragon farm down for a bit too long doesn't mean that they're not going to lose an objective. Just one really big win for Boom is that helps them keep control in that triangle, build up the stacks, keep trying to build up on that Terrorblade. But GXR, I mean, they've got Moonlight off if they want to try again, and we know how they play. They love just constantly keeping that aggression. But Boom are going to go first. They've got the smoke.
Here come the arcade from Mizu blinking out very fast. Both teams clearly having their him up here this morning, John. Quick reactions. They check the Roshan. Arrow will be taken by the Roshan. Boom obviously not committing for it right now. This one going. Meanwhile, get in your dream, Johnny's got that Satanic up now. Things are getting much more difficult in terms of trying to deal with this Lifestealer.
That's self-display so big. Paulson gets caught out though.
Paulson the other way. Makoto, he's gonna find him, but the Earth Spike, that's what they needed. Makoto, he did have the chains on cooldown. Won't matter in the end. You really get anything out of this though, or is it just a bit of space again for Boom?
Just space. It's just one of those small pickoffs. It's like when GXR kills off Hyde. Not the biggest deal. You can't really transition to an objective. You could look for a bigger team fight though. Again, Grimstroke is a lot to control GXR here.
They go, they've got a big target. Davion has been caught and challenged to a duel. It looks like he is going to drop. Boom Esports into the mid-tier 1 tower, and this should open up the Roshan for them. They've already popped the meta. Macri now. Moonlight Shadow gonna wrap around through the backside. He wants to go after Phoenix. They blow him up. Nescu's gone. Hyde falling very, very low. It does drop as well. But now Dream himself, he'll get to work. Who do you want to target though? In your dream, he's just gonna run away. Dream Missile will keep up the chase, but they can't lock anyone down.
Is drowning.
Radiant's
No
bottom
chance for
tower
Boom
is under
quite yet.
attack.
They will have to back their side of the map.
That's a smart play from GXR, taking out the two supports, ensuring that the Hex and Earth Spike's not going to be an issue, ensuring that the Egg is not going to go off in that tight quarters, and just kind of buying themselves space. So they trade their DK for that. On paper, it's a little bit better for Boom, but this does prevent Boom from getting anything off the map. Yeah, they find a tier 1 mid, can't take that Roche opportunity. GXR gets to wait for their DK to respawn. They do not have Moonlight Shadow on that respawn, but they can still kind of sit back, still build up. The Ags for Paulson is it done? Yes, it's done. It's flying out, so Dark Portrait is there. The game has gone slow enough that you're going to see that terribly play against himself at some point.
Scariest thing in the world, John, the man in the mirror. Paulson, unfortunately, is going to be holding up that mirror here, up against Dream itself. See how it does pan out, but it's going to be so in that metamorphosis. Boom. Unsuspecting right now. They haven't seen it. Accepted now on our DK. Mizu. He's got the Black Dragon up. Scary, scary stuff. Is not going to give away the time for Boom to get that Eye of Skadi up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He
attack.
starts chipping away at that Roshan.
Or though. This season all. They know the Roche is happening, they know the position.
Count the Best is there, Mizu. He's looking for a jump in.
Fortified structures can't be breached.
Missile still showing at the bot lane. Trying to go after that bottom tier 1 tower, so they know the TV's not around.
Under attack.
Now gonna back off. They're gonna play it safe. The problem being, Boom Esports, they have bought time for Dreamer Cell to finish off that Iron Skadi. However, Dreamer Cell, he got spotted there by it for a second. Alacrity, but it is only going to be Alacrity.
Dire's bottom tower
Make the
is
jump in.
about to flounder.
This hurts GXR a little bit more. You're not really able to farm up. That space for Boom, as mentioned, gets that Scotty up, more stats, nice healing reduction, which makes it hellish for Lifestealer to trade for very long. So they've got a big tool on hand now for Boom. GXR still wants to reveal these Ags, though. You just need to find that opportunity. Boom is just using the map information really well. Just posturing around Roshan. Both sides know that they're right by the pit, although Dream Cell just dips in.
Really, why not just walk your way in, Dreamer Cell? Oh, they do start FBZ. He's the one caught out. They want to get rid of the LC, and it looks like FBZ. He is going to drop his Alacrity. A great drink call on the backside. He's already got both support. Dreamer Cell, he's left alone to fight. They can't really help him out. They'll go on to Makoto instead, though. They'll leave the TV for now. Meanwhile, Dreamer Cell still trying to go after Mizu. They're trying to burst the DK down with Davion. He's playing too tanky. They've got the egg in your dream. He takes it out. Makoto's still trying. He'll find Jocam. They do get the DK in the end.
Midsummer night.
They find more. Oh, that's a great Earth Spike from Hyde. Amazing timing. Boom Esports still in position after those buybacks to try and go for this Roshan, but they're losing it again. Hyde, he's may have given his life away for this, but they do kill Paulison. And the Roshan pit only got in your dream up to try and contest this. He's not going to bother either. That's the farming for him. He knows he can't do it on his own. They get something to go their way.
Time to move.
They really split that fight up on GXR's end. They immediately jumped Dreamer Cell, but they transitioned to the supports to kill off first, forced the buybacks, but that meant that they missed their window to burst the Terrorblade. So he just had full use of his Metamorphosis, lots of damage flying out. We didn't really get to see the best Dark Portrait usage as well, as they were chasing elsewhere. So Boom's got this nice safety net on hand. Ages for 5 minutes, net worth lead down to 1k for GXR. The farm distribution of Boom isn't that even though. All of their goals really just riding on that Terrorblade. They have to ensure that every engagement they take going forward, Dreamer Cell has to be around. And he has to make use of that farm advantage for the team. They've kind of sacked Mikado's farm and really sacked FBZ's farm to get to that point. And looks like they do know that they've got a nice come around here. Start grouping up. The egg is about 20 seconds off. Finger is about a minute. You could at least play with the egg. You want to make something happen with the Aegis. Maybe start eyeing the tier 2s to push down with Metamorphosis coming back up. For GXR's end, In Your Dream's pretty close to his own Scotty now. That could be something you just wait out for. Dagon up to level 3 for Alacrity. I think he's really going to need Dagon 5 to get that instant burst that he needs to clear out some of these heroes at this point in the game. And that's just going to take a little bit more time. So the slower pace doesn't necessarily hurt GXR as well. They're also finding these item spikes while the game slows down.
That AC on In Your Dream is going to be very important as well in that Lifestealer. You know, to tank up a bit more, get your team a bit more tanked up against all this physical damage. Dream Assault proving to be a real nuisance now on that TB. 4k ahead of In Your Dream. The Moonlight Shadow to be popped. Their way over to the top lane, GXR.
Top tower is under attack.
Is there on Alacrity. Always want to go into those back lines, so you need to find the line first. FBZ gonna back off away from the arrow, but they found them. They've got Hyde on the line. The orb moving the way of Boom. Dreamer Soul, he's BKB TP'd out. FBZ, he has not been scouted. Minute. Ollison? Close. They had the right idea.
On the edge, they do find that objective though. The tier 2 tower gone. A little bit more potential to rotate around the top jungle if they want to. They don't really take the outpost though. It doesn't feel as amazing, mutually denying that area away. And GXR, they get a pick off again, not the most substantial when you kill off the lion at this point. But it's still a consolation prize. They did pop Dream Coil for that, along with the Elder Dragon form. You're not going to have these spells by the time the next engagement's out, and Boom could look to use that to their advantage. Starting to walk in that top jungle. Metamorphosis is ready for Dream himself. He does run into someone, and you're just going to be able to take out the outpost. So Roche Axe is going to be cut off, but Roche is still a long ways off, so you could still go for recapture at some point. MKB is up and running on Dreamocell. His damage is going to skyrocket, not going to care too much about the armor as he gets the procs up, and that slight evasion on our Lifestealer, not going to be an issue as well. In fact, In Your Dream didn't even bother for that talent anyway, so not really counteracting anything yet. But I suppose the damage coming through is nice, and there is a smoke from Boom now.
Absolutely, they want to fight with this power spike. Dreamocell, he's going to try and bait in the side of GXR. GXR, very patient, waiting for that right moment. They know Dreamocell has his team right behind him. They've got to find those back lines first. The arrow scouts out. See anyone though. Dreamocell getting a fair bit of damage off onto that tier 2. Your Dream gonna try and ward him off here with the Lifestealer, but Dreamocell gonna go in and just kind of whack him a little bit. Tier 2 tower, you're not gonna survive it. Looks like it's not strong. There's a reflection is gonna be there. They found out the DK. They'll make the jump in, but he'll force the BKB out. Dreamocell, he's got the meta. GXR, they're not gonna want to fight when that meta's up. They'll walk away. Get the cost of their mid tier 2 tower, but they definitely can't fight right now.
Gotta be a bit patient. They don't really find the angle. Very good positioning from Boom to play on the opposite side of the lane. Not giving any openings out to GXR. GXR, for their part, they're hitting some big spikes. Dagon 5 fully done on Alacrity, so full burst potential on hand. And he has a ceremonial robe. So it's a bit of a cherry on top. That magic resist down should be a nice little boon for the burst damage he's looking to pull out. Inside of Boom now, with pretty much all outer towers except one gone on the side of GXR, they can just go back to controlling this map. They still don't have that network advantage, still leaning towards GXR, and the Aegis does expire, so they don't have that safety net. They've got good control onto the Roche Pit, good control on the top jungle. There's not too much room for GXR to roam around individually. They're gonna have to stick together as a team, and they do smoke up right now.
Try. It's all about the right jump, it seems like, with GXR, where Boom, they don't really need the right jump. They just kind of need the team fight to start. Seem to be aware they are around as Makoto, he does break the smoke. They move forward through the triangle. GXR trying to find a target, but Boom, very nice movement. Back into the dire jungle. They're not making it easy. GXR to start the fight, so instead they'll go after the mid-tier 2 tower. And of course, with this Aghanim Scepter DK, they do take it quite fast on top of the Lifestealer damage.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Get the tier 2 mid, but Boom Esports, they're gonna go high ground. They'll force a tier 3 tower.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures
defense coming out from GXR is a bit slow. They keep it all over the map. So they're gonna have to walk up here, although
Alacrity, that's a lot of damage up. They got the silence to press the attack. Gonna purge off the silence. It is a level 5 Dagon on Alacrity, which explains the damages. Yes, cute. That's the ink portrait. The ink portrait of the TV.
oh, that's
Just
disgusting.
running through the jungle right now, trying to find the lion. Hide, do not go near that thing, sir. We're off. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to do it, right? You get the ink portrait, you try to find a straggler, just take him down.
Yeah, it feels pretty nice for GXR. They save their high ground for now. We've got Moonlight, they're outside the base. They can go hunting a bit. We've got Dark Portrait off cooldown again. Why does this thing give 150% outgoing damage? Why does it get 50% bonus? Why?
Dire's top tower is about to take the plunge.
Absolutely. You got 100, not 200%.
You're right, Mike. What a visionary. You should be balancing Dota.
You never might be. Hide FDZ, they're in the jungle right now, waiting to initiate. Awesome. Think out. So many quick reactions in this game, it feels like. Everyone's just blinking everywhere. See a smoke again from GXR. They've grouped up. by that tier 3 tower. No smokes available. We're just going to make sure they go as a team. We'll shine up in a minute as well.
A fairly short respawn. Of course, a double damage on hand here for Boom as well to take that next fight, as is bounce. Ags up in Mikado, which means that the remnant spam is online. Much more impactful and much zippier. So harder to catch down, as DXR is still looking to force it outside. They're still playing outside. They're not too scared to just hide in the high ground, which is good, because they're going to need to engage for that next Roshan. You don't want to give that second Roshan away. Way too many goodies in Roshan's belly, and you wouldn't want to be able to Aegis once more on Dream Assault. He's already got the Satanic up as well for the self-dispel. So it's already harder to lock him in, and it's starting to become a case of, alright, the Terrorblade's the only guy who's really hyper-farmed, but are you as a team on GXR good enough to kind of counteract this one hyper carry on the Doom side? It's all going to go down to execution here.
They got the Mirana, Dokkan gonna just leave down as now the soul line there. Mizu, he got the double stun off to press the attack. Gonna burst that off, still leashed up for Kodo. He needs to remnant out. He didn't remnant far enough, but he will get out in the end. Just barely on 200 HP. Dangerous stuff here. Luckily, you have FBZ behind with the press the attack and the shards. Just kind of purge off the stun of the DK. Gonna get stunned, this Roshan, it seems. Double damage activated, Dreamer's Soul. It's not really going to take him too long to finish this off. The XR, if they wish to fight this, they need to react very quickly. They scouted out with the arrow, but it's too late. Surely it's too late. They're trying, but there's no chance. It's already gone down, Dreamer's Soul. Get the shards, he'll get the Aegis. Keep the shards, though.
Could. I think the Zeal is pretty alright. It's a 14-second cooldown for buff it provides. The HP drop could look painful, but I think with press the attack, you're going to compensate for that relatively quick, and it gives him something to do when he's stuck in melee. He's not super useless running around. That added move speed will help him out by a fair bit. I wouldn't mind it too much, but he's just holding it all for now. He does hand it off anyway.
Tower is about to take the plunge.
That meta pop, they want to try and get this tier 3 tower down ASAP. With the Aegis off, they're feeling very confident at the moment. There's you jump in, Mizu, he has the X-Wall as well with the press the attack again. Save the day, Dreamer's off now. He needs to be slightly careful. There's a lot of damage. And in your dream, with the Heaven's Harbor, he takes it out.
God.
The Aegis gone in your dream. Getting back toward Dreamer, so he has no matter, he needs to run. He'll BKB and just try to get himself out of there. If not, turn off the Davion, stall him up, finger him down.
No buyback?
We'll get one. No buyback on Mizu. Go back high ground. Fall down on Alacrity. Won't make the jump in. They lose the T3 tower. At least for now, but that's going to be about it. Good. They will not go any further.
And that's the one awkward thing with the Terrorblade. If you don't have a refresh, you die with Metamorphosis up. Even with the Aegis, you can't really do anything with that second life. So they're forced to back off. No egg as well, although that cooldown isn't too painful compared to Metamorphosis. But GXR have given themselves some breathing room. That's a really aggressive dive forward coming out from Mizu. Just all the way up front, all the egg was running. Nice punishment out from Boom. But they can't really progress on that lane. At the least, if a wave shoves in, someone from GXR will have to respond, and they do manage to finally take the network lead here on Boom. 2K up on their side, 16-23 at 42 minutes in. Starting to look like a bit of a longer game shaping up here. GXR, their lineup towards late game, it still has some possibilities, yes, but it isn't as scary as the Terrorblade. So I think once Dreamosoul finishes up the Swift Blink, maybe starts thinking about the backpack refresher we tend to see. Maybe start considering the Aghanim's as well for additional Metamorphosis opportunities. Once you reach that point, your windows for success on GXR feel a lot narrower. They're going to have to figure something out soon, as the game doesn't get any easier for GXR as it goes late.
That it doesn't. The AC yet to come up on your dream. Mizu working towards a nullifier. Interesting stuff. Dream Assault. Still going for that swift blink on the TB. Pretty standard though. It's that very, very kind of late game blink, and there you go. He does buy it out
Radiant's
now.
bottom tower faces
They have
a
the meta
stiff
back
win.
up. They might want to go for a smoke and they'll commit. Right behind Makoto, through the mid lane they go. EXR,
Radiant's bottom tower
they'll
is
be ready for this. Stay on their high ground. Give any kind of lives away. To allow Boom to kind of just take over the map. Only any objectives to take right now, but maybe they could slowly start chipping away at that top racks again.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
But they are being rather hesitant. Scans out as well. Does obviously scan out someone on GXR, but give enough information for Boom, and they're not going to back off. They have not found the opening.
Yep. Very safe play from GXR, not giving any of that opportunity out. Playing as a team, sticking to the high ground, waiting for an opportunity to dip out. And they do smoke up now. I have to point out this on the Lax. He's got the Octarine plus the Spell Prism. Very low cooldowns on all his items and all his spells. A 9-second Dagon 5. That sounds like it's going to be potent in these rather long engagements. As they do Moonlight on top of that smoke, they're going to go hunting now.
Dire are scanning
9-second
for
Dagon
enemies.
5. What a fun way to have that item. They dump it on, they found the big one, but again the press the attack and the save the day. Still the floor, can't get on the Phoenix. They're on their FBZ. Will they lose Paulson? Kept dropping low with Dream Assault. He's trying to man fight in your dream.
Oh my God.
The fight of the Giga Chat. Who's going to win this one out? They both back off as Dream Assault has fallen. Calling out, the finger is there, they burst him down. Two down for the side of GXR, and they are not committing these buybacks.
The issue here is that they don't have much time in Metamorphosis. It's not going to last too long. They can still look to try and push, but I think our puck can kind of wave through that quite nicely from safe distance, especially with how spammable the spells are. So without Meta up, it's a slower process. Got the glyph, they can pull up the Terrorblade, fight back, and that should buy enough time for at least Moran to turn
On the Ink Portrait, still Dream Assault in your dream at it again, but Mikoto trying to go right to the back lines onto Alacrity. Won't be able to catch him out. T3 tower. It is going to drop. The XR, they will not lose Arax yet. They do lose another T3 tower. We managed to hold high ground and won't really have to commit any buybacks either. So not really too much lost here. At least for Boom Esports, they are slowly chipping away at the base of GXR.
Yeah, they've made it awkward for GXR. It's harder for them to jump out. They've got the refresh up in Mikado, and we've seen this multiple times already. Refresh for the fresh set of remnant stacks. It's going to be really nice to reposition or just try to burst someone down. It'd be a surprise as well for GXR if they're not ready for it. GXR, for their part, it's getting tricky. Like, 8k gap doesn't feel bad because that's still mainly on the Terrorblade. So it's still all about Dreamocell having that farm. And we have seen Dreamocell in very vulnerable positions. I think for GXR's part, they need to start hunting down the backline. Take care of FBZ first. The Ag Shard, Spell Immunity from Press the Attack with the Dispel is just way too strong as a counter tool for that TB. And if they can start these fights by killing off the LC first, I think GXR has a much easier time cleaning up the rest of the lineup. For Boom's part, it's just a war of attrition. Just keep all the waves shoved out. Maybe look for the next Roshan here. Farm up into TB. Farm up on even the Ember, as he's not lagging too far behind the Lifestealer. And you guys scale really well with gold. A lot better than GXR would, at least until a certain point. Like, if this game goes super late, let's say level turkeys come out, I think the puck gets a second life from just having the rest of the talents up. Rapid fire, phase shift attack can be really nice, and you can kind of consider re-itemizing, I'd say right click there, but that's way down the line. I don't think GXR wants to hit that point, even though there is still some opportunities at that point in the game. they'd still want to just look within the next, I don't know, 20 minutes max. It's where you're still super comfy here.
Oh, they group up again. Boom. A bit more split up across the map. They're obviously feeling a lot more confident with the amount of farm they've got, and Kodo with that refresher orb now. And Remnants with the Aghanim Scepter. Arrow is going to connect though. They got Makoto, but it's not going to matter. They won't have the follow-up to it. Again, kind of just backing off, waiting up the next Roshan. Boom, they'll have a quick peek into the Roshan pit, but there's still about 24 seconds till we find out when it does respawn. Bit of time. Boom would be very happy if it was a very early respawn timer on that new Roshan. We'll find out very soon though. The XR. See, they can't really afford to let it go either. It'll be problematic if Boom gets another Roach. And it is an early time.
Quick, really quick, 15 seconds left. A bit of a risky spot for GXR. They just bought out the AC on In Your Dream. He does not have buyback gold. He lacks 800. So if they're going to force this fight, they have to ensure the Lifestealer gets to ride out. If he doesn't, that could just be the end of their high ground there. Oh, and this is quite possibly the worst Roach for GXR to have to deal with as well. Ag's blessing up. That could mean a free Terrorize coming out for our Terrorblade. And he's going to have that second Metamorphosis for 10 seconds. So they need to contest this. They're just not quite in the right spot to get there.
And Dream Assault, he's going to take it very, very fast. He's even got the Moonshot. He ate it already. The Roshan pit, it's just not going to last. GXR, they're not around to try and counter this. Terror Wave is indeed going to be the case here for Dream Assault. Terrorblade is just massive now. You just kind of wonder how In Your Dream and GXR they're going to be able to try and deal with this. He wears off from Dream Assault at the very least. You don't have to worry about that part.
Faces a stiff win.
Now, Almost certainly going to try for the high ground now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We go, mana popped. Two Barrets. The backline just in case they want to start. There you go, quite a bit of damage In Your Dream. He'll start the fight, but Dream Assault, he'll stand his ground. In Your Dream needs to back out immediately. Just not enough to quite get to the Lifestealer. He needs the backup from his team, and Mizu will jump in with the stun. There's Alacrity, there's a big arrow, but the press the attack again. Gonna make it too hard to hold down the TV. Alacrity just, or rather Makoto, he just jumps in by himself. He's putting them all out. A double kill out for the Ember, and he'll just get the hell out by himself. The tips are there from FBZ. Makoto just all over the place. He did use all his remnants for that. The base for Boom Esports. They're not Assault, that is grounded there, just all out FBZ. He catches the big one, the DK in trouble. Dig around, they'll take him down. He'll commit the buyback immediately, but there's no dragon form left. How do you fight a melee form? They really forced Boom back. Boom, they've got to go for the tier 4 towers. They don't really have a choice. Green Coil's there, they've got Makoto, but they want the back line first. Onto the line, there's not Hive. Genshu can't really save him. Dream Assault trying to get on In Your Dream. He will. It's not the line stealer. If they have the damage In Your Dream, he's going to have to fight back. Makoto in trouble. Has to stand his own ground. He has no remnants left. He might drop, but no, he does make it out. Just the nick. To the Terrorblade now. Dream Assault. Gonna be alright. Back off. So GXR, 2 Raxes down, but they are not out of the game yet.
That's just getting really scary coming out from GXR. 2 lanes constantly shoving in, a Terrorblade this big, an Ember this big. They're scaling towards late game is just, it's just not quite there, especially with the way they've itemized here on Alacrity. He's still all magic right now. The Ags is going to be up soon. If he buys out, he's not going to have buyback, and he's a bit far off anyway regardless whether or not he bought. So at the least they've got this BKB piercing spell now. They've got some tool for controlling team fights. You are seeing a bit of an interesting tidbit when they do man fight in your dream, right? When he does face off against Dreamosaur, it feels like the life healer actually wins out somehow. So I guess that answers that question. The issue is, we need to be able to actually kill him twice over. So we'll see if they can be smoked out for going outside here.
Rapid from the backside, Mizu. Oh, they found Makoto. He got the BKB off in time, but he's leashed to the ground. Maybe they can get the damage done in time. Makoto, no, that's not. Dreamosaur gonna save the day, but he gives his own life away. He's lost the Aegis. He's got the egg yet. Not quite. That's good. He will back out into the Terror Wave now. There's the egg out. He'll try to get the full duration in your dream. He's trying to burst him down, but he's got no help. The sun will be there. The sun ray. The fuel out of BD locks him down. Will they end the damage up? Not quite yet, but they eventually get it. He'll buy back onto Davion. The DK Mizu is going to try and fly over the cliff. In your dream coming back in to try and help out. He does not do so much as to save him, but he will go to work onto FBZ. He'll get the Legion Commander down. It's a 4v3 scenario. Boom Esports, they want to go high ground again. On the backside, Alacrity trying to get the Kodo, but he is going to survive the Alacrity. He's stuck around. He's going to try to get in your dream now. He jumps in with the Screamosaur. They're mad fighting again. They've got him. They've got the TV down onto the Kodo now. They've got the Ember as well.
Oh my god!
Oh, they've managed to push the high ground. The Ancient is
that Sunder. That Sunder just killed Dreamosaur. He was trying to be a hero. He shouldn't have tried. They lose both of their lives because of that. And it's back to that point. The Lifestealer wins the man fight, Mike. It's overwhelming the amount of lifesteal he has with the Satanic, with his passives. Just able to just out-sustain the Terrorblade in a direct trade. And it's a costly fight for GXR. They're up against the ropes. No Mega Creeps yet, but Exposed Ancients leaves a lot of possibilities for Boom. But GXR are still fighting. They're still getting new items up. This Arcane Blink on the puck is going to be really helpful, especially that lower cooldown. Imagine more uptime on the Dagon in the middle of the fight, more uptime on the Dream Coil. Divine up and in your dream. It just needs to reach out, and we're not seeing what we saw last time when the Divines were coming out. No. In your dreams, a man of purpose. He's going to use that Divine. He's going to push up.
And he is. He's going to force the buyback right here, right now. And they're going to go for these tier 4 towers if they don't buy back, I think. GXR, 1 Rax will be taken in your dream. Do you want to risk it? He's going to try onto the tier 4 towers. Boom Esports, they are holding out. They'll pop the cliff. They do not want to commit these buybacks at the moment. They want to hold out a bit longer. They've got Dreamosaur up in 10 seconds. Dream Coil is placed. They've got Hive, but it looks like GXR will just more than happily back out now, at least getting one of the buybacks, and they do get a mid-Rax.
Here I am. Silence.
Good enough for GXR. I think they're happy. They can't really take any other racks. Tier 2 still standing bot, Tier 1 standing top. They can't quite go for, say, a Mega Creeps trade and kind of force that way. They're in a really awkward spot, though. Refresh up on Dreamosaur. This is the second life of the Terrorblade. This is where he has insane uptime on back-to-back Metamorphosis. It's like 100 seconds if he manages to time that right. Or just joining in after the buyback, he's not going to be completely useless. The GXR have to be cautious about how far forward they go. This is a massive risk. That Divine in your dream, if he's caught out, that could be it.
The range is exposed on. I don't think it matters if he gets caught out. The game's over. If in your dream ties. He's got 5 minutes without buyback anyway. He's going to try and get the Abyssal Blade up to have that extra kind of disable. But Boom Esports, it's still their game to lose. They're 13k ahead. They've got 2 Raxes down. They've smoked up. They want to put a little in this game right here, right now. They don't want to risk going any further as tier 5 items are up in about 4 minutes. That could change everything, depending on the RNG you get. See what Boom can do. Refresher Orb and Dreamosaur. So he's got 2 Terror Waves, he's got 2 Metamorphoses. Arrow does land, but they'll know that they are smoked in the jungle somewhere. Same game, or series rather, so far between these two. I really don't think Boom want to wait for those tier 5s.
No, I don't think they want to take that risk. It's so weird to say that. They're the ones 2 racks up. right? Like compared to the one racks, they've got their tier 1, their bot under protection, they've got the refresh and Terrorblade.
Imagine your dream finds like a giant's ring or a fallen sky. Imagine.
Oof, that's a nightmare. If those items do come out, it's always RNG at that point though, and that can you don't want to leave things up to fate. So you know, gotta find a way to close this out. Next Roshan. 46 seconds left. Quick, relatively quick respawn. Boom is in a good spot to just take it. I think GXR, that's where they're kind of falling flat. They're in for
to get the Roshan and try to rush the high ground. GXR. I mean, they could decide that they want to try and gold at the moment. Roshan 3 seconds away.
Okay.
Timing here from VXR. They want those supports first.
Then
Maybe get off Makoto with the stun. It'd be very nice to get this team fight started, but it's very hard with that Lincoln Sphere and BKB up. Mizu, he's gonna see the TB illusion. Dreamercell, he's just waiting on the side. That Moonlight Shadow. Sentry's down now, they see him go jump in. Dreamercell, he's got the tearaway bound. They're gonna block up third cap immediately. Mizu just trying to go in on the LC. Aeon just drops. And well, there's another turret laid out. They get the jewel out now. Davion, they've got the DK, the burst down Mizu. No buyback on that DK. They've even got the Grimstroke down. Seeing your Dream and Alacrity. They're trying to go the Dream and stop it to press the attack. The added attack speed, they've got the control, they've got the damage, and that should be it. It should be all over. Boom Esports. They'd have successfully forced us to a game number 3 unless we see some magic from Alacrity. No, he's been caught. There's your Hex out, and there's the GG wall played. Boom Esports not going out without a fight. We are going to a game number 3.
What a fantastic coming out from GXR, and we were so close. And GXR, they managed to hit their timings perfectly, but they were allowing Dreamercell to just farm up for such a long time. They couldn't really close out the game. They drop a couple of fights.
clutch factor, but
5
they're not going for
seconds
second quite yet. In fact, they're just trying to make it into top 4. They're just trying to make it get a rematch with Execration, which Execration's looking forward to. Danog Aries and I had a chance to interview Nico, and we were saying, which opponent are you looking for, Boom or Galaxy Racer? You know, we always kind of struggle against Boom. The Racer want to make ability as we now begin game number 3 for Span of Flashback, and I'm curious to see what respect might be given to the various heroes. We saw the Spectre and anti-Spectre strat with the Necro in game number 1. Here, we saw the Terrorblade be first phase. It does seem like Carry is probably going to be first phased by Boom, though. Dynamic for the past few games.
They've left the Terrorblade alone, so they may just go back to it if GXR just don't ban it out right now. Both teams really enjoy the hero, that's the thing. GXR, throughout the qualifiers, they've been having a lot of success with the In Your Dream Terrorblade as well. So I imagine if Boom Esports don't take it for themselves, then GXR will probably go down that route. And they do have a tendency of picking carries that were picked in the previous game, especially if they lose to them. So there's your Phoenix out. I don't know if GXR wants to go first pick Terrorblade. That seems maybe a little excessive, but if they leave it, Dreamercell may just take it for himself.
Last time their response to the first pick Phoenix was the Mirana and the DK. Both here, oh well, actually DK's taken out, but Mirana's still available.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it'd still be a really solid way of getting that done. Still, it's great laner, and still kind of look for different off lanes to combine with it. Something like the Mars could also be picked up to deny that from Boom. FBZ plays a mean Mars, and they already have the Phoenix to combine, so they could go with Mars Mirana, set up their off lane first, kind of worry about the carries as it goes on. They could just ban the Terrorblade if Boom doesn't pick up that combination early. I think Galaxy Racer has to be a bit ready for it if they don't consider it for In Your Dream, though. As you know, as mentioned, Boom kind of just likes going back to what works, and worked out really well in that game too. So have to think about those timings here. GXR do start with the Lion coming out. We have seen a lot of Lion throughout a lot of games now, and just highly effective. Great stun, great burst. A lot of ways to still combo it, and some flexibility as to whether or not you want to run it 4 or 5. It's kind of open for the support positions as well.
Dark Seer.
Dark Seer. Maybe a 5 Lion. I think Dark Seer generally I'm finding the most success when you pair it with a melee. Nyx Assassin is one of my favorite. It's another very anti-illusion draft. Galaxy Racers, they're like, don't pick the Terrorblade. We know you want the Terrorblade. I'm already gonna tell you don't do it. We already have a Dark Seer. We already have a Lion against it. Think about the Spectre either. I'm not. We're gonna discourage all that. Go play a normal carry.
I'm gonna think about it now, I suppose. So I'm just kind of wondering what hero they are gonna put with that Dark Seer. I think one of the supports we've been seeing most with it, you pointed out the Nyx, but we've been seeing a lot of Tusk as well, right? Like, because you have the tag team, you have the Shards, the Snowball to initiate with the Iron Shell. I'm curious if Boom want to take that for themselves and run it on Hyde, or whether they just want to ban it out of the next ban phase. I suppose we'll have to see, but do you want your carry now if you're Boom? I mean, it does still feel very early to take your carry.
I said the last 2 games, and yet they still felt like doing it with the Terrorblade and the Spectre. See if maybe there's something else up Dreamacell's sleeve, because again, I feel like this is discouraging against illusion drafts. They still has this Medusa, which I thought Medusa was a terrifying force in the days of this gate ball, but go for something a little bit more consistent. Could be Mikoto or FBZ.
That's a pretty open way to go about it. Really solid way of also building up. You know that Booms tend to just get the farm regardless of the situation. Sometimes you can go Midas. Some games we've seen the Midas actually skip, so we'll have to see what kind of priority this takes. It feels more like an FBZ hero. I think Mikoto tends to play flashier mids, much more heavy farming mids, or at least bigger win condition mids, like say the TA. Sometimes the Kunkka comes out as well. I don't reckon this is something that he's going to look for in mid, but it really just depends on what else GXR picks up. Really surprising to see the next bans here as well. The Jug is taken care of. from GXR. They're leaving the options for Dream Assault to, again, look at that Terrorblade, even with the Dark Seer counter, with the line. I think it's something Boom is used to running against into those direct counters. They've done it a couple of times before. Boom, for their part, take care of the Ursa. And Wraith King, just really stable cores for In Your Dream. So it's just that second phase ban, right? You focus on those pause ones, you focus on those win conditions, you just want to make it as tough as possible for the opposing team.
Yeah, I'm glad that they're also changing the approach. It's a little too much fault. Nice as it was. Exposed.
Dyer's bad now.
Instead, Galaxy Racer will continue targeting Respect. They ban out the Grimstroke. So that Dark Portrait was definitely amusing to watch in the last game. It managing to get like a solo kill on the Phoenix whenever he got the Terrorblade Dark Portrait. It was, I know, John, you were like...
Here's the Radiant fan.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous in the right hands. I feel like Impact's kind of fallen off. Like initially when we were seeing that a lot more, especially on Chinese teams, I think it just looked absolutely broken. Now it feels like it's been held back a bit. It's not as big, but it's still really helpful. Just not quite as much impact there for GXR last time around. Still keeping it safe. I think the Grimstroke ban was more to prevent double Doom. It's just super good for Boom to have on hand. And they managed to take that Spectre now as well. So there's that win condition for In Your Dream. And we've seen a lot of In Your Dream Spectres across our time here, Mike.
I mean, we've seen a lot. And I gotta say, I'm surprised that Boom Esports kind of let that through, because In Your Dream, this seems to be one of his more favored kind of position ones to run. In fact, I think every time we've casted In Your Dream in this qualifier, if he's had the opportunity, he will take the Spectre, along with a bunch of other teams, of course, because the hero just looks completely busted again. Yeah, it seems like a pretty strong pick. I guess into the Doom Phoenix, you know, you've got some nice ways of kind of dealing with the Spectre, but it is still a pretty big problem, I'd say.
Enchantress.
Go for the Ench. Fair enough. That's not really revealing too much on the side of Boom. Just a nice kind of support to have.
So it's a support duo that does not have stuns. I'm quite skeptical of that, especially if you want to pick up a Spirit Hero for Alacrity. Sure, it becomes a Doom target, but at the same time, you're going to be able to abuse.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it just gets really tricky without having that lockdown on hand. I suppose you could argue Doom can at least have a nice Centaur stop, and the Enchantress could do that as well. But it's just not reliable enough, and that could be something Alacrity looks to abuse now. Probably just going to look for their next support here, though. Probably just looking for Jokam Paulson's hero next, just to keep it safe. Pocket that pick in the end. We've got last pick overall in GXR. I think they have that flexibility. It just gives opportunities for Boom to kind of ban them out in the next phase, though.
Winter Wyvern.
I'm gonna say, if they had the Undying in game number 1 as their heal strat pair up with Wyvern, and then we were like, what a Wyvern. Wyvern would be better. Case in point, they go for it, although there is a fair amount of magic and pure damage on Boom to penetrate the Cold Embrace, but still, it's always a good combo.
Yeah, this seems rather problematic for Boom. I mean, you pointed out there's no stuns earlier. It seems like they don't really have the catch for this Wyvern. You can argue the Doom can do that job, but you know, he probably wants to catch somebody else, like the Spectre or the Darkseid with the Doom, or even the Lion. This Wyvern, it made it all the way here, and we've seen how powerful it is. Boom must be very confident to lead this. I mean, it's such a silly position 5 to have. It's just too much impact. Like, Cold Embrace is great, but Winter's Curse on top of it, it's so stupid, really. So this Winter Wyvern hero, it's a bit too much. What do you think, John? Do they have a way of dealing with this? Like, what do you think they're doing here?
I think they might just be considering that they can at least doom the Winter Wyvern in the back. That does require you to actually jump into the backline and find her, which is easier said than done. Boom do go into this Bristleback, though. That could be a Mikado here. It could be a Dreamo Cell here. It's a bit more open. Will help them in at least expending some of those bans from Galaxy Racer. I think the last time we saw Boom do this, it was Mikado, I think, but they have done Dream Assault a couple of times, so it's fairly open. It kind of fits their playstyle. We have not seen as much bristleback in recent times. So there was a time where it was instantly picked every time, and that was when tiny mid was a big thing. You just put bristleback mid, he completely shut down the lane. Not as in vogue now, especially with the Vanguard nerfs. We're gonna have to see how much they can pull out from there, but it does give them a bit of a quick pace to play with. 20-25 minute mark can be really nice for the bristleback, and your Spectre at that point should still be looking to farm up at the least.
What'll it be?
It's more physical damage into this Wyvern
Dire's
race.
bad
and
now.
I feel like Galaxy Racer are probably eyeballing a less. Oh, never mind. Death Prophet is still available, so anything that can also take advantage of Cold Embrace in the mid game, Exorcism, and
10 seconds.
you're asking for so much magic damage out of
5 seconds remaining.
I would agree with that. I'm not sure what they really want to get in that mid lane to really counter this out. I kind of like John's point. He did say they're trying to outpace the side of GXR, so they might just try to finish the game a lot faster. And thinking back, we have seen drafts like this from Boom where they put FBZ on something like the Doom, and Dreamersaur will play a bit of a softer carry like the bristleback that doesn't require so much, and they might give Makoto a bit more of a farm heavy core. But I was gonna say, I mean, even if the tier did look amazing, maybe they could go down that route, but that's banned out by themselves now.
5 seconds remaining.
What do they want here?
I'm still have left field, but Puck could be one. I feel like a Kunkka could be a possibility just to tank up.
It's so much physical. You keep telling me physical damage. I want magic.
Yeah.
I would love to see it, though.
But it is something Boom does. It is something Boom does, though. Like, they go with these weird drafts, they go all tanky, and they close it up with... Okay, there's that magic damage. There you go.
I'm satisfied to an extent. No way you could slot in a save on Galaxy Racer now, and mid laner that will probably have to deal with the Bat Rider.
10 seconds.
They actually banned out the Puck themselves, so that's not a possibility.
Go for the mid Viper, right? Like, you need the break's not going to hurt either against the bristleback. I mean, what else works against Bat Rider? It's just one of those heroes that you don't really beat in the mid lane. It just kind of wins out most of the time. No, never mind. They go for the laner route. Fair enough. I guess it's one hero that can
deal with the Bat Rider. It can deal with the Phoenix Supernova. It can deal with Untouchable on Enchantress. That seems like a pretty ideal last pick for Gal.
Just ties in that draft quite nicely. They have some good timings to play with. There's some pretty good setup with VAC LSA. LSA to follow up with Winter's Curse. They've got a lot of ways to kind of play quick here for GXR despite having that Spectre. For Boom, I mean, they've got a bit of a quicker pace. Oh, okay, so they actually do go with a mid-Doom to counteract. I guess that can work out. FBZ and the Bat Rider we've also seen a lot, but Mikato Doom is a bit more of a rarity. So we'll have to see how exactly he itemizes. I think you still want that activity to come out from the Doom, and you want to be showing on the map, running the Spectre down when you can, and really shutting down that jungle. If In Your Dream gets a free time to farm, he is going to scale really nicely into that late game.
Curious if Galaxy Racer might consider trying to highline the Spectre. Bat Rider by himself. Now that lane might be like Spectre Lion against Bat Rider, you're not going to have a very good time as the spec. So he try to do some. Seems kind of favored for Galaxy Racer. Every single time, I think Doom is the late game of late games, especially against the Spectre. Once he gets the Aghanims, gets the Blessing, maybe even the break against the Spectre is going to be so invaluable.
I mean, I would have to agree. I think it's going to be a bit problematic for this Spectre. I have trouble doubting the In Your Dream Spectre. I've seen it enough now to know how good he is on this hero, but I would agree with you. I think Boom may have come out with a better draft here going into this game number 3, but it's anyone's game sooner. very exciting one to watch.
That's right. It comes down to stamina. It's 3 games, 2 50-minute plus games for 1 and 2. It's not about which heroes you picked. It's about how much brain power you have, because you're gonna have to play another series after this. After our upper division of TNC Fnatic, it's going to be the winner of this versus Execration, and I can't wait to see who it is. Game number 3, MLP and John Expire.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. We are into game number 3. John, game number 1, game number 2, it's been a real ride. Very close series between these two. I guess we never really got to hear your thoughts at the end, but who did you think came out with the better draft?
Honestly, I feel like Boom's lineup actually fits your playstyle a lot more. This is much more aggressive. This is much quicker. This is the kind of playstyle we expect from Boom. Running around, looking for fights early, having a core that doesn't care to farm too much on Dreamo Cell, and just taking those early fights. Although they catch FBZ.
Yeah, good luck, have fun indeed. FBZ, he gets caught with his pants down, and it looks like he is going to be the first blood. Ocam the one to pick it up as he is a bit of a running man up the hill, and the bounty runes in that dire triangle. But a great start here for GXR.
Yeah, that just sets up really nice. Extra gold on your line, easier time to start up, extra regen on hand. They've got really good spots to drop wards now, really nice aggressive forward ward to watch the triangle, so they can watch the stacks that Batrider would love, that a Bristleback would love, and they can contest it easier. This is really good showing from GXR. We were lacking some of that jungle evasion earlier on, so they can prevent the flash farm. It's just going to be down to can they use that information. They're going to have to be disciplined enough to get those timely rotations out. They even have this early sentry ward blocking that small camp. So it's going to be a bit of a rough time right outside the opposing sentry for D-ward. So it's going to be less advantageous for Mikado, especially as he will rely on some of those camps for some nice small creep skills early on.
100%. Yeah, a nice little start here from GXR. Just the little plays that make the laning stage so much easier. We should just talk about that mid lane while we're there. Of course, Makoto and Alacrity going to be against each other on the Lina and the Doom. You think Alacrity will have that big of an advantage here? It seems like the Doom, just as a hero right now, is going to be able to secure a farm no matter what you do to it. Alacrity, do you think he can harass him out and slow him down a little bit?
Not too much. I don't think it's going to hurt Mikado all too much, especially once he gets this bottle up. He has decent regen. He has decent armor now as well, whereas before when you had like 2-1 armor, it gives you immune. They're chasing down Mordo. Kescute's under a bit of pressure here.
So is Jocam currently being chased down by some creeps. They'll also need to back off as Kescute, he's going to be alright. Just runs his way up. I think we didn't really talk about either while we're here at this top lane. We were talking at the panel, we were kind of discussing how this Darkseid does tend to like those kind of melee cores that are, or other melee supports that are happy to walk up with that Iron Shell. GXR, not so much. They went for the Lion Pos 4. You think that was the right choice here, John?
Lose potency in that Darkseer lane, but you get a lot more reliability down lane. It's a good stun, it's good burst damage. I think they're probably not going to emphasize the early rundown anyway. Imagine if they had a Clockwork running into Bristleback. Doesn't sound like a good idea.
Last lane, the bot lane, Hyde, as you can see, stacking some Ancients for the team. He'll be there with FBZ, and you've got In Your Dream and Paulson against them. Does seem like In Your Dream might have a very tough time in this laning stage on the Spectre, but at the very least for now, he is 7-1 in terms of CS, so having a decent enough time as top lane. A bit of a chase going on here against Kescute. Spike up in a second, but Mizu body blocked there for a second as well, but it won't matter, they still landed. Kescute, he does run a bit too fast. They won't be able to finish off the kill, but it seems like Jocam will at least be able to cancel the salve. However, now with the Hellbear Smasher, they won't land the slam. Still, Jocam going to be very cautious. Kescute trying to play games. The Earth Spike is there. The battle of the supports across the map as they run through the river. I think Jocam's going to be all right. They don't have an enchant to slow him down, and well, Kescute, he's going to keep chasing. He wants to make him run all the way back to the fountain, it seems. It's a bounty for his trouble.
That's a lot of time where Mizu and Jocam aren't around in lane. Like, that's just a free lane for Dreamo Cell. 18-13 in terms of CS. Not the usual activity you expect from a Darkseer. I'm not sure why GXR is looking to pressure that much. As mentioned, they don't have that melee support to help the Darkseer with the Iron Shell. No Clockwork, no Tusk. no boots on the line. I mean, he does have boots, but he's still relatively slow. So just strange decisions. Maybe they just feel like they can't really deal with a bristleback early on, but this kind of early farm will lead Dream Assault to pick up a very fast Vanguard here.
And that kind of combination with the enchant and the nasal glue that really just slows down anyone you commit the enchant on. So trying to get a little bit more aggressive against Mizu and Jokam as KSQ just continues to make so much space in this lane. Mizu, he wanted to go for the creep wave pool, but only ends up getting the range creep. It's going to allow Dream Assault to keep going with this free farm at the top lane as River, Mollison and Hyde going at it now. Both support duos just really going to war in this game. Mollison taking a substantial amount of damage. I don't believe he'll be dead, but certainly need to regen up. Have a salve available, but he may want to just save that for In Your Dream later on. He will pop it in the end. Oh, but never mind. Go on, John.
He just needs to maintain that laning presence. Like, he just wants to be there to be able to soak up as well. You don't really want to lag behind in EXP as a Winter Wyvern, even as a 5. You want fast level 6 to come true. They've been keeping good track of the stacks because of that ward, so I think that's going to line up nicely with his blade mail timing from IWD. He's just blind rushing it. No boots, no nothing else, no nonsense, just straight blade mail. And once that's up, I think they should look to eye those stacks, or at least interrupt the stacks once FDZ makes his way up there. Prevent the flash farm from coming true for Batrider, and his game just suddenly feels really awkward when he doesn't hit those Boots of Travel's timing.
Absolutely. Mizu now going to take some stacks for himself, in fact, into the Dire jungle. Of course, with the Darks here, Iron Shell makes it very, very easy to get this done. You know there's going to be stacks with a Batrider around and a Bristleback on the other side. Plenty of gold to be kind of stolen away here by GXR as lane FBZ. You saw the Firefly being popped, but it doesn't amount to much. Meanwhile, Kesku once again just running across the map, being a very annoying Enchantress, and now Alacrity's chasing him down. Tornado out. Run the wrong way, he'll TP out Kesku, he's gonna be fine. Gotta love the fact that he's just kind of forcing everyone to chase him down.
It really frees up that mid. Mikado is not under any pressure. He's still farming up. Nothing stopping him from just devouring everything he can. He also takes the power rune, which is pretty painful for Alacrity, as he'd want something like a haste to start rotating with its level 6 up. And that just gives opportunities for Mikado to dip into that jungle again. They've got a ward on the triangle to watch out here from Boom. They're just really making use of all this information quite well, and getting a bit awkward for GXR. You do spot these stacks being taken out, so Jokam is up there.
Jokam, he's soaking a lot of XP out of it, so he's not really getting much gold out of it, but he takes a lot of XP away. You don't love the timing there for Jokam. There's now a nice hex to cancel the Icarus dive, and Alacrity will happily take the life of Hyde on the Phoenix. Be the second kill already for GXR, and the first for Alacrity. A Lion, Jokam already doing some great work.
Just making this movement on the map pay off for itself. They're at the point where they kind of realize they could leave Mizu alone, level 5 in the Darks here. You can just play with the Iron Shell. I still worry about the space Dream Assault has, but In Your Dream.
Trying to go on to In Your Dream, but now he's going to be surrounded. Hyde does TP down to try and help out, and now they get the lasso off. It should be enough damage, and it will be. They take him down. FBZ, he'll run out of there as now Jokam. He's burning alive. He needs to get out, but he cannot. Hyde will swoop over and take the kill. Nice rotations in from Boom. It's a bit of a slower start in terms of kills, but they get 2 on the board for themselves, and they'll take a 1k net worth lead.
Right, I'm starting to worry a bit for GXR in this early game. They had the 2-kill start, but think about the core versus core lanes. The Pause 1 lanes, Spectre's been struggling a bit. It's a Batrider lane, it's not easy. Remosal has had an AFK lane. He has Vanguard at 7 minutes in. He's building into his Hood of Defiance next. There's nothing stopping him. He's level 8 from this solo lane. This Bristleback will be a massive issue once he's done farming, and that's going to be relatively soon. We talked about Boom's timings being a bit earlier, this kind of Pause 1. They're not really being held back from hitting those timings, and GXR, well, they're going to have to stall out longer for that spec, stall out longer for the Darkseer to hit his level 10, is when you're really comfy with starting to run around with a wall.
Can vacuum up the mess I made.
Ground here with GXR. He's actually standing his ground. If that follows him, he types in, he takes the kill. He is going to give his own life away to In Your Dream, so you're going to kind of question how worthwhile that was. That was a very kind of manly play out from Hyde. I guess he got the kill first.
Yeah, I don't mind that too much. I think you're taking the Spectre away from lane. He's not... He's up to farm a bit more, but again, you're not dealing with laning creep, so the gold rate is a bit slower, the EXP rate is a bit slower there. You can start looking for more combos. Threatening some area denial with the egg is already going to be pretty big here for Boom.
They say, John, you buy enough battle pass levels and you'll get what you want in the game, and In Your Dream, clearly, being his money where his mouth is. Very nice opening neutral item for him. To bot lane, gonna try and take over that bottom lane, but he's gonna be very cautious as BZ, he's looking for a lasso. Might be able to find one, the surge was there. We've seen Mizu on this Darkseer before, and generally speaking, he wants to probably rush an Aghanim Scepter. It's the last time he did.
Same as you, Ty.
Hasn't queued one up yet, so we'll see if that's going to be the case. You think the Ags would be the right itemization here, or would you rather see something like the Guardian Greaves rush on this Darkseer?
I'd say the Greaves are probably better. Heck, even maybe... No. Pipe doesn't sound too amazing, but Guardian Greaves might be better off. Like, the Ags is really slow. At least with Guardian Greaves, you're going to have a mech on hand, so you can show up in these fights, sustain your team a little bit more, help the cause out earlier. Because Ags is just so slow. Like, you're going to sit in lane, you're going to AFK farm, whereas the rest of Boom might just be forcing the issue. Speaking of, Boom is already smoked up from mid. Mikado's still got that Boom ready to go, and they're almost at the egg, but not quite there. We'll see if they can find a target here.
Hyde, Mikoto gonna run into Joe Cam and Alacrity, and they'll get the Yules out. Alacrity, down Hyde. Doesn't have enough damage to burst him down. In fact, on the side though, they've got the lasso. Boom out, they've caught Mizu. A much rather valuable target as they can take him down. And now Alacrity is gonna try and run. Can he get himself out? He barely does as Joe Cam. He will not be so lucky. Get something for their trouble though. 2-for-1 trade. More favorable to the side of Boom Esports.
I wouldn't say that. It was a 1-for-1 because of the deny. Like, Mizu got denied from Alacrity. You didn't get that core kill. Oh, he committed lasso and Doom. You didn't really gain as much as you'd want. Yeah, you're slowing down the Darkseer's farm. You're not gaining gold yourself, and that's the hurting point here for Boom. However, I say that it's 4-4. It's a 6k lead for Boom. So it doesn't feel like it matters all too much in the wider scope of things. You're still having a great time with Dream Assault's farm. Uncontested, just completely uncontested. He takes a top tier one by himself. At what point does GXR feel like Bristleback will be a problem? Because let me tell you, Mike, Vanguard up, Hood of Defiance up, Eternal Shroud almost up. This is a scary Bristleback once he shows up in the middle of a fight.
They fuse up that Aghanim Scepter. That's when things get very silly with today's looker. River, they've caught FBZ. Curse expended, Light Strike raised there. Alacrity pops the Laguna, but FBZ, he will survive. He'll make a run. Horn Tower with the Spectral Dagger, but FBZ, he barely goes down. Just barely. Your Dream, your job is done now.
Dyer's middle
Back to
tower
farming.
is down.
He takes for more. Joe Cam, nice stun out the fingers there on Hyde, but he might make it out himself. X, Joe Cam, how much more damage can you pump out? Hyde, one more hit. No, he's forced the egg up. Joe Cam, he'll man up, he'll try for this. Can you get 6 hits in Joe Cam? I don't think you can, sir. It will explode. And Hyde now looking for that sweet revenge, but the TP play. Joe Cam, he doesn't really get up, but he does. Oh, how do you just do that, Joe Cam? Get away with murder like that.
It's back to that point Tsunami brought up, right? There are no stuns here from Boom. Their supports just don't have inherent stuns. They have to rely on Hoof Stomp from the Centaur creep for both Mikado and the Enchantress to get control. So it's hurting them. There's been a lot of TPs out, and it just doesn't feel great for Boom. But I don't think they mind too much. They've still got 5k ahead of GXR. They're grouping around bot. Paulson's not safe here.
No, he's certainly not, John. No Witch's Curse up either, so he can't really use it defensively, and Dreamer Cell is gonna get himself a free kill, it looks like, as nobody's coming down to help him out. They've accepted that Paulson is gonna die.
Radiant fortify their structure.
The pressure the mid lane, I say that, Alacrity, he's been the one to be doomed up, but he does make his way out. FBZ unable to connect the lasso, so instead, they'll go after Mizu, wall down, but there's your lasso well. He's got the darts here. Do they have the damage though? Vacuum back into the wall, surge up in 1 second. FBZ still trying. He has the flame break. It should be enough with all those chicken A-bombs, but no, he doesn't make it back. Will die just before the TP finishes.
Dire's top
At least Doom
tower
expended,
is under
Alacrity
attack.
runs out of there. So we didn't have the worst case scenario for GXR, but it was still pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not ideal there for GXR. You're protecting your Spectre in the sense that all these fights break out while IYD's elsewhere. They're still building up in your win conditions, just not fast enough. They're going for that mid push. Their push isn't the quickest from Boom, but they're tanky enough that eventually this tower ought to fall in. Once it does, the map opens up a lot more. You've got Egg back up on Boom. They can look to still deny the area away from GXR if they want to play that way. They have to watch the Winter's Curse in about half a minute, so you can't quite overextend. You're seeing the effect of Dreamless just showing in lane.
Nice Striker Ray, they'll lock him down, but he takes no damage.
No damage.
No, it's not there whatsoever. Up he goes, Dreamer Soul. 15 minutes in, he's the unkillable unit.
Ready to burn.
Aghanim Scepter now being worked on. He'll probably have that within a few minutes if this farming pace keeps up, and with that ancient stack it's about to take. I imagine it will, but there is going to be a big smoke up down at the bot lane. GXR, they need something. Saw Makoto for a second at Jokan. He gets searched up. He needs to get the initiation and does. Haunt in. There's no help from Makoto. It should be a nice free kill and they'll get it. Nice setup from GXR.
Playing around that haunt opportunity quite nicely. They have the finger, they look for the kill, and then immediately you go back to farming here for In Your Dream. It's just a rinse and repeat around those two cooldowns on the side of GXR and kind of trying to stave off the aggression from Boom. Boom, that's what happens when they kind of pull off from their big clump up. Not together, Haunt will pick them off one by one, and with their playstyle right now, it's like they clump around mid, they expend Doom, they pull back, individually farm. GXR kind of reads that well. But Boom, knowing Haunt's down and Fingers down, they are smoked up around here. Lasso's back up too.
He's going to be the one that's targeted, and they drop the egg immediately, but the Winter's Curse there. Paulson, he may have saved the day. Alacrity, Line Strike Raid, he's going to make a run for it. They committed everything for that, but they will get nothing. Paulson, he even gets an Invis rune. Would you believe the man's luck, John? He's fine. They don't have the detection.
Dire's bottom tower.
It's too far out. Really well played from Paulson. He did lose his courier, but his Holy Locket, so that's going to be stalled out for a minute and a half, but not the biggest deal in the world. Still, that opens up the mid push, and Dream Assault just face dancing this.
And he is, but they've got Alacrity back in his mid lane, so they can try to defend. Tower's down, maybe they can try for the fight, but Dream Assault's not going to be the... He's just way too tanky, way too farmed right now. In fact, Dream Assault, he's going to walk into your house, start taking your creeps away. Fortunately for GXR, there's nothing they...
Just held back in the triangle, lots of wards now from Boom to watch that area. And the one saving grace right now for GXR is that ever since Boom hit this 6 to 7k lead, they haven't really expanded it. It's just been floating around 6k, so they're not widening the lead, which is kind of good news for the opposing team. Ideally, you wouldn't have no lead at all. But maintaining it means that you're still finding farm at the same pace as Boom is. So they're not lacking efficiency on farm on the map from GXR. What they lack is time. They managed to get this blink up on Jokam. Patience is sort of paying off. They've got that instant blink hex initiation, and they can look to reveal that.
Baited in, Mizu, search the way in now. Alacrity does join in, and they catch up the Batrider. Even a little bit greedy there, trying to chase him down. He had the blink off cooldown the last second, but not enough time as now Dreamer's Cell top lane trying to go after Jokam. Jokam's realized you could just TP out. Dreamer's not going to live this courier.
Dire's bottom tower won't last long.
Nothing even on the courier. I'm not sure what it was doing.
Dire's bottom tower.
I think,
couldn't
I don't know, maybe he picked up that
withstand
point
the
this year, I think. Just had it delivered from the shop and just didn't micro it well. So you lose something there. Losing FBZ is a bit bigger. He's the one core on Boom that hasn't really been able to farm as much. He's lagging behind on In Your Dream, lagging behind on Lagarty. The rest of Boom's cores, Dreamcell and Mikado, are up on the top two. Sure, Bat Rider is kind of taking the back seat for this, and that could hurt. You want that Force Staff to be up, ideally even a BKB on FBZ so you can really dictate some of these engagements, but that's going to be a bit further off. Still, Boom with that movement out, you start the Roshan. Once you build up those nasal boost stacks, it's not going to take too long for the Roshan to start falling. They've got Egg to back them up here as well in case a fight comes out from GXR.
They do.
Dire's middle tower
Trying to just kind of guard that Roshan pit. Not allow the exits from that Radiant Triangle as Dreamercell. He's still getting to work the Roshan. That's an half HP. They're trying to get started on FBZ. Laguna out, Finger out. They get down, FBZ is down Dreamercell. He'll have to back off, but what a great Winter's Curse. He holds all three down. They will burst out against you to boot. Onto the Roshan now, In Your Dream. It's a gift shot. It's Christmas in Your Dream. They even down high now. The Phoenix in trouble. The Hawken, they'll take another. Oh, Boom! He has blundered the Roshan.
Dire's middle tower is drowning.
Oh man, that is painful for Boom. Like, they had a 6k lead, it's down to 2k. It crashes in the middle of that. They've got a safety net now. Your Spectre, In Your Dream, starting to hit some pretty big spikes here. FBZ starting to lag behind the farm. They need to kind of clean up that initiation. Like, they shouldn't have been caught out like that. They need to be able to get the egg off. They never found a Doom opportunity for Mikado because he rushed the BKB. Blink's not quite up. Their item timings weren't lined up for the Roche. And GXR just manages to get some really good punishment. Now they've got this Manta on In Your Dream. More stats up. Steady ride into the Scotty next. Spectre is going to hit that stride by the 25 to 30 minute mark. And Boom, for most of this game, has been satisfied with just solo farming on Dreamocell, right? Like, he's almost got the Aghanims up, about 200 gold off.
Is under attack.
They have to make something happen. Like, that's the point where, all right, enough's enough. We had that early Eternal Shroud, early Vanguard, but he didn't really run forward with a Bristle. They can't afford to do that any longer. They've got to take some of these tier 2 towers. They've got to start shutting the map down. Otherwise, it's going to be a bit similar to how Game 2 was. It was Terrorblade versus Lifestealer, and yeah, Lifestealer could do a couple of things, but that's still a Terrorblade. In this case, that's a Spectre you're wanting to push into the late game too. Not quite an easy hero to deal with in the late game.
The smoke up here from Boom Esports, but there's not really a target they can go after. At least be able to scout out a bounty rune, but we're just taking him back off again. The bright side, they are just still ahead in terms of net worth, but it's so negligible though. Just 1k now for Boom, and while they are still behind, slowly but surely this Spectre is coming out online, and he's going to start working towards that Eye of Skadi now. And I think that's when things start to get a little bit more problematic for Boom Esports. Because now GXR are the ones to smoke up. All heroes will make the rotation. Haunt is not available though. It'll be up in about 23 seconds. We're going to be fighting without it, and it's going to be a very nice scan out as well from Boom Esports. You know the smoke's coming. Just retreat immediately. GXR, I doubt they'll be able to find a kill. Get some wards down though while they're there. Boom. Go back and reset. Just wait for another day. The start of the team fight. I'd say that day should be pretty darn soon, considering you have the axe up on Dreamercell. In fact, it is right now. Tollison is going to be jump at Jokam. A nice Earth Spike. In Your Dream, looking for a way in. He has the Aegis, he has the Haunt. You don't really want to start on Dreamercell if you can avoid it. Much rather the other targets of the team.
It's a bit awkward right now.
Oh, Dreamer's by himself now. They're gonna make the jump in. They'll drop the wall. They'll drop the Ray. They'll drop everything. He's got the Sun Ray, but they've done a lot of damage now. And as you went to Curse out, they'll lock down the Doom. Dreamer's still alive. The light strike way to follow up. They'll drop the egg now, but it's just not gonna be enough. Dreamer's he's still trying to walk away. Isn't gonna be enough though. The chase down the egg. It saves the daylight strike array. It's gonna be there, but he's trying to survive. He does drop Hollison. He's gonna go down and Dreamer's I thought he was guaranteed to die, but this man just won't die. He refuses to die. As they go after Mizu, he will TP out. But, oh, it felt perfect, John. It felt like they'd have enough. And with this curse, it may have actually saved Dreamer's. It just bought those extra couple seconds for the egg to come in.
Definitely. It's a big factor in what you so live. I have to question why you jump a Bristle like that, though. You surely know, without a source of break as of yet, and without insane burst damage coming through, what a Shroud and what a Vanguard, he's just blocking a lot. He does not care. Saw how little he ticked down. The only time he really started to tick down was from Laguna being extended from the front or from the side. But everything else is coming through his back. And he just did not die. And with the Ags up, you're soaking a lot of nasal glue in the spam, you're getting a lot of minus armor, you eventually lose out at sustained trade. But just a bit keen on GXR, and all of a sudden the 4K lead is back to Boom's way. They take a tier 2 tower, they take the outpost as well, denying some XP per minute away from GXR. And they've just got a lot better control on the map. So great turnaround play from Boom. A bit awkward for GXR. They can still kind of take this slow, but they have to think twice about who they jump first and who they use that Winter's Curse on. Because if they actually casted it on to Bristle, maybe they could have gotten some additional damage from the rest of the team to actually clean it up. But just an unfortunate set of circumstances coming through there for the Radiant side.
Boom, grouping up, they'll go for a smoke. You know how strong they are right now. You can't kill Dreamer Soul by himself. What chance do you have with his whole team behind him? Moved in. Gotta know GXR, they've got to be in the triangle somewhere. Ready? Go to the low ground for a second. He will make his way back up as Dreamer Soul now. Smoke broken, knows they're around. We'll find Mizu. FBZ links in, but quite fast enough as Mizu. Links right back out. Be another smoke rotation that doesn't really amount to anything for Boom. Still a bit of a cat and mouse game here between Boom Esports and GXR. Is clearly the GXR, they're not ready yet. You need quite a bit more in this spectre to really feel like a powerhouse. Maybe once you've got that Eye of Starter, you might feel ready enough. That's a while away.
They just need time to cook up. I think for Boom's part, this is also kind of helpful for them. They're gonna hit some pretty big item spikes soon. BKB for FPG, as we mentioned, is going to be done, I think, by the time it lines up with a Scotty. So your Bat Rider can just take the front line, back up the Bristleback a lot better. For Dreamocell, he's finishing up an SNY, additional stat resist when stats fully assembled. A lot more mobility, even some decent right clicks.
Boom, Alacrity. He's a very fast laner, and in your Dream, he's gonna haunt in. Makoto forced to back off after the Doom. The BKB gonna wear out. Now Dokam, he's trying to go after DZ. He might have to just accept his own death though. But they save Alacrity on the laner. And that's gonna be Doom expended.
Pretty big spell to use out. They even managed to also bait out GXR's Wall of Replica and Haunt. So I'm not really sure who wins out there. Like, that's one spell for 2-3 spells. And it feels a little bit better for Boom because they still have Lasso, they still have Egg. So they're not out of options to fight just yet. But for GXR, they're going to have to completely rely on this Winter's Curse now and creep from Paulson. And it can be a bit awkward. Again, it's very hard to make the choice as to who Winter's Curse, because if you Winter's Curse Bristleback, you don't guarantee the kill. If you Winter's Curse someone else, Bristleback's damage is really reliant on the quills. Even with max Warpath stacks, it will fade because he's not spamming spells during the Curse. So it's not the ideal all team fight coming through from GXR without the Vac wall, especially. You're gonna have to be a bit patient before re-engaging, and without the Haunt, you don't have easy access for In Your Dream to get his damage off. So I think Boom is feeling a lot better about that, and again, they're stalling out quite nicely for this BKB on FBZ. He's almost there, just about 1k gold off. And once that's up and running, I think we should really start to expect more from the Batrider here.
Done close. 800, 900 gold off that BKB now. Pause. Last too long as Dreamers might have been looping around through this mid lane, just through their own Radiant jungle, but you know they're just not confident enough to start the fight yet. They're not at that stage.
I was practicing.
Just trying to avoid the side of Boom, not make it obvious where they're located at the moment. So much on the line now for both teams. These teams will proceed and the other will have to leave the qualifiers. You bloody Mikoto. The item on the ground. Is he baiting with that? That's a fair. Makoto's going to go in now. Mizu, targeted. Lasso is out. FBZ does catch him. Meanwhile, Hyde does drop across the map, but they do get Mizu.
That's what I'm talking about.
Missile. Cap. With the invisibility focus on. And they'll catch him eventually. For the price of what?
Yeah, it's pretty good for Boom. I'm just... Where are those neutrals now? There you go. One of them's equipped now, alright. The enchanted quiver's still missing, but of course the quiver's not too big of a deal to give out. And finally have the BKB. So no lasso just yet to reveal that BKB would, but you got at least a nice support kill and a nice offlane kill. Take tier 2. Only one outer tower left for GXR off the back of that fight. And Boom, they maintain that 8k lead.
Regeneration.
Can start to look to close out the map. Once they take this last outer tower, it's going to be super difficult for GXR to split push, super hard to find that farm for In Your Dream. And he still needs time. Like, he's gotten enough to buy out the Scotty, but you don't stop at the Scotty if you're a Spectre.
That enchanted quiver, by the way, is to the left of the Dire Outpost. Just casually sitting there in the fog. Alacrity did not see it. Just sitting there.
Dire are standing for enemies.
Neutral items are not necessary here, John. No need.
Man, that brings me pain. I remember some teams leaving their Philosopher's Stone on the ground. That is double pain.
Don't do that.
At least it's not a Philosopher's Stone. With the Enchanting Quiver, it's like, yeah, whatever.
The way these games have been going in SCA, like how many tier 5 item games have we had? These players, they probably just like, tier 3 items. What's this garbage? I'll wait for the tier 5 ones. Your Dream, Roshan started, Dream himself, he's going to go ahead and scout that out. Couldn't believe his eyes for a second as he goes back in onto the Spectre. All BZ, just a split second too late for the lasso. Now they can go back to the Roshan. Back In Your Dream's illusion, even helping them out now. Still hitting the Roshan In Your Dream. It'll expire anyway. You just smoke up. They want the fight. Still the stronger team at the moment. It's 3rd minute mark. They get up to that high ground though. Dreamer Cell just being very cautious. The XR not gonna play here with Boom. They gotta back off again. BKB popped. Oh, Jocam. Jocam with that Tanner ambulance on the line. He'll throw the finger out before he does die, but he's gone for 40. No buyback on that Lion. Now Boom. Ooh, they can go for the cliff. Dreamer Cell. He's on the cliff. He's on the cliff. Goes the horse in cover. He's alright.
That is terrifying for him. Really nice vac, but that's going to start the rush. No Lion means no Hex. No Finger Up as well, no Earth Spike. A lot of the controls now just solely on that LSA and the Winter's Curse. You're going to have to get the perfect one, but this rush is not going to last long with all that Mind's Armor.
Important to leave it though. This is the second Roshan. They're going to get a shards out of this as well. Boom Esports, they would love this. Roshan, very low. Dreamer's not finished yet. Collison, he jumps in. He's quite early, but he's got 3 in the Winter's Curses. Now Alacrity trying to get in there with the Light Striker A. Not going to be enough yet. The Dream playing around. They'll go after Melina. Alacrity falling quite low and does end up dropping. No buyback on Melina either. Boom now. Certainly go for this Roshan. It's still got the Haunt up on In Your Dream. He can try for the still. Jocam does jump in and there's the Haunt down. They go for the mid to the exit there. The exit there in time. Maybe they can get it off, but no. They burst it down. Still Mizu in big trouble with the cold embrace. Gonna find Hunters In Your Dream. He's gone for the Roshan. Over the the Aegis. He snatches it away, and he'll just make a run now. The rest of his team is just dead around him, and who the hell cares when you've got the secondary life and you survive long enough to make it worthwhile as Dream itself. He just keeps spitting at it. In your Dream, how do you find a way out? Well, listen, he has no curse, but he does have the cold embrace, but he also has the cheese. There's your lasso well. Back to the high ground for you, sir. Manta, in your Dream, he's still on the run, but can they actually not kill him? Makoto jumps in. It's still not enough. The Aegis will survive, and so will In Your Dream. As Boom Esports, they will retreat.
Dire's bottom tower is about to flounder.
That is a pretty big win. I say win, they lost a couple, forced to buy back, so it's not very clear cut, but they did condition from Boom. Without the Aegis, high ground's just that much riskier. Free Ag Shard to get the hairball on Dreamocell or any other upgrade they'd look for, and they don't have that safety net anymore, so GXR buy themselves more time to stall this game out. In Your Dream's trying to save up for the Basher, they've got an opportunity to look for a back wall play. They've got Winter's Curse back up if they want to counter fight here. Boom, they still hold on to the Doom here though. Mikado still has that ready to go. Despite not having Lasso up yet, Boom's also not quite out of the running in terms of taking an engagement at this point, so still some opportunities left here. Looks like it might just be back to the farming game as the Abyssal's finished up by Dreamocell. So he's got some solid lockdown coming through, and once you max out your Warpath, you have some decent attack speed on hand. You can get some really good right clicks off for Dreamocell, so he's hitting his spikes now as this Bristleback. He's going for that overwhelming blink as well. We'll have to see if that's going to be impactful once it's farmed up, but that's still a ways off for a Bristleback here.
Rather overwhelming for the side of GXR. Macrady, mid lane. It was a terrible round. Mollison going to show up in the mid lane. After kills too, but they've got the lasso on that Winter Wyvern, and even the egg going to be dropped. Macrady not safe either as they bash him up and not burst him down. In Your Dream, he's right out of there. No wasting time. Home to you, sir. Boom Esports, they have an opportunity to go high ground and try to force buybacks. You can't underestimate the Spectre though. He's hitting quite hard, and Dream is on quite low. Matter of fact, a nice back from Mizu. In Your Dream, still going. They catch him up. That'll be enough. Why? They do force Boom back. Spin again, FBC. Rather Makoto. He wanted to get a tomb off. He doesn't get one. To the high ground, even 5 versus 2, or rather 5 versus 3, is still going to be quite difficult for Boom. And a lot of that kind of attributes back to Jokam, who has the shards up. He's training all the mana from Boom Esports. It kind of reminds you of that TI with Thompson and the Gyrocopter. The Dream is all he has no mana, so he can't go high ground and fight.
Yep, he just doesn't have it. He buys 3 mangoes. He's actually flying into mangoes just to have that mana sustain for himself. They need to find a way to jump the backline, take out Jokam before anything else, and that's when they can start to pierce through. DXR do a great job of stalling out. They've got the Winter's Curse back up. They've got wall in about half a minute. They can again look to make something happen within that time frame. The Aegis is still up and running as well, but they've only got about a minute 20 left on that, so whether or not they fully commit in that time with In Your Dream is a different story, but he is protected for a bit longer, and In Your Dream is going for the butterfly here. Just more protection, more agi. The evasion's going to be really nice as well. And it causes issues for Boom as, you know, we're at the 35-minute mark. It's not like the Bristle suddenly drops off yet. That Rider Lasso is still super helpful, and Doom is still Doom. But once we approach 40, 45, 50, the Spectre grows bigger and bigger, and, you know, the Lina starts becoming a factor as well. For the right-click build Alacrity's going for, he's queuing up the Daedalus, he's queuing up the DKD. He will be an additional core on top of that spec. And for Boom, their cores mainly scale in utility. With the break on Doom, all your damage output's still tied into Dreamocell, and it feels like there's only so far a Bristleback can get in that sense.
There are limitations for sure. Maybe not so much for Makoto though. He's going for the refresher orb now on that Doom. It's one of those heroes that does tend to scale a lot better. Other cores these days. Bill. Butterfly from In Your Dream, soon to cause some issues once he does have it up. Will lose the Aegis though, it does end up expiring, and that might be the cue for Boom Esports. Try again for the high ground. Knowing Boom, they'll probably play conservatively and wait out the next Roshan and fight over that. This Spectre's still getting bigger, John. It's getting scary as time goes on here for Boom.
Allow it to still build up. In your dreams, just number 3 in that fourth. Not even too far behind Mikato and Dreamsoul considering that start. So great recovery coming through for IYD. And really great patience from GXR.
They want to target. Scan out, and it's Joe Cam again in that Shadow Amulet. Right underneath the scan, Joe Cam.
Oh,
he doesn't know about the scan. He's there. Both broken FBC. He's gonna cook him up. Joe Cam will try to go for a TP. Mikato will have none of it. Oh, Joe Cam. Oh yeah, you know, if any hero is gonna die, it may as well be the Lion in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the best target for GXR to give out, and he knew what he was doing. He's standing by that area, just Shadow Amulet up, maybe hoping for a bait play, and it does pay off, so it's more space for GXR to regroup, recapture their outpost, get some XP per minute back, get some control back, and jungle farm up their own tier 4 items, and kind of finish up in that sense. Boom are also sort of lagging behind there. You managed to take out the last outer tower though. The tier 2 gone, no outer towers left for Galaxy Racer. That means once the high ground begins, you have no protection, and Boom can just kind of zip across every single tower if they get the opportunity. GXR has to pull pretty strong defensive plays to follow through. For now, it's still the same old story, stalling out. Butterfly for In Your Dream, almost there, just lacking about 400 for the Eagle Song and the 1,300 for the Talisman. And then at that point, that's when the Spectre should start to feel a lot stronger up front, a lot more durable, as long as it doesn't get doomed up. I think for Mikato, he's rushing that refresh next for the double doom. I'd say at some point he'd also want the Ag Scepter. Maybe he's going to hope for it from the Roshan as a lucky drop on Roshan number 3. Not the most reliable, but eventually that break is going to have to be a factor when dealing with that Spectre.
Photo. Alacrity, he's already out. Joe Cam again gonna try for the TP, but he gets caught. Oh, better than Alacrity being caught out. You take what you can get, Boom. They would have loved the Lina, but they won't get it. Mid lane, Dream is Soul is gonna try and bully In Your Dream. In Your Dream has a flicker, so he can dispel some of these stacks, and in fact, he'll turn around with the Dream of Soul. Bit of damage out. Actually, pretty substantial amount of damage, considering it is a bristleback with his back turned. But not enough. It's top lane. Who have they got? It's going to be Paulison. They even commit the doom. Make sure the darn thing dies. Down towards the south, and Lasso is there. They even got Alacrity on the Lina. That'll be 2 for nothing. Boom now. They want the high ground. They're hungry for it. They'll go straight in. Your Dream, he'll be on the Kesdude, trying to go after that Enchantress, but it's going to take him a fair bit of time. He does not attack her very fast. Fly back out from Paulison will be enough to force back Boom Esports. Fortunately for them, John, Roshan's up in 2 minutes, so they've got to wait a while for that.
Not going to have that opening for that big objective. We do manage to wait long enough that the refresh is up. Double Doom ready to go. Targets, maybe, you know, lock in the Spectre plus the Lina at the same time, or the Darkseer if you feel like the Iron Shell shield is a bit annoying. The Ag's up. It hasn't felt really impactful. They've also managed to get this big spike bomb.
They've got the big one, John. They've got the Spectre. The Doom was there in Your Dream. He's surrounded by a Phoenix and a Doom, and there is plenty of damage. FBZ will hand the tip over to Makoto. There he is buyback gold, but that's going to put such a delay on the butterfly timing of the Spectre. Meanwhile, top lane Dreamer Soul, he's got Mizu. The super punch will rather just normal punch him back. Up the case is on. Mizu is going to make it out as Alacrity. Show up with Joe Cam. FBZ FBZ looking for a lasso with the Lincoln Sprint. Is there now the Winter's Curse? Paulson locks one in. Dreamer Cell is in the middle of this team fight. In your dream, he commits the buyback. Onto FBZ, they'll get the Bat Rider. Onto Keskute, they want the Enchantress and they'll find him. Very nice buyback there from In Your Dream.
Dire's
the
middle
Boom
tower
Esports
is under attack.
make their exit. Roshan's up in 25 seconds. Could force some buybacks here from Boom.
This is going to be really big for GXR. They're in a better position to contest that Roche right now. They need the Aegis a lot more as well because they commit at buyback and Inner Green, so they're going to have to fight for it. Can't afford to give it for free. Winter's Curse in about 40 seconds will allow them to fight as well, although...
X is out, you'll set the bill as well. Macri, Light Strike away to lock him down, and here we go. The normal punch there from Mizzer to knock him back. Mikoto, he can't survive.
Buyback
with the BKB, he's down without buyback. And the Roshan respawns as he goes down. Phase game is done. Your dream.
Ah, boy.
But those battle pass levels, you know how it goes.
Really unfortunate for Boom. Not having the egg as well means this is not a fight. That is Aegis Cheese refresh on top of it, so double wall potentially in play here for Mizu. Gonna be really big for them in the next engagement. The side of GXR, they should start finding some tier 2s while they can. We know there's no buybacks. They should look to get as much off the map as possible and use that right wheel though.
They're going in. Paulson drop by Hyde. Dreamer Cell
is about
in the hill for a second. Hyde, he'll jump up to get the gem. That's all he wants to go camp. Again with that Shadow Amulet, he's just going to stand there and just act as if he's not there. As Dreamer Cell goes in the backside, he found Alacrity. Light Strike Array though is going to hold him down. Surge away. Be more than enough for GXR. Would you believe it, Joe Cam? He also makes it out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Reinitiate very soon. He won't. They'll leave Boom to be.
Yeah, I think that's fine. They're still not in a rush. Unfortunate for them, they don't finish up that top tier 2. So they don't really make progress on the map just yet. They really need to start with some of the back and forths they've been winning out on. For Boom's part, they will have double Doom up on this respawn coming out from Mikoto, so they might be able to go in if they want to. They have to watch the refresh, double back, double wall coming up from Mizudo. And that could be really painful for the side of Boom to contend with. And they need to get some better egg usage coming through here from Hyde. Like, his position has to be on point, has to be able to protect Mikoto, protect Dreamercell, and just ensure that his chorus can just focus on the greater fight, have all the attention dragged to the egg, and kind of punish that as the game goes on. We do have a couple of big items being farmed up. The Arcane Blink on Mikoto is going to be nice. You can blink in, get a cooldown reduction on Doom. Going to be really strong to have that up earlier. Of course, with the double Doom, it's not as painful. The Butterfly is up and running on In Your Dream, so he's got some evasion. He hits a lot harder on the right clicks and hits a lot faster as well, which should help with the issue on maybe melting Keskute early on. So they've got a lot of power spikes here on both sides. We are at the 45-minute mark. This is when it starts to feel like GXR should be scaling a lot better, but Boom are still putting up a really strong fight. Their control, their team fight is still pretty darn good. They just need to catch the right here. So I'd say at this point, maybe prioritize the Lion. Like, if you can't catch the Spectre or the Winter Wyvern, get the Lion out. Like, if you leave Jokam alone to just mana drain everyone, Dream Assault's not going to be a hero.
Awesome though, it's the Wyvern, it feels so scary. One good curse and the team fight, it just totally changes. Oh, 45 minutes in, we're 14 minutes away from another tier 5 item game, John. Happy days for us.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
You love this. I mean, this is what is so great about SCA. We talked about it, but it's so competitive. Like, any team could take these qualifiers at any stage.
They're just so packed. Like, the region has grown in skill level by a huge amount, right? Like, we've been watching since 17, 16, maybe around 17 actually, and it's just grown a lot closer. It used to be that, oh, every time you go to these qualifiers, it's always TNC, although FBZ...
Going in, they've Got the lasso round onto Mizu. Author in your drink. The ball doesn't allow them to get the free. Then onto the backside. Right, it'll be fine, but FBZ, he's gone. 1 for 1, and Mizu's fought back. Onto Dream and Silver going. He pops the Minotaur Horn, but the bashes around. They'll drop the egg defensively. Trying to save Dream and Silver. Rest of GXR, they will back off, but in your dream, looking to go back in, and now the curse. Hollison, he only got one in there. It won't be enough to do out as well. A massive stun, the code. Oh, with the massive stun out. And he'll refresh. He'll get the Doom Cell, but the back walls are there. They're not out of the woods yet. They're still going to have to fight back. They've got the big ones. Do they? In your dream, he's still going to fight back. He's still healthy. Odo. That stun.
Flickered.
It's unbelievable. It's the 5v3 scenario. And they defend high ground again 5v3. And I'm putting Boom Esports. They're not going to be happy to back off like they were last time. Especially with the way this game's gone. Go on the bottom racks.
Nature attendance.
It's tough to hold back. I think the best you can do is...
Oh no, the lasso. They've got the lion. They have dropped the lion. Dokkan, that's a dieback. On 1.5 minutes, the Alacrity now being dumped. The Colonel will get in with the stun. They've dropped the refresh. The X-Men dropped as well, but Alacrity, he will make his way out. Still, they want to go for another Rax.
Radiant's middle tower can handle this.
He will. Into the mid lane. It's still a 5v3 scenario. Winning condition really here for Boom Esports. As many objectives as possible right here, right now, before In Your Dream becomes too big of a problem. He'll go on to Dream himself. He'll try to delay things. Doing quite enough damage at the stickers to town as well. On top of the Rats. They're feeling confident now. They jump in again. Dream himself. Overwhelming Blink. He's a bit low on mana, but not low enough to really care if they jump in Makoto. Shiva's guard is there, just slowing them down. There's your lasso run, they've got the Polison. They've got that Winter Wyvern. No Winter Skirts for another 70 seconds. No buyback either. He's 300 gold short. It should be megas for Boom Esports. Locked in Your Dream, where are you going to go? Won't dump it on anyone yet. The Dream himself. More stickers being placed. How about a pizza? Light Strike Array out. DXR. And now against Megas. Game's not over though, John. This is game 3 of the lower bracket. I mean, if you've got to play to the end. It's your last chance for TI-10. DXR, they're not going to let this one go yet. They're going to try and defend Megas.
Oh. Good boom. They smoke in the back of Dream Assault. They're trying to bait in. They find the angle here. They've got the refresh Doom back up. They've got Lancer back up. This could be big.
There's only one buyback on the map at Mizu. He's been caught out again. Makoto shows him with his Doom. Oh, the last one. BC gonna drag him back. Alacrity in massive trouble. He's down. 2 minutes without buyback as well. In Your Dream's the only one left, but it looks like he cannot survive this. That has to be GG, and they call it Boom Esports. It was a hell of a series. They managed to pull off the 2-1 victory up against GXR. Oh, what a day of Dota it's been so far, John. We're only halfway through.
Yeah, it's nuts to think about, but every single game we've had
10 seconds. The Dire get a ban. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban.
Dire's turn to pick.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Lion. Ten seconds.
Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick. The sack. Ten seconds.
5 seconds
Dire's
remaining.
ban now. Dragon Knight. Seconds.
Here's the Radiant fan.
Dire's ban now.
No.
10 seconds.
Here's the Radiant.
The Dire get a ban. Oh. 10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to pick.
Dire's turn to pick.
Luna.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Dire's ban now.
Radiant's turn to ban.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
The Dire get a ban. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Here's the Radiant ban.
Seconds.
5 seconds remaining.
Dire's turn to pick. Seconds.
5 seconds remaining. opponent's turn to pick.
Puck.
10 seconds.
5 seconds remaining. Don't you dare pick Tidehunter.
What? Conga! Sweet, sweet violence. Two-legged abomination. I'll take that.
Incluso Jab, si no recuerdo mal, bueno, al final es una región también pequeñita y estos jugadores yo creo que en más de un momento han cruzado sus caminos y veremos. Minutos, Rod.
Sí, parece que no van a hacer. Y yo creo que la Luna sí que puede romper la estrategia del late, ¿no? Porque es un héroe que escala muy rápido y que puedes en minuto 30 o así terminar la...
También. Yo creo que acelera bastante lo que viene siendo esos primeros instantes.
Not for you.
Denied.
You deward a sentry, you know.
Yeah, I only buy sentries for ops, exactly. If there's a sentry, I'm like, hey.
Impure.
How did CS looking then? Mid lane very even. Lifesteal tight also very, like all lanes are very even right now.
This has been.
So
evenly matched, skill-wise, player-wise, every lane is just like scores on both. Going crushing any. Absence gonna Fnatic. Even then, anything easy.
DJ, be careful here. Have a Dragon Tail.
Yeah, shield. Dragon Tailed after the shield, taking a lot of damage.
For the Fnatic side, so they should be able to sustain. And I guess Tidehunter against Lifesteal is actually not that bad, right? You just kind of free farm yourself also because of the anchor smash. But Lifesteals don't really build into rage anymore, right? Like you skill the passives nowadays. Jabs.
But I'm so
it doesn't feel like top
more.
lane's the lane we're going to see any action. More likely unless we see the mid laners rotate down bottom.
Yep.
And action ones. I mean, we've already seen a bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a more passive early game for both until the Puck and Lesher come online. Probably start rotating to the side lanes.
That's the one lane that's starting to swing one way. The mid lane is going. Lion trading blows down bottom, Abaddon, Stroke with trading blows, but yeah, the Puck, Leshrac, Ormel, one of the most mechanically solid mid laners, and we saw him a bit mechanically, and sometimes Chuan amazing in the mid to late game, but his laning sometimes slightly loose.
Yeah, and especially in a Leshrac who starts with like 48 base damage or something, it can be a little bit iffy sometimes to get the lane the way you really want it to. But once it gets level 6, you'll just be able to farm jungle, no problem.
Blind to stun on Armel, but nicely sidesteps it.
Yeah, as you said, he's a really, really talented player. One of the best, if not even the best mid laner, just mechanically in SEA.
SEA is the region laners. I mean, this is one of SEA's biggest exports. Top team 12. Bet in the past mid one, you've got nothing. Talented mids, and I feel like talented.
I think that's the key word here, talent. Like, this region always had so much talent, it's just they have a very hard time getting it all together and finding like a voice that can put it all to work together, right? Which is why they are also migrating out other teams, because other regions have really good captains, which is SEA is lacking.
It's perhaps starting to change things. You know, even though only one SEA team qualified for PI, we had some success stories with T1, recent major, Neon, Singapore major,
Boomy.
Starts to heal him up a bit. Sets up another anchor smash. Needs to get close enough. The Carapace is there, and he gets out of range. So will survive. And TP coming in from the Grimstroke.
Interesting TP.
And actually get on top of them. Yeah.
Was very late.
Heavy fine bottom. Yeah.
I mean, Bok is definitely fine bottom. Like they won't be able to kill him, but it also means that Luna is going to be completely free farming. And this offlane Dragon Knight has become such a menace in all these games. You just can't harass him down. It's too much HP region. 17.3 right now.
Mid lane, the double support rotation. This is why the Grimster kind of came in, but they've got the pulse over, so he's actually going to turn around and swat. Gets the first blood for himself. Just the rotation for the 6-minute rune, and supports us right into a left track. Nova just melt.
Yeah, level 3 Edict plus Pulse Nova. Just way too much damage to handle, which is exactly why Lashrak is so popular nowadays. You can get away with just 1 level lightning stun, comes with the bottle, so many runes to refill everything, and then you just start scaling very well this Edict.
It's a nice kill for Lashrak, who was slightly behind in this mid lane. Not losing by any means, but
Tidehunter just deals a ton of damage to him. Lashrak is there though.
Yeah, he pops the rage and everything. He needs to invest out for the Ravages. That great bait, yes. What a sick play from him. New Fnatic offlaner showing up a bit there.
Interesting that Gabby used Ravage to be a little bit aggressive. I guess he didn't expect the rotation to come in at all.
Like he was trying to find a creep to infest into. Like as soon as he popped that aggressive rage, he's like he realized what was about to maybe happen to him, but get the infest off in time.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate because that was the lane they were supposed to be winning at least. He's TPing bottom now. This lifesteal, okay. You want to start pressing the tower with the dragon form. And they have no Ravage, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to defend this one. Tidehunter also pretty low on health. And no Eclipse available.
Yeah, no Eclipse. So going for a 2-2-2 build, probably just going to max the glaze and not get Eclipse until level 9, level 10.
Yeah. Yeah, we see a lot of Lunas even just go 1 level in beam and just max it to passives. They want to go super greedy.
You need someone to defend his mid lane, and there, yeah, here we go. He's going to come in from the pocket. Lashrak level 4 Edict will melt this tower in no time at all. You don't have a glyph here, so that Edict gets the tower down to half health. And Tail onto Armel. He's in some trouble, but he's going to look to turn and fight with a TP coming in from Block. Oil is there, he shields after the stun. Great defensive play from DJ. He's trying to buy time for Lashrak to get to the regen room, but it doesn't look like he's going to do so with Gabby testing on in. The regen's going to be claimed by Armel. They're going to get DJ as well. They get a couple of kills there. Grimstroke died elsewhere, but a great rotation from TNC to defend their lane.
Yeah, it was a very quick rotation. Life set TP bottom. They probably thought he doesn't have a TP, so he just infests into the Dragon Knight who then TP's middle. Gives him a free taxi. Very quick movement here from TNC. Kind of stalled his early game out a little bit more.
Dire's top tower is about to take top tower.
See if TNC can get this mid tier 1 tower. You got to imagine Fnatic probably want to defend this one, right, Black?
100%. Like this mid tower is so important. You can't give it up this early.
Trying to drag creeps off. Luckily, there's no dragon form and not really the strongest pushing potential from these TNC heroes. Stacks being stolen. TNC have walked near this jungle and found a triple stack here. Neutral item. Someone get it up. Oh, DJ just stole the neutral item, I believe. This one is going to hit the splitter onto the Dragon Knight. Look to bring him down with a pulse Nova damage. They're going to be 1 neutral item short. 17-minute mark. Is Armel going to get ravaged in the mid lane as well? They bring down the Puck. Great time for Fnatic. Punish them at that neutral stack.
Yeah, the attempt to steal the stacks weren't fast enough. And DK just kind of wanders off alone, stuns the Lash who gets shielded and just dies to him.
Dire structures are
a little bit of a miscommunication there, and as you said, Arcane Ring has been stolen by the Abaddon, which is a pretty big item too for them.
Yeah, the tier 1s is where it's now there's going to be 5 on the Radiant team and none... Oh, sorry, well, 3, sorry. None right now, but 3 soon on TNC.
Radiant's bottom tower faces a
Definitely going to be a big problem.
Even meanwhile, while this is all going on, just farm away top. Got a third point of Luna Blessing. Is this the I feel like I usually see the glaives. Is this another way to build the Luna with the passive?
Desolation.
Passive?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this either. If your goal is to just farm, hold that thought. Walk might be in a little bit of trouble.
Rush, follow up. Body blocks, Jabs. No movement for you, sir.
A third level onto Beam also. So he's all over the place with his skill build.
the smorgasbord of skill points. Bit of everything. Mid lane DJ doesn't have level 6 yet. Gets foiled. Armel hitting a... At the stroke of fate is needed as well, but he got the cure for him. And with the Siege Wagon, they will take this T1 mid tower. Can they get denied? No, they can't. Fnatic will...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And his team fights are going to be a little bit of a problem for TNC. They don't have a huge amount of damage, and Leshrac itemized into a hood. He has an Abaddon behind him. It's going to be very hard to take down this Leshrac, who will deal a ton of damage just by being next to you. How do you deal with this guy right now?
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
I guess the idea is the lifesteal is going to get farmed enough and choose the rage to fight the Leshrac, because Leshrac is not to be that protected against the physical damage. I guess that's one thing that TNC have going.
That is true, and he just finishes Armlet as well. There's a smoke coming down here by Puck and Lion. Potentially looking for the slash, but he's already protected by the Abaddon.
Fnatic deward the area as well as Jabs goes running in. He needs to be careful. There's a sentry ward nearby. Couple sentry wards down the front line. They pop another one and they're gonna get the Hex. They find Jabs, Boomy ready.
Oh, he gave him the instant treatment.
Bottom lane.
He gave him everything. Wasn't even that concerned about the finger stack. Still gets it in the end, but yeah. F is taking top lane. Not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. I feel like Luna should be taking the top farm. Tide is kind of stealing it away from her. Now she only has
For a while we saw Raven there, but now Raven's kind of gone back to the angle where there aren't any stacks. That's one thing Fnatic, it feels like, you know, they were so busy and focused on these lanes, they didn't have time to create those stacks to really accelerate the farm.
Yeah, and also because of his skill build and the way Fnatic is playing the map, he's actually behind the lifestealer in goal, which is very strange. Not something you usually see.
Lifestealer even has the death to his name and still slightly ahead. Some of that tower gold is part of the reason why, but next move is going to be there. Have to be down to take down this tier 1 mid tower despite the Leshrac needing. Be something they want to set their eyes on fairly soon.
100%. Lesh is so strong right now with this Abaddon. They have a Ravage as well.
I'm going to be playing in the trees.
It's so dirty.
500 Ravage to kind of help them out here. They get the deny. TNC, no, they can't defend it, but they can deny it, so...
Chasing the buck here.
Yeah. Jabs trying to parapet, but he got the Impale instead. Travis. Armel, can he go on the way? No, he got the coil out. Does still go down here. Is there any follow-up from TNC? They get the Impale out onto Juan on the Leshrac. The nice Hero Soulbind. Pulls in DJ. DJ getting stunned up. Now he gets Hex as well. He can't help out his buddy. They pick up the Leshrac. The Gabby lifestealer rotation. They want Jabs now as well. He doesn't have a Carapace for a couple of seconds. Gabby has to be careful. He fences the block, negating the Eclipse damage. Now the Breathe Fire doing some decent damage to get Raven low. Force him back. Blue's line on the back lines here. Death is just unkillable, at least to a certain extent. He may now find himself in those 4 heroes. What can he do about it with the puck respawning? No trouble for him. Nice stun coming out on the pins as they are going to bring hit down as well. Jabs has to throw away his life to buy some space for them to get out as well, secure an extra kill. Death wants to run. He's going to get caught by a Dragon Tail if Puck can get enraged. Looks like that's the case, so messy fight in the mid lane and kind of an even trade in the end, it feels like.
Yeah, and this Tidehunter seems to be nigh unkillable with this DJ Abaddon constantly shielding and healing him. Lifesteal is a decent answer to him, but even he couldn't even put a dent into him. Half health was all they got. Oh.
Retreat to my house.
Lifestealer still needs probably to finish his Skadi first before he really starts dealing some damage, which is quite a long time away. But he's the big winner of this team fight. He got a couple of kills and now leading the net worth chart as well. Luna needs to be keeping up the pace here. In fact, he should be ahead of the pace of the lifestealer. He's really not.
Definitely feels different to so many Luna games. The Luna games I feel like I saw in the earlier regions, it was just let's stack, let's just farm jungle, max plays, mid lane. Over rotation, they find the Abaddon. This is the perfect cure to scout a smoke. They're not even going to bother rocking the borrowed time. They just say, okay, well, pull back, reposition, and try to take some farm that we can.
Yeah, Lash also finished his defensive tool, the Yule Scepter. So he'll be a little bit more survivable. But this is a little bit concerning. Like, they have a 1k Goldie right now, but...
Lane, he thought he was safe.
I mean, sentries are insane right now. They're so cheap, they last for so long. Playing Invis heroes is harder than ever, it feels like.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nobody likes a...
Yeah. Ricky or Nyx Assassin also. Most annoying cockroach ever.
Yeah. I feel like, you know, a lot of pop players are happy these days that, you know, the Shadowblade Slark is out of the meta.
Yeah.
Another thing.
I mean, I'm guilty of picking a lot of Nyx too, so... I'm one of those guys. MMR over honor.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely Dota plays in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Things feel pretty even, like, you know, up 35, not to be in a long game prediction, not looking too hot right now. This feels like a game that has that potential to go late. Even some of these items we've seen being queued up, like Grimstroke has the axe queued up to try and, you know, deal with the Luna. Like, it does feel like both teams are expecting this one to slow down, or already has slowed down.
Yeah, late game should definitely be in the favor of TNC though, so not having any sort of Goldie here is a little bit concerning for Fnatic. I thought they would be ahead by at least like 3-4k at this point.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Dire's top tower is
about
about
to take up a
to
lost
take
neutral
the
item
blood.
as they'll be getting these tier 2s out now, and Fnatic are eyeing off this top lane. I think feeling like you say, they need to get perhaps a bit further ahead. They want a tier 2 tower, they want to be able to take the enemy outpost, and then usually what follows that is take Roshan. Well, that would be, if TNC have a response for that one. It looks like they will try and TP and this one black.
Yeah, or at the least they want to spam out the wave so they can't get the tower for free. But they're very survivable with the Abaddon behind them. They have to be careful that they don't get caught up by the Nyx Assassin here.
I do have a sentry in the lane. Not necessarily rely on that vendetta. Behind the tower and think up, linking to clear some crits. They fall over the Dragon Tail. This should get shielded up front. I like it. Well, nice to hear Soulbind coming in from the Grimstroke. The Ravage from Jet through the Blink reveal. He goes jumping in. They're going to look to try and burst down front. Gavin with a nice little best play to keep him alive a little bit longer, but he still ends up going down. In the middle of things. Too far forward. Puck still trying to nuke him down. Gets the Nyx Assassin low, but just not enough damage to kill him. Jack to get Fnatic will get the tier 2 tower. They'll let them back off unscathed. No casualties on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, very well played by them. And right now they definitely have the teamfight prowess. We saw it there. They just don't have the damage to kill this Tidehunter or the Leshrac or really anyone. Like this Abaddon is just keeping everybody alive. DJ is doing a very good job using his spells properly. Like he's never using them wrongly. He's not shielding the wrong target or healing the wrong target at all. It just doesn't feel like TNC have the damage to kill anyone yet.
They can to tank up to survive, like Abaddon with the casual fluffy hat, Nyx Assassin, same thing. That's
yeah, we see so many fluffy heads just casually bought on pretty much every support nowadays, as you said. Sometimes 2. Anyone here with 2? No, only 1.
No, like tiny type heroes that are certainly jumping and trying to burst. I mean, I guess Puck is similar at times.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
Worry about the person.
Yep, and Luna is now on par with the Lifestealer. Finally getting his efficiency going here. And Tim's how close is to the axe? Very far away still. It's gonna be such a big problem for them to deal with. This Dark Portrait Luna. They don't really have a good way of clearing illusions at all with the right clicks. Most of the damage is magic.
Yeah, it feels like Raven's gonna have to consider his itemization even about, like, often you want to go, like, maybe for the butterfly on Luna against the lifesteal, but if you get that against the Dark Portrait, you're just
I like the decisiveness here from TNC. They know they have no Ravage right now, so they can't really win a team fight. And they just take the tower, make the map a little bit smaller for Fnatic, make them feel uncomfortable. A lot of teams would just go back and farm, not TNC though.
With this potential Roche fight coming up, both teams are getting as much vision as they can around the area. Yep. With a kind of unorthodox ward as well around that Roche episode. I like it a lot. It's giving them some good intel, and it's very unlikely to be dewarded. I don't know if it scouted this smoke, as Fnatic have smoked up themselves, heading towards that mid lane, probably looking for a pick off that will allow them to go to the Roche. TNC themselves are smoked up. We'll see what they can find. Schwan is showing in this mid lane, while his teammate lurk around.
Yeah, they both have the same idea right now, so they're just completely avoiding each other. They're doing the opposite moves. But yeah, this observer ward.
Don't want to go on Lash. Yeah.
They don't. Like Lash is way too hard to kill now. He has a Sanch as well. They're just going into the pit. Ravage is available, so why not? Bounty. This team fight is gonna be hard for TNC. If they can win it though, I think they have a very good foothold in this game.
They scout it out. They throw out the orb and instantly Fnatic, as they notice TNC moving over, gonna back off for now. Managed to keep both mid lanes kind of being pushed out by both sides, but top lane's being pushed out by the Luna Manta illusions to constantly put pressure on TNC to address things, but it seemed like both teams back out of the pit.
I like this out of the box thinking here from Death, going for an Orchid on Tidehunter just to deal with the Lifestealer and Puck. Like, it makes a lot of sense because they won't be building into any sort of the spell. It will make him way less tanky, but he will be very much more capable in the offensive department.
It's such a funny pickup because usually, like, you know, if you're playing Puck into a mid hero like a Storm that's going Orchid, you might get a Yules, but you don't expect it out of the Tide. So even though they see maybe this Oblivion stuff, it doesn't, you know, like you say, Lifestealer and Puck not going into any kind of dispel right now.
Yeah, they're like, what is that? Echo Saber? No. I think this is a very rare item pickup, right, on Tide? I don't think we see it almost ever.
Right.
Imclaw also?
We saw one, we saw Bloodthorn, I can't remember what hero it was. Really, I think it was maybe a Dragon Knight that went like Bloodthorn against a Lifestealer and silence like...
Oh, no, I remember that game, there was a Raven. What hero did he play? I don't remember. I remember the game you're talking about.
Yeah.
And Bloodthorn can really ruin a Lifestealer's game. Like, he has a Sanch, sure, but you're still silenced for 4 seconds. Plenty of time. Skadi, 25 gold away only though for this Lifestealer. Then Abaddon is gonna be way less effective.
They're going for Skadi as well. Carapace on the mid lane, gonna catch the Lion, Boomy. 4 staff away, and that's gonna be an important item for TNC. This 4 staff is to save. You know, Tim's playing the Grimstroke, very kind of more offensive-orientated support. Could go for, you know, the X12 Axe Shard later on. Have some defensive capabilities, but it's really up to Boomy to save his teammates, especially if they get hit by that Orc.
100%. And Puck is now itemizing into Yules, actually. So that means he saw the Oblivion staff then. And he's not thinking he's going Echo Saber. But yeah, once these dispels are out, it's gonna be... Like, this item is gonna feel pretty bad on Tidehunter, to be honest. Like, you don't have any sort of Shiva Scarred or anything like that. Satanic.
I'm sure TNC's hoping for a Flicker, I bet.
Radiant are scanning our enemy.
Well, it's gonna be late though.
Flicker.
Nah, Flicker is insane.
37 minutes. I think, you know, this game has that feel. We haven't seen a team fight in some time. Roshan's still up though. Smoke from Fnatic as Gabby in the trees could be in the right spot to pop this one. Death. 7-hit smoke get popped. As does Raven. There's no Radiant high ground vision, so the dire TNC ward will spot them as Gabby manages to get a lot of information for his team.
And they put an observer ward there too, so should get dewarded relatively soon as well. TNC knows exactly what's happening here.
They themselves have a smoke on their line if they want to use it.
Look at Grimstroke, gods. He has been getting so much priority. Only 700 away from his Aghanim Scepter. He's so farmed.
Yeah, this bottom lane is being his. He's just spamming it out, and because Fnatic want to play around Roshan, being here. Okay, so I think Fnatic
Radiant's
Well,
bottom
TNC
tower
seems to be
faces a
expecting somebody
stiff
to
win.
keep the bottom because Bok is positioned here, ready to jump with a lifesteal. They may just give up this tier 2 tower. Yeah, they just jump in. They're like, okay, they're going to get this tier 2 tower. Can they contest Roshan now? Don't have the outpost. If they want to go and contest this, they need a TP now to this tier 2 tower. They've got to get there fast. Fnatic, they're bringing down Roach too quickly.
Radiant's bottom tower has
TNC will be able to stop this one.
Yeah, it's gone.
Give themselves Roach. Gumi gets the T-Ward off it. Up, warping in. It's out, but it seemed like TNC made bold decision to go for that smoke down bottom with the Infest. With TP to TP, and instead, Fnatic just get a Roach. It's like, okay, let's cut our losses. We'll just take a tier 2 and not contest Roach.
Yeah, I think they're still okay with that though. This Grimstroke timing is going to be absolutely massive. 150 gold away from it. This Luna just finished her Skadi. I still don't know how they're going to kill this illusion. Anchor Smash doesn't work on it. None of Flashrock's spell work on it. They just have no damage to kill it. It could potentially be a teamfight winner for them.
Yeah, that is big problem.
I love how they recognize that too. Like, TNC gave him so much priority. He has it minute 26. That is pretty absurd.
Almost catching up to the Dragon Knight in terms of net. Really, to be effective at this point, just needs that BKB. I'm sure, you know, Block would love to go into like Dragon part of Taras that we've seen on Pinky DKs, but the BKB have all he needs at least for these mid
Dire's bottom tower is
and just in general,
under
his impact won't be as big as the games, just because there's this Abaddon who's going to shield off the Dragon Tail. So the recognition of TNC here is very good. Not a lot of teams would be able to do this, I feel like.
Structures are fortified.
You know, perhaps seeing that Dark Portrait coming out, itemizing into a Crystallis.
Is about
Even that hurts with a 150% multiplier.
Dire's bottom tower
It
has
does still hurt, you're right.
I feel like there's nothing you can build on Luna that doesn't help the Grimstroke portrait. Just how the hero works, right? Like, unless you build like a hex or something, and just gimp yourself.
I mean, Aghanim Scepter is pretty good, but well, I mean, it helps obviously the illusion a little, but it's more about you get some crazy. I don't think you want to go Ags against Lifestealer.
Yeah, no way.
To escape.
Puck finished his Yule Scepter, and this Orchid on Tide hasn't really done anything yet.
Ooh, by the way, Lifestealer picking up a BKB, so yeah, this Orchid is going to feel...
Dire's bottom tower.
Oh, he's going BKB instead of Satanic. Interesting. Usually you see the Satanic to this build.
Here we go, they're going high ground. Fnatic saying if they can get this tower... Portrait counts around, they get a nice flip ravage in, they're trying to blow up their life shield, they succeed in doing so. He doesn't get the rage up, the Portrait is there at 3. Hero combo to Soulbind into absolute TNC destruction. They're going to look to chase down DJ as well. The saves just weren't there, there was just too much freaking damage as they killed Luna a second time. Oh, Tim's, he just set everybody up for a massive fight there.
Wow. We just spoke about how good this portrait is, and it just obliterates all of them. They get a good coil on like 3-4 heroes. Sure, they lose their lifestealer for it, but it's a massive win. It was like a 6-1 fight.
Oh, yeah, everybody grouped up in a coil, the Earth Spike, the Chain Stun, and like you said, the Dark Portrait Illusion. I don't know if TNC had, if Fnatic had seen the Dark Portrait. Perhaps why they went high ground is because they were trying to get there before Stroke got the Aghanim Scepter, because he only just finished it.
Yeah, potentially, but this is really bad news now. At this point, they're supposed to be really quite a bit ahead, and I don't know how Fnatic teamfights now anymore after this Dark Portrait, actually. Like, I literally don't know how to deal with it. Luna needs to right-click it down somehow, but she doesn't have a BKB to do it. She's gonna be feeling very weak for quite a while, I feel like.
There's no answer to it. Sounds like they're gonna find a way to kill Kims without showing their Luna.
Yeah. Who's gonna jump him though? The Tide? Be risky. Nyx can maybe find him out, but there's so many sentries littered all around the map. Not easy.
Feeling confident now. They're pushing forward in the enemy jungle. They're still gonna be a little bit careful. There's no Ravage to worry about for 15 seconds, so they're gonna go for a smoke play. And they know about this one. They are behind the Leshrac in the mid lane. You want to go for a jump here. Gets the Dragon Tail off, immediately shielded off, but he gets Hex and impaled afterwards. No more shields. He's going to destroy one here. He's in trouble. The defensive unit is there. The borrowed up Nyx from the high ground. some work as the Soulbite is being used to kind of cover the retreat here. It looks like TNC don't want to force their way into this burrowed up Nyx Assassin and may perhaps lose their line. You get a great force up over the trees. The PP out. Oh, Umi almost making a nice play there. Does go down though.
Did you show himself? Of course he knows the Grimace is waiting for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The hide.
End up losing nothing, fortunately. Was pretty close on the ledge there. I gotta admit though, I don't like this beekeeper in the lifesteal. I feel like Satanic makes so much more sense. It has its purpose against the Orchid, against all the magic damage against the Ravage. Sure. Do you really want to itemize into an item like this on a lifestealer? Because Satanic, I feel like it's gonna make you nigh unkillable anyways, and it gives you way more damage. And the more consistent the spell as well.
I guess maybe he's thinking we're gonna get to this late game point where if he just has to siege high ground, he's gonna have Rage as well as BKB and then probably a second Rage. All in on the spell immunity, then he's got the damage queued up. The Daedalus is gonna be his next time, and at that point he's 6 slotted.
Yeah, I love Daedalus actually in lifesteal. I feel like we don't see it enough because it actually stacks with the feast damage it deals, like the crit multiplier does. That's a massive crit you get from it.
Seems to be the new go-to carry late game damage item. It used to be Rapier, but Rapier losing the True Strike kind of fallen out of the meta a bit.
Yeah, it's just so hard to play
MTB
without that True Strike, as you said. I mean, even lifesteal just gets like a random evasion.
Coming out, Fnatic do have a very small gold lead, but you know, 31 minutes in a game like this, looking at these gold numbers is going to tell the whole story. But Luna has managed to pull decent ways ahead of Lifesteal in terms of farm, but
yeah,
I kind of mentioned that farm gets turned around on her with the Grimstone.
I feel like Lifestealer, I'm not entirely sure what happened, but he fell off really hard. He was on par with Luna the entire time. Potentially, it's also the way he's thinking about the game. Like, as you can see, his itemization as well. He's being very, very passively farming away, rather than taking the efficient farm that is a little bit more risky. He's been leaving that for the
we saw his last fight. He was the bait in some. I don't know if that was intentional. Maybe not. But he died, and then they team wiped.
Yeah.
Puck, meanwhile, suddenly is like almost is up there with the top net worth heroes. As a Kaya and Sanj, and then a Dagon 5 feet up. So this could be a game where Armel is going to really pop off in terms of damage output.
Yeah, Puck can definitely be this hero. It's just he doesn't have any Aeon Disc, and against Nyx Assassin, even if you play almost perfectly, it just takes one mistake and you just die. This Carapace from anywhere, you get stunned, suddenly they follow up on you with like a Ravage or something, you're just dead. Because the Dire side doesn't really have any way of saving you.
The Nyx Carapace, when you're burrowed, what's the AoE on that?
Alright. 350, I believe. It's not massive? No, it's at 300, it says there, yeah. So 300, it's like 125 less than a Pugna Blast, but it's still pretty big. It's mainly so that after you impale, you can just borrow and then right away Carapace them, keep them stun locked.
I was practicing my
I wonder if that works against Aya Sanch or not. Probably does.
I guess in the team fight where he's just borrowed, it may be harder for him to actually find those Carapaces on.
Yeah.
Your mobility that allows you to Carapace them.
Yeah, and I assume Puck is not really gonna shoot an orb at that little Diglett in the floor.
Exactly. When Puck finds out where the Nyx is, he's not going in 300 range, and he's not throwing little orb. Nyx is at least a Doug Trio. Come on.
I just feel like Diglett is the cutest Pokemon ever. He's just like a little head from the floor. Have you seen this meme picture where it's like really ripped Neve?
Yeah.
It's just his body build. You don't think it's cute? Look at that mouth and the little weird head shape.
I mean, I'm not anti-bug, but I'm sure there's a lot of people who look at Nick. You know, that's something that haunts me in my nightmares.
Yeah, I also don't even know if he, like, does he exist? It just feels like he's very empty. Like, doesn't look like he has a head.
True.
Kind of like the Lich King, you know?
Armor. Yeah, it's like the armor around a soulless or headless body almost.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Back into the game.
Debs did my mistake. Vendetta does not continue after you borrow. I found it out
the other way, right?
Yeah, yeah. You gotta come out of the borrow with the Vendetta, and it works. It could be such a nice quality of life change, though. Let him borrow Vendetta, out of Vendetta.
Testing how it works.
Yeah. Well, I should know this by now. No.
Just double checking, you know. It's like the BKB is like just making sure this BKB works, okay?
But BKB is finished now on Luna, so he will have some sort of way to just right-click the illusion at least. But it's not gonna feel good because you don't want to be right-clicking illusions in a team fight.
We go. Fnatic have smoked up with this BKB timing though. They send a Lesh illusion. That's to scout out Boomy because he mana drains it. Now Chuan in the front line for the Leshrac has a BKB of his own. Blink in for Fox. Gets the Dragon Tail on Chuan. The Impale follow-up is there. DJ trying to keep alive with the Nyx burrowed out. The Finger of Death is there. A lot of damage coming out with the coil onto 2. Abaddon getting hit by the Soulbind as well. He can't keep jabs alive. Chuan with the BKB. Life sealing a bit with the spells. Death with a nice Ravage takes out the Dragon Knight. Gabby luckily had the BKB. That helped keep him alive. He's got to rage back up now as well. He's looking to go back in here. Death on the tide getting low, but heals just need too much from DJ for now. They want Chuan on the Leshrac. He's trying to turn and fight. Looks to the Slitter, won't get it with the DK buyback. The chase is on. Puck managed to support the way the Slitter of Hell. Somehow he keeps himself alive. Armel with the Yule Scepter now. He's managing to just juke his way through this one. The Bird up Nyx is in trouble. He's looking to get brought down by the life seal of Gabby. Does he have the damage? It's not enough just yet. The heals are there. Jab. He's still alive, and with the silence on the life seal, he's going to go down. He couldn't get the rage off. Fnatic, they're winning this fight. They can't get the DK a second time with the blink away. And Fnatic somehow managed to turn this one on TNC.
It was a massive amount of buybacks because they know exactly that Roshan respawn. Whoever wins that fight gets the Roshan. There was so many clutch spell usages by DJ, and then Tidehunter comes in at the last second. Rage was like half a second of cooldown, gets the silence on, otherwise the Nyx would have died. Very close team fight, but Fnatic is going to be very happy with the result of it.
TNC's looking to contest his road, but they're going to be here too late. Oh, are they? It's going to be put up. Orbing, jointing in, doesn't manage to get there.
Oh, you can't get better!
Zap! Armel finds DJ, gets some revenge. That's 500 gold for killing an Abaddon. How the hell do you get 500 gold for a 5 position?
That's just how Dota works. I saw, like, someone solo kill a support yesterday, got 1200 gold. Like, why?
More gold than any kill in the last fight. I just pushed enter, and all the kills from the last fight were like 350 to 400. And they have a kill.
Yeah, I have not understood the bounty rules in like 2 years now, ever since they changed it. It's really weird.
What area on patch notes where I'll kind of skim over and be like, you know, you get gold for kills. That's all you need to know as a caster.
There's so many complicated numbers and brackets and everything. I'm like, oh, what do you mean divided by 10, multiplied by 25? What is happening? Yaps down there. He fought back before.
There, no parents talk. Tail follow with a finger. Finger zap.
For 80
to build up some finger damage.
Gold for me.
Yeah, he even went for the max health per finger instead of the Earth Spike cooldown. Interesting. I feel like we always see the Earth Spike cooldown on a 5 line at least. Def going into...
drag out.
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't blame him after watching these qualifiers.
Like, I'm getting lots of stacks, and also, you know, the health. Lane, Fnatic in a position. They've got the Aegis Daedalus here. The Aegis in here. On Fnatic's side of the map.
I wonder if this actually impacts players and teams' mindset. Like, if they see a qualifier just be super long on average, does it impact their mentality towards the game? But it feels like it does.
Yeah, they're picking different heroes maybe, they're going for different items. Okay, the line talent is probably just a result of...
What is Def going for? He's going completely haywire here and going for a Lincoln Sphere next. Just to protect the Luna, probably from the Dark Portrait.
Fine, then I guess how easy the pop is. I guess the puck does pretty well. You can kind of jump in, blink an orb out while Dagoning or something.
You can also pop it with Phantom's Embrace instantly, but it doesn't even fly out. It's just an instant pop on the Lincolns. Luna's going for her own Lincolns as well, so they just want to stack Lincolns on him, I guess.
Late game plan, Fnatic. That's one thing that's why these two teams are still in the upper bracket with all these crazy 6-man games. Fnatic and TNC are the two teams. They've got the experience. They know how to play these late game scenarios better than anyone, and they're the teams that seem to get to the lead. Blink Rabbit coming in, gonna score the high ground as well as the support Lion. And happy just to go jumping on it now with the box. BK jumps in with the BKB himself with a light steal backup. The damage isn't there. The ledge, F is getting destroyed. The borrowed time. Oh, now they get the tide. F is dead. That's a dieback as well. Ron needs to be a little bit carefully. The DK getting low. Fox trying to fly back to the high ground with the Infest, healing him up a little bit. That's enough to keep him alive. And now, the next target is Schwan's ledge track. DJ has to be careful in the abandon. He can't get pushed out of the borrowed time, but then managing win this fight with Raven's doing so much damage. The puck jumps back in. Gabby, with the rage still up, he's trying to bring down the next one. Puck gets brought down. Raven gets himself a triple kill.
You got chipped by the glaive. You couldn't blink. Very unfortunate. Do they have buybacks? Only the puck has a buyback. If they lose this tower, the Rex are gone. Potentially even the G4s are gone. They're pinging the throne. And if they don't buy back, they might lose it.
He just has to buy back, I gotta imagine. Abby, what's he up to? He's going for some neutral items, it looks like. I don't blame him. That's an interesting call. He's actually getting... He got the bounty rune. He gave Grimstroke buyback. They can get a Dark Portrait out now. Grimstroke wants to use that. Abby goes running in, finds a Courier. Has a Flicker now to play with a great pickup. That's why he was in the jungle. He's like, we're losing racks. He's like, nah, I'm going jungle.
But his glaives though.
Yeah, they're giving up the racks. Probably will fight for the tier 4 towers. Gabby just getting poked at.
Like stabbing fish in a barrel.
The Bound City is actually crazy. It looks so... I don't know. This doesn't look like Dota anymore, you know what I mean? Or maybe it looks exactly like Dota actually. What am I saying?
It feels, it's like there's most other spells, you know, just don't work on building.
Yeah.
So glaives is one that
they just have glaives bouncing from the middle Rex to like the throne, hitting heroes over there.
Yeah. It's definitely one of those mechanics. I think if Ice Rock for whatever reason made it so that glaives don't bounce on buildings, I think not many people would be upset.
Yeah, but I feel like Luna would also not be as picked anymore at all. That's a pretty good gimmick, right? Like especially with like heroes that empower her. You go high ground, you get the tower unexpectedly, and suddenly the enemy's like, oh, we're done. We can't defend this.
You can buff her other ways, or maybe give her a talent.
Silence.
A 25 talent? I wouldn't mind it. They're terrible anyways.
I'd say 25 talent just to get back something that you used to have sounds kind of brutal. But yeah, like you say, Luna's 25s. Probably what, 30% lifesteal?
Yeah, like the Eclipse mini-stun is pretty good if you have Axe Scepter, especially with the Refresher, just perma-stun people. But he's going for the cookie cutter build. Has an Illusionist cape as well. Yep. And the Lincoln's finished on him.
5 will be important. Is range duration, I can imagine, to come up. Still got a full level to go. Fnatic enough. Been giving TNC time to sit back. They're considering this high ground. The double Lincolns now, Tide as well as Luna, both have one.
Yeah, they're just going to be stacking it on the Luna. Make sure they don't get a portrait at all. He's dropping every item on Luna. What is happening? Just to use the Illusionist cape, what? What kind of gimmick is happening here? Oh, so he doesn't get the Dark Portrait illusion or what?
Oh, clever, clever.
I mean, he stood there for like 10 seconds. Like, man, you probably gotta practice it a bit in demo mode first.
Yeah.
Like,
I guess that's the downside of the Illusionist cape, is that it makes an easy way to get the Dark Portrait image for.
Yeah. Same with the Manta also. He keeps doing it, but really, I don't know how efficient it is, because he's not top level of button clicking. Like if you watch some people play, the way they drag items in and out is insane. They're so fast. How do you do that?
Are scanning for
I tried that.
You're going to be so precise too.
Yeah.
Here we go. TNC, they're smoked up. They're looking to make their move out of their base. Put an observer on the high ground. They don't reveal sentry or anything as Radiant have any way to know there's a ward here right now, I believe. They go new ward.
Okay, I'm DK. Not sure why. They didn't see them, right? Could potentially going for move.
Scanning for enemy.
And themselves are smoked up. Fnatic can just group this side. They know this is do or die time. Roche can respawn in 10 seconds, so this is where winning or losing a fight can lead to Roshan potentially, or just game over if you're one of these.
Oh, Tims! So careful.
Well, gets picked off the blink in. Death doesn't go for the Ravage. Tims has not got the aim this yet. He's going to first time. He does have buyback, I believe. There's going to be a blink pop. Dragon Tail, he catches out the back lines. He kicks out. Nix, who's forced to immediately buy back the DK on the front lines. Once DJ. DJ will be a great pickup for them. That takes away so many of these safe. He doesn't have buyback. He's dead free. The Soulbite catching out too. Where's the Dragon Tail? The Lucid being stunned, pushing them back.
Hex up two.
Double hex into a double impale. They're absolutely getting destroyed. Gabby with the BKB rage as well. Chuan getting brought down on the Leshrac. Is the physical damage there? It's going to be close, and they bring him down before the TP. Oh no! Dead Leshrac without buyback. TNC have won a crucial fight here, and they may get more. Death's Lincoln Spear. They're going to do so much for him. Damage is there to bring down the Titan, who also does not have buyback.
It just shows you how strong this combination is of Grimstroke Lion, Hex, Impale Finger on both of them. And Leshrac unfortunately died. He fumbled a little bit with his inventory. Plate that was in the backpack. He would have lived otherwise, I would imagine.
The Grimstroke this game has been huge. The Dark Portrait, as well as all the spells they're comboing.
Yeah.
Dragon Tail as well, that they've had multiple heroes in some of these fights. It's just absolutely destroyed Fnatic. And
Nix Korea? Oh, it was close as the Aeon disc.
Okay.
If you lose, it's dead. Ooh. Roshan up in 90 seconds. And 2 buybacks expended here. Luna bought back right away.
Big Dire side buyback is there. Buyback release the puck in 2.5 minutes. So we're going to get to a point where TNC should have an edge when it comes to buybacks.
Yeah, Grimstroke is really the big one though. It feels like as though he's more important than some of these cores right now. How close is he to the Aeon disc? Oh, still quite a bit away. 1300?
Yeah. Farm it quickly. So that's going to be, he's staying kind of bottom while his team are elsewhere, but he also has to be wary that, Fnatic may make a play on his life.
Yeah, this is the tournament meta right now. Aeon disc on everyone.
He had the Arcane boost, yeah, he's got Aeon disc now.
Yeah. Aeon disc on him, Aeon disc on DK queued up, Aeon disc on Lion queued up, Puck has one, everyone is going for one.
Here we go, Fnatic, they smoke out of their base. Dire vision around this Roshan pit is fantastic. See what Fnatic can do. Ward on the high ground, but I'm gonna D-ward right away.
That ref is a little bit deceiving. Lifesteal is sitting on 5k right now.
Go. S. Armel in the front lines.
And they get?
You're gonna find here level 26 as well.
Armel has been a beast this game.
Taking out the Roshan pit, making sure there's no shenanigans going on. Armel, what can he find? That buyback, so he's going to be a little bit careful. Let's have the Aeon disc, and of course, Puck is just known for being oh so slippery.
Dewarding the sentry so their ops doesn't get dewarded. Aeon has to be careful.
Dragon Form is popped. With the Hex, they go on DJ, but the Abaddon, he's being stunned up while they go on the backlines here. They want Chuan. Meanwhile, that just being silenced up as well, but the DK kind of gets left alone. Doesn't pop the BKB, he gets helped by the 4-star. Lifesteal inside the Puck, not the DK. Means Puck has to just BKB TP out. The damage for him, so.
And Roshan is up and just spawned.
Dragonform still has a bit of duration left on it, but Fnatic's already in there. He should be able to get back potentially in time with the Axe Scepter.
Roshan's falling fast.
Okay.
Gonna make a decision here.
Me standing above to the north. Can he make a play for the steal or a snipe here? So they want to go for it. DK blinks in with the puck as well. They time this not perhaps at the perfect Roshan time. They're going to get the Schwann's left back. Fnatic have the H. They can look to turn and fight. Box to be careful on the DK. Doesn't have BKB. He forced up. He gets back to the high ground. He's still alive on the DK. TNC want this Luna, but the cheese being popped. They heal it back up, and with the burrowed up Nixus out, they want to get the hell out of here. Boomy's line in some trouble now, gets chased down. Like TNC just gonna look to disengage. Already taking out the Aegis.
Oh, that was so close. It was like max range. Against the creep.
With the Dagon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was there an Ags or refresher I didn't see?
Good question. Let's click through the heroes real quick.
Behold!
I see Nyx. Oh, Nyx has an Ags.
It's an Axe Scepter then. Wait, no. Yeah, I clicked on Nyx too. I was like, what? And then you said it. I was like, ooh.
Right?
Well, there's no refresher. Puck has the Aghanims. Okay, Puck took the Aghanims. Which is a massive upgrade for them.
Yeah.
If Luna just stuck there with a portrait hitting her, yeah, it's perfect. Probably couldn't have asked for anything better. But now his buyback is very expensive too.
Upon a loyal
I'm some creeps.
He's happy just to have it off cooldown now for the upcoming fighting.
Lifestealer is about to get a whole lot scarier. Just finishes Daedalus. Gonna be a ton of damage coming out from him now. How much is fees?
Feels like there's
1.2%. Oh, it's good. It's about a 50-ish, 60 bonus damage on the Luna.
This is the window now where Fnatic do not have buyback on some of their heroes. Luna, Abaddon have 3 minutes left in their buybacks, and TNC managed to get all their buybacks back up, more or less, just waiting on Puck to come a bit more gold.
Yep, and Grimstar needs 2 minutes.
Still on cooldown. That's the big one for them, you kind of meant.
But he has Aeon Disc now.
Luna.
They actually have 3 Aeon Discs ready, right? Oh, Lion about to finish his. Yeah, DK went away from it and just goes for the Nullifier to, of course, counter the Nyx Assassin's Aeon Disc. It feels like this late game is always just about Aeon Disc. Every time. How do we counter this? How do we make sure they don't counter ours? Aeon Disc here, Aeon Disc there. How would you nerf that item?
That's an iceberg. How would you nerf it? I don't know.
I feel like make it so you only take like half damage instead of like 100% reduction. It means the auto can't blink out for free. Like that.
Speaking of some of these saves, there is a Leshrac Wind Waker, so...
Oh yeah?
Mates with this. But that's where the Nullifier really comes into play. It's just going to be huge against these Aeon Discs, as well as that Wind Waker.
Yeah. Nullifier is also a very underrated item. It just answers all these late game saving options. Well, not all of them, of course, but a lot of them. Like, how much is Wind Waker? Like, almost 8k? 7.1k? And Nullifier is 4.7. It's way cheaper, obviously.
You're not going to... New late game tech has got an Aghanim Scepter queued up, perhaps thinking they need to just blow a hero up during some of these stuns. He's also just running out of slot, so Blessing later on as well.
I wonder if a Moonshot is better or the Axe Blessing, actually, with the item build he is gone for. Because, what? How much attack speed is a Moonshot again? 70 or 60 when you consume it? 60. Actually, for some reason, it's not half anymore. You get 140 and then it goes down to 60.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, not sure why. Should be half. For that?
Yeah, it was initially half, right? I'm not crazy.
Yeah, it was. What I never understood, do you get the night vision also while you carry the item or only after consumption? Oh yeah, it says so. 400 while you just carry it, and 200 after consumption. So again, half.
None when you consume it. I think they added that later, if I remember.
Yeah, because it was terrible. Why would you lose everything?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Where Luna goes, but now definitely going to be managing that buyback, which has come back up. Both teams have spent a lot. It's like, okay, there's no Roshan for, like, they lost Aegis right away, so it's like, all right, let's just wait for 8 minutes and then we'll meet again at the Roche Pit Black. That seems to be how the SCA Dota goes.
I have seen more than enough of that yesterday in that 140, or what was the 104-minute game or whatever it was.
Yeah, we were all over on the mainstream and we were having like 9 hours for the best of 3. We had a single, 100-minute game. It's been wild. This SCA qualifiers has been quite the spectacle. Versus casters and players alike.
Yeah, I wonder if you compare to other regions how it compares in terms of duration. Going on DJ here.
Way higher. Yep. The ban, but looks like on the backlines, Death on the Tide is the target they want.
Oh, they're crushing him.
And the life will bring him down. Yeah, with the Puck actually spoiled, he can't actually get away from this one. They want the Tide, he manages to get brought down, but instantly buying back. Now there's a Dark. It's hitting the Dark Portrait, but now he's got a Gabby lifesteal to worry about. He 4-stops away from the lifesteal and catches up the support Lion. Nice find. This DK. Gunned up, but gets the BKB on afterwards. It's just clear for the TP out. Have any answers to the BKB TP?
Feels like we've seen that just about 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
Pretty much same spot.
Tide goes down, buys back. Lion has the buyback.
But did you see how the game ended? Somebody Boots of Travel 2'd onto the Dragon Knight and he cliffed himself because Dragon Knight was flying over a cliff. And then he died after a buyback. That was the worst way ever for the game to end.
That is just heartbreaking, yeah.
I really
like
felt bad for them.
And then that happened. It's like, things you're never going to consider that when you're casting that Boots of Travel 2 on your team. Just assuming, like, yeah.
And the worst thing is, he had Blink Dagger. He just didn't know he was up there because I didn't think about it at all. DK on also level 25 now.
Yeah.
AoE Dragon's Tail is also a massive game turner potentially. It's basically an RP.
I guess, and here it'll stun people through Lincoln if you target someone else, right?
I don't think it's a target ability anymore, right? It's kind of like Storm Vortex now.
AoE. Okay.
Yeah. I think it forgoes Lincolns entirely.
I
haven't tested it. I'm not 100% sure, but that's how Storm Vortex works. So I think it's a similar.
I was thinking you still had to target something, but it's no longer needing to target that.
Impurities.
It's huge, yeah, because these double Lincolns somewhat negated by this. Not to mention just the fact you can stun the Abaddon as well as his teammate. Well, Abaddon can still help the borrowed time and then shield him. I guess that's kind of like DJ's.
Yeah. And he also went for this Axe Scepter. I tested this recently. Axe Scepter on Abaddon is so unbelievably strong. Together with the Holy Locket, like it triggers every 525 health. And with the talent, you heal about 450 health every missed coil. So you lose like 70 health only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
500 AoE missed.
Insane.
Supports at 25. Okay.
Yeah, I did not expect DJ to be 25. Wait, even Boomy's 25. Tim's is 22. How did that happen?
Like we've seen these 56-minute games. I haven't really seen the supports get 25 in them that often. I'm sure you did in your 100-minute game, but...
Oh my god, yeah, this also means we have the AoE Hex now. Another method to forgo the Lincolns.
Oh.
This item is practically useless now.
I mean, yeah, they may even want to consider selling it for something else. Like an upgrade.
You can maybe protect yourself from the Dark Portrait, but that's it, DJ?
Oh, Link's done. DJ's been found. And they blow up before the borrowed time. Nope. Maybe going for a finger and trying to catch it by surprise, but they were ready for it. The Knicks sent them, meanwhile. Not able to summon the life room. Managed to get the range up. Now Bonker charges the BKB. Nice foil on the Dream with the Acceptor. They kind of completely suck at this Soul Fight. The Dagon's to follow it up. TNC. Gabby in the front lines with the BKB as well as the Ray. The Ravage is not going to connect on anyone except the DK further away. Lightstealer manages to invest his way out of there. Comes back in. Re-engages with a dead Abaddon. They want more Puck. Actually managed to die in the backlines. They got the lockdown they needed. Gabby. And he finished off jabs here on the Nyx side. He's got the AO. The Nyx is just
he's not taking damage.
Like, nope. He's just too tanky. Gabby goes charging back in with the Blink Dagger. He wants Schwan on this left track, but he's tanky himself. And Tide is a new target, but he goes Ghost Scepter. Get rid of it. The 3-man mana drain coming in from the line who goes in for a finger of death. Not enough. Look at jabs. It's just sitting there. Lost the orb. He can't actually finish off death. Death somehow blinks back in. He's still alive, but the Nyx going down, and now Gabby, he's starting to just wreak havoc. The Wind Waker Leshrac. He's trying to fly his way out of there. It's Tornado Alley as the Dagon brings the Leshrac low. Gabby's chasing forward. This Lifesteal is just unkillable. He's just constantly full health. Puck's still fishing the ball on the backlines. Isn't going to succeed doing so. Lion dies and buys back immediately. Nyx is still finding a new place to burrow one down. If they get this, Nyx has to die back, but he's tucked away. Nice to keep Gabby. He got the damage to get this kill. The Splitter coming up, stunning up Fox, who has a BKB in 2 seconds, but he won't get a chance to pop it. He's dead without buyback. Luna buying back now as well. Gabby looks at his turn and buy. Panic doesn't have a way to light steal his way through this one. Will go down, and Raven has a triple kill. Splitter up onto the high ground. They catch up Kim. Kim's dead now as well with buyback. Fnatic making good use of their buybacks to win this fight. potentially secure Roshan.
Yeah, Rose is back up, this time with all items. And it just feels like TNC is initially always winning these fights, but Fnatic is just making much better use of their buybacks and turning so many fights around. I think there's a third one a second this way.
Fighting so well. They're going for Roshan and TNC. Live, you guys.
Buybacks are late.
Does not have buyback. Yeah, they're too late for this one. They're still trying to take this fight. Grab it. Start Gabby charging in. Looking to start this fight. Gets stunned up by you. Taking a little damage. Follow-up. Gabby's coming. He's dead. It's a dieback. Oh! Gabs was ready for him. Got him with the character setup. Now the puck needs to find the way out. Armel, has he got the damage? He's going to carry this game on his own. He's in 2 versus 4 here. He's linking back in. Wanted DJ, but didn't have the damage to bring him down with the borrowed time being proc. Armel needs to find these kills. That's the only way he can defend it, feels like. Khan's looking for him. Trying to catch him with the Yule, I imagine, as Aeon Disc is on cooldown.
And you cannot fight into this pit, gods, against this Leshrac stun. He got stunned like 4 times by it. Azura clip coming through. Oh, Tims is eating it.
So be careful. He gets the Dark Portrait out.
He's dead.
The game change. The Tims is getting low. Can he keep himself alive? No, he can't. He's dead, and now the tier 4 tower goes down as well as the throne next in line as Armel trying to defend this on his own, but there's nothing he can do. Fnatic, they're going to take game 1 of this best of 3. They lose the Abat, and Armel getting another for the scoreboard, but
Wait, dying to the beat!
Okay. He's dead. Guy top, they have to fight through background protection. Can they do this? I believe they should be able to with the Edict as well as Luna damage.
Level 25 Edict, no problem, right?
Yeah.
And he brought a Desolator.
Over Fnatic.
A lot closer than we thought it would be. But Fnatic showing once more how experienced they are there.